Hello friends. This is Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto become the destruction god and got ultimate harem? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also if possible share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. 2 bowls of ramen, ordered a blonde boy with blue eyes and whisker marks on his cheeks, wearing a black and orange dress. We don't have any, replied the bar owner, looking at the boy. Let's just order something else, Naruto-kun, asked a girl in a similar age to the boy. She had short, black hair and completely white eyes. She was wearing a yellow, sorry, but I really think that color suits her better, overcoat and blue pants. But I want ramen, cried the blonde boy as the doors to the bar opened and 4 men with their faces hidden behind the masks walked in. They all wore forehead protectors with a note. Sound nins, whispered the blonde to the girl. You think they're looking for us? Asked the white-eyed girl. Could be, replied Naruto as he observed the men so they wouldn't notice. But as the sound nin looked around the bar, they noticed 4 girls sitting at a table. They all wore shinobi forehead protectors. How could they be so stupid? Wondered Naruto, looking at the girls. With the war going on, revealing that you're a shinobi is suicide, and with that thought he looked closer at the girls. The first one of them had long, black hair clipped in a ponytail, hazel eyes and a headband with 4 wavy lines on it, the sign that she was a mist nin, on her forehead. She was wearing a tight, black dress. The top had no sleeves and the pants were knee-length. Naruto also spotted a long katana attached to her back, a golden bracelet on her left arm and more shuriken and kunai hostels than he worn on his pants. The second girl had short, green hair, with a lock tied with a gray ribbon on the left side of her face. Her eyes were dark blue. She was wearing a white shirt with short sleeves, At this point I believe I should note that what really drew Naruto's attention in this part was the fact that the girl had huge, well, I guess you know what, especially for a girl which seemed to be in his age. On her right hand he also spotted a black glove with no fingers. She was wearing gray pants, which seemed to be a bit too wide for her as the space between the pants and her legs was probably big. Naruto's attention also stopped at a big, metal ring that was almost as big as the girl herself and was attached to her back. She wore a forehead protector with clouds on it on her left arm. The third girl had medium length, blonde, though the color seemed to be more like orange, hair that was falling at the back of her head as well as on her face. To those who saw Hellsing anime, I can say that her haircut is similar to Victoria's and sky blue eyes. She was short compared to her companions and wore a black, sleeveless shirt and a yellow waistcoat on it along with the pants just like the second girl had, only yellow. She wore her forehead protector, representing rocks, around her neck. The last girl had short, blue hair and a hite with a sand glass on it, on her forehead. She had red eyes and was wearing a white shirt with short sleeves and a snake symbol in the middle of it. She wore a white mini skirt and was carrying a long spear on her back. Such cute girls are shinobis, wondered Naruto as he finished staring at the 4 females. And from the 4 great villages, what are they doing so far in the north? What seems to be the problem? Asked the girl with black hair as she noticed 4 sound nins staring at them. Are we annoying you? Your forehead protectors, replied shortly the Auto shinobi, who seemed to be the leader of the group. Oh, that? Responded the black hair girl, acting as she completely forgot about the headbands. We're wearing them as a habit really, none of us is a shinobi from any village right now. Missing nins? Hinata was a bit surprised. After Orochimaru destroyed Konoha and the villages have entered another great war, missing nins were a rare sight. Even those from the Leaf. It doesn't matter, replied the sound nin's leader. You'll come with us, or we'll kill you. Well, that's not right, came a voice from behind. Naruto turned around to see who was speaking and saw a boy his age with short and a little messy, brown hair, green eyes and 3 golden earrings in his left ear. He was wearing a black shirt with short sleeves and a green waistcoat on it. The blonde easily spotted a metal protectors on his hands. I don't know how to describe it too good, they were metal plates, which didn't hinder the boy's ability to bend his arms and all the plates were located only on the top side of his hands, meaning the one on which shields are attached, which could be used to deflect a shuriken or a kunai. He was wearing long, green pants which were tied at the top with a line. But what really caught Naruto's attention was his headband, which he wore on his forehead. It had a Konoha symbol on it. 4. Grown man treating young girls. I'm afraid I can't allow that. Would you mind leave the 5 of us alone, or do you prefer doing it the hard way? Naraku-kun, began the Sand Kunoichi a bit shyly. There's no need for you to. It's okay, Tamao-chan, replied the boy. Can't be helped. A leaf shinobi. The Sound Nin's leader eyes widen. Looks like this is our lucky day. I doubt that, announced the boy called Naraku. Anyway, could we take this outside? There's no point in demolishing the bar. Fine, replied the Sound Nin as him and his 3 companions followed the boy outside. The girls stayed on their seats though. Shouldn't we go help Naraku-kun? As the one called Tamao. He'll be fine, ensured the blue-haired girl. There are only 4 of them and they're Junins at best. No need to worry. Few minutes later the boy with the Konoha forehead protector walked back into the bar and after reaching the table, he said, "We should get going. Seems that those 4 were just a patrol of a larger group that's heading this way. If we stay here, we're risking the confrontation with more Orochimaru's underlings and that's not what we're here for." Naraku-sama is right, yelled the greenhead as she jumped out of her chair. Let's go. What do you think, Naruto-kun? Hinata whispered to her companion as they both observed the group of 5. Well, he does have a Konoha forehead protector, replied the blonde. We should at least check him out. But stay alert, he could have gotten it by killing a leaf nin for all we know, and with that both of them stood up and went outside after the boy and 4 girls. As they both left the bar, they saw 2 kunais flying at their throats. Hinata dodged the attack by jumping to her left but Naruto simply intercepted the knife. There's no mistaking it, announced the blue hair girl. They're shinobis as well. Looks like you were right, Kasumi. I'm always right about those things, replied the black hair and then she turned to the 2 leaf nins. Who are you and why are you following us? We only want to talk, ensured Hinata, trying to calm down the 2 kunoichis. We noticed that your companion wears a Konoha forehead protector and we'd like to ask him about it. And why does that interest you? Came a voice from behind. Hinata turned around to see the boy with messy, brown hair. Her eyes widened. She didn't even notice him standing there before he spoken. We're leaf nins, replied Naruto, who seemed unimpressed by the boy's speed. If you wear that Hite 8 because you're one as well, then we'd like to exchange some information with you guys. And what if I told you that I got it because I killed a leaf shinobi, wondered the boy. Then I demand you give it back, announced the blonde, or I'll take it by force. Naruto-kun, don't, asked the Hyuga heiress, but her voice was overcome by the blue-haired girl's laughter. That's rich. That blonde pinhead actually thinks he has any chances against Naraku, and thus she burst out laughing once more. You say you'll take it by force, repeated the boy calmly. Tell you what, let's have a sparring match. You win, I'll tell you how I got that headband and give you all the information you want. But if I win, you guys will give us all of your money. Is that a deal? You're on, yelled Naruto, angered by the brown hair boy's confidence. A few minutes later all 7 of them were outside the town. The place they've chosen for the match was a small glade, surrounded by the trees from north, south and west and by a pile of rocks on the east. Okay, so you're allowed to use any weapon or jutsu, announced Naraku, looking at the blonde shinobi standing in front of him. To make this match a bit fairer, we'll have an extra rule. If you'll be able to lay a finger on me, you win. Stop looking down on me, yelled Naruto as he performed a well-known to him chain of hand seals, finished with his voice. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, and then 12 Narutos appeared before Naraku's eyes. Oh, a Junin-level technique, the brown hair thought to himself, and a forbidden jutsu even. Maybe I underestimated him, and with that thought he saw Naruto's clones charging right at him. Naraku jumped into the air, spinning in random directions and as he came closer to the first clone, he grabbed him from behind and tossed him at another copy. As the 2 collide, they both disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. As his feet touched the ground he noticed 3 Narutos coming at him. One from the left, one from the right and one from behind. Acting on instinct, he elbowed the one that came at him from behind in the gut. As the clone bended over due to the impact, the boy propped his hands on the ground and landed a kick to the copy's chin. The fake Naruto was sent flying into the air, where he disappeared, creating another cloud of white smoke. With his hands still on the ground, Naraku used them to turn around and kicked both clones that charged at him with his legs. One leg for one clone. He then bounced off the ground, using his hands, and making a somersault, landed in front of the two clones and gave them a hit in the stomach with opened palms. As the clones skated on the ground, they disappeared in white smoke. Naruto was left with 6 clones and himself. "Naruto-kun," whispered Hinata, seeing how the fight went on. "Sorry to say this, sweetie," began the greenhead. "But your blonde friend is pretty weak, since Naraku-sama doesn't even have to use his bloodline limit to defeat him." "His bloodline limit?" The Hyuga heiress looked surprised at the girl, but the greenhead didn't say anything more. Another 2 clones charged at Naraku as the 2 from those which stayed began used the henge to transform into Fuma shurikens. They were then grabbed by the other 2 clones that stayed behind and tossed right at the brown-haired boy. Naraku jumped over the 2 charging clones and then grabbed the 2 shinobi stars with his hands as they were still spinning. But due to the speed they were at when he grabbed them, his hands went behind his back. It was then that both shurikens transformed back into clones and made an attempt to kick Naraku in the back of his head. Naraku saw this coming, however, and hit the dirt himself as the kicks went above his head. He then rolled forward and got back to his feet. Without wasting a moment, he jumped forward, with his face heading at the ground. But before his face even touched the ground, he used his hands to stop the fall and extended his feet back. A second later, he left that his legs connected with something. Those were the 2 clones which were charging at him from behind. Hearing a familiar puff sound, the brown hair boy landed on his feet again and looked Naruto in the eyes. "Let's see, so there are 2 clones behind me and 2 in front, along with the original." He actualized the situation he was in. At this rate it won't take longer than a minute to get rid of the Bushins. What in the world is he? Naruto thought to himself, looking at his opponent. With all that, he didn't even broke a sweat. "Damn it," he yelled, this time out loud as all the clones picked out their kunais and jumped right at Naraku, but the brown hair just performed a quick Belgian helicopter, AN. That's just the name of the move. I know that in Naruto world there's no such thing as Belgium. And as all Bushins were blasted away, they disappeared in the cloud of white smoke once they hit the ground. "Guess it's time to try the original," announced Naraku as he charged right at Naruto, but the blonde performed a quick set of hand seals and called out, "Oiroke no jutsu," and right before Naraku's eyes the leaf nin changed into a nude babe. "What the," was all Naraku could think of as he came to a stop. They both just stood there, not moving an inch, before Naruto finally decided to break the silence. "What the hell? Why don't your nose bleed or something?" "I'm traveling with 4 chicks, in case you haven't noticed," replied Naraku, "so that the spectators won't hear him. Such attacks won't have an effect on me." Hearing that, Naruto threw a punch at Naraku's face, but to his surprise the brown-haired boy hit his hand from the right side with an opened palm, thus putting the punch of track, and the blonde's fist went right next to Naraku's face. Before Naruto could react to that in any way, the same palm changed directions and slapped him in the face. The hit didn't seem very painful, but it was powerful enough to send Naruto flying to Naraku's right and crushing to the ground. "I'm not an anti-feminist," announced Naraku. "But, on the other hand, you're no lady." "Way to go, Naraku-sama," yelled the greenhead. "Shit," cursed Naruto. "If this keeps up, I'll lose," and with that thought he bit his finger. "That brat," thought the girl named Kasumi. "He's able to perform that jutsu?" "Kachiyose no jutsu," yelled Naruto as he finished the chain of seals and slammed his hand to the ground. "Come forward, Gamabunta," and then a large cloud of white smoke covered the area. As the smoke reached Naraku, the boy bit his finger as well and began forming the same seals as Naruto. "That blondie, I'd never guess he'd be able to perform this technique. This time taijutsu won't be enough," and with that thought he also slammed his hand to the ground. "Kachiyose no jutsu. Come forward, Torimaru," and there was another cloud of white smoke. As the smoke finally cleared, the girls saw Naruto standing on top of a giant frog with brown skin, a tobacco pipe in its mouth, wearing a dark blue shirt and holding a sword in his hands. Naraku on the other hand stood on the head of a tiger of the size at least equal to the toad. It had a dark, yellow fur with stripes black as night on it. Both his claws and fangs looked extremely sharp and his eyes were bloody red. Well, at least his right eye, because the tiger had an eye patch on the left one. Thanks to her good eyes, Hinata noticed that the tiger's body was full of scars. "What the hell, kid?" asked the toad, a bit pissed. "Why are you summoning me, Aga?" But his words froze in his throat at the sight of the tiger. "Torimaru." "Long time no see, Gamma," replied the tiger, and the sound of his voice made Hinata shiver. "Fear not," said the greenhead. "Torimaru won't hurt you unless you attack him." "Hey, boss, you know the furball?" asked Naruto, a bit confused. "You might say that," replied the toad. "We met once, but back then you didn't had that eye patch. What happened?" "A bit of a long story," answered the tiger. "And there's no need for me to tell you it right now. Seems that our masters wants us to fight each other, again." And then, suddenly the tiger jumped at the toad with his claws aimed at the retail's head, but before they reached their target, Gamma blocked the attack with his sword. As the cat jumped away, Naruto yelled, "Gamma, do the water cannon," and suddenly giant bubbles of water came out of the toad's mouth and came right at the tiger that just landed on the ground. To the blonde's surprise, the cat was able to dodge all of the bullets, jumping from right to left at an incredible speed. "Hey, Blondie!" yelled Naraku to gain Naruto's attention. "This is pointless. What did you say if we call off our pets and continue the fight on our own?" "Fine," replied the leaf nin after a short silence, and both summoned creatures disappeared, creating another cloud of white smoke. As the smoke cleared, the girls saw Naraku and Naruto standing before each other. None of them moved. They just stood there. But Hinata easily spotted anger on her crush face. Breathing deeply, the blonde leaf nin held out his hand, and right before the brown-haired boy eyes a ball of spinning blue chakra started to form in his opponent's hand. "That technique," began Naraku as his eyes widened a bit. "How did he learn that?" Naruto charged at his opponent, forcing the hand that held the blue orb up front with a mad yell. "Rasengan." Naruto charged at his opponent, forcing the hand that held the orb of spinning blue chakra up front with a mad yell. "Rasengan." "Naraku-sama," was all the greenhead could yell as the blonde leaf nin came closer to her companion at an impressive speed. "Shit," thought Naraku as he bended forward and propped his hands on the ground. His feet went into the air again, and as Naruto came close enough, the brown-haired boy kicked the hand that was carrying the chakra orb from below, thus causing Naruto's arm to go into the air. Without wasting another second, Naraku used his other leg to hit Naruto right in the stomach. The kick sent the blonde shinobi flying back before he hit a tree hard and came to a stop. "Naruto-kun." Hinata instantly ran towards her love as Naraku landed back on his feet. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" The Hyuga heiress was checking the blonde for any wounds, but didn't find any, except few scratches, probably caused by the branches. "For a guy like you to master Rasengan," Naraku came closer to the two. "You really surprised me back there. Seems that you have some skills after all. Stand up, I'll tell you what you want to know." "You think it's him?" asked the hooded man, looking at the four burnt bodies of the sound nins. All that could be seen from under his hood were his eyes that were shining a bright yellow color. "Hard to say," replied another hooded figure, "only this one had a female voice. But with Konoha gone, not many shinobis are capable of using fire jutsus. I'd say that it's highly possible we finally found his trace. Master will be pleased." "Who are you?" came a voice from behind. The two hooded figures turned around to see a group of 8 sound nins, prepared for battle. "You did this?" asked the one who seemed in charge as he pointed at the 4 bodies. "No," responded the female, "but I believe we know the one who did." "Then you'll come with us for interrogation," announced the leader of the group. "I'm afraid we can't," said the girl calmly. "We're here for a reason, and going with you would slow us down too much. Mind leaving us?" "Hanato-chan, there's no point in explaining ourselves," interrupted the second figure. "Please, let me take care of it and we'll continue our mission." "Fine," sighed the girl. "Just don't take too long like the last time, do it quick and as painless as you can. Their screams might summon others." "As you wish," replied the yellow eyes as his pupils shone even more, and from under the hood the sound nins could tell he was smiling, as sharp fangs appeared in the place his mouth should be. To start I think proper introductions are required, announced the brown-haired boy. My name is Monodane Naraku. This is Nakago Kasumi. With that he pointed at the girl with long, black hair. Banrai Hanako. This time he turned to the greenhead. Yari, the blue-haired girl, was now pointed. And Akaramu Tamao, and this time the small blonde bowed. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, replied the blonde leaf nin. And this is Hyuga Hinata. At that he pointed the white-eyed girl. Hyuga. Naraku's eyebrow went up. Well, you can tell by your eyes. That proves you're shinobis of the leaf. How did you survive Orochimaru's attack? We were fighting at the west gate, explained Naruto. Once we were able to force the enemy to move back, we saw that the other gates were taken over by sound nins and most of the village was already demolished by that bastard snakes, so there was no point in going back to the town. We hold the enemy as long as we could and then left the battlefield. Staying in the village would only result in our deaths. Judging from what you say, you did a good thing, nodded Naraku. Were there any more survivals? What about the Anbu that were Hokage-sama's reinforcements? As far as we know, the Hokage was killed along with all the Anbu that tried to save her, replied Hinata, lowering her head. But some of the leaf shinobis had to survive. I see, responded Naraku calmly. You couldn't see any emotions on his face, but Naruto had a feeling that the brown hair was suffering. So, what about you? The blonde leaf nin decided to change the painful topic. How did you get the Konoha forehead protector? I doubt you really killed a leaf shinobi. I got this headband from Amino Uruka after I graduated from the Shinobi Academy 11 years ago. Me and my two teammates went under the command of Shida Ryu. A year later we participated in the Chunin selection exam. Wait a minute, asked Naruto. 11 years ago? You seem to be in the same age as me and Hinata. How old are you? I'm 19, replied Naraku. Just like my companions, except Tamao, she's still only 17. The brown hair looked at the blonde girl, causing her to blush slightly. I become genin in the age of 8, and a chunin once I turned 9. I was promoted to junin rank soon after that. At the age of 10 he was already a junin. Hinata opened her mouth slightly. So how come I never heard of you? Asked the blonde leaf nin. I became a missing nin before I turned 11, explained Naraku. And as you may know, the villagers don't like to speak about the renegades. You could say I was just wiped out of the leaf's memory. Being a monodane didn't help much here. Now I remember. Suddenly Hinata cut in. I remember father once told me about your clan. They were thought to be the strongest clan in Konoha, maybe even stronger than both Uchiha and Hyuga put together. But then something happened and the clan was almost completely wiped out. Yes, nodded Naraku. By the time Orochimaru attacked Konoha there were 5 of us left, including me. After the leaf's destruction, me and my 2 siblings are the only survivals for all I know. The reason why we are extinct is our bloodline limit. And what's so special about your clan's bloodline limit? Asked Naruto. And why was your clan wiped out because of it? Naraku-san's bloodline limit gives him almost unlimited power, announced Kasumi. You see, every shinobi village specializes in one type of ninjutsu. For example, the 5 great villages. Iwagakure are the specialists in earth-based ninjutsu. My village, the Hidden Mist, mastered the techniques based on water and ice, whereas yours were the specialists in fire jutsus. Finding a shinobi that could use a different type of ninjutsu that is his village specialty is almost impossible, not to mention finding a whole clan. But Monodane's case was a bit different. The members of my clan gained the ability to use any type of ninjutsu, continued Naraku. Of course, there were special requirements, but still the greatest masters of the Monodane were able to use fire, water, earth, wind and thunder all at once. Moreover, every child was born with a talent to use one of those 5 elements. So you're skilled in any form of ninjutsu? Hinata's eyes widened. Not exactly, replied Naraku. You see, the 5 elements used in most ninjutsu styles are called the full circle, began explaining Yari. The circle is separated into 5 domains, one for every element. At least that's what the Monodane think. Naraku's bloodline limit does allow him to learn techniques from every domain, but it also throws limits at him. In order to access another domain, he must master the previous. Because of that, the Monodane bloodline gives every child a talent for one element, dependable on its inborn abilities. Those who are born with extraordinary endurance have the talent to master Earth, and as long as they won't master that domain, they can't even think about using jutsus based on a different element. And mastering one domain takes from 5 to 10 years, at best, announced Naraku. So what kind of inborn abilities do you gotta have to master every domain? Asked Naruto with curiosity. As said, endurance gives you talent for Earth, began Naraku. Those who are born with a runner's body are talented in wind domain, as it's the symbol of speed. Those who have a high chakra level are destined to master the water ninjutsu, as that element resembles chakra in most ways, and those with greater strength are assigned to fire. The children which doesn't show any special abilities, though such were born rarely, are masters of thunder, as it combines the abilities of 4 other elements, but in the same time doesn't give the same power. And which element was assigned to you when you were born, Naraku-kun? Asked Hinata. Fire, replied the brown-haired boy shortly. Okay, so now we know what's so special about your bloodline limit, but why was your clan wiped out because of it? Wondered the Whisker Marks. I mean, something like that is a great weapon. Why would anyone in Konoha decide to get rid of it? It wasn't the Leaf's idea to destroy the Monodane, explained Naraku. At least not exactly. During the Great Shinobi War, my clansmen were sent to frontline, as they were Konoha's secret weapon and a thumb card for that matter. Many were killed during those times. When the war finally ended, few of my family was still alive. I was born few years later, and pretty much that's when things started to get complicated. About a month after my birth, I was assigned to fire domain, and my father, the head of the clan, made a decision that he'll train me himself, he continued after a short break. Once I learned how to walk, my training began. In the meantime, my sister was born. My older brother went to the academy. Everything seemed to be going well, but I've learned the hard way that when something seems like it, it's rarely like it. Once I've turned 10 and became a Junin, traitory took place. Well, from what you've heard you can tell that my clan's bloodline limit was something that any village would like to have. I guess it's kinda similar to your Byakugan. With that he gave Hinata a sad glare. Anyway, the ones that were most interested in gaining access to Full Circle turned out to be stone nins. However, after the Great Shinobi War have ended, the Tsuchikage didn't want to risk another, because the Iwa suffered much damage during their fights with the Leaf. Of course Konoha suffered just as much, but that's another story. So the stone decided to kidnap one of the clan heirs, right? Interrupted Naruto. That's how it was with the Cloud and Hinata. Really? Naraku gave the white-eyed girl a surprised look as he slightly nodded, blushing a bit. Well, it's not a memory a kid would like to have, but I still think it's better than how things turned out for my clan. The Iwa didn't really had problems in getting the bloodline limit, because my brother decided to give it to them. He betrayed Konoha. Whisker Mark's eyes widened. Yeah, replied the brown head as he looked away. But the worst was still to come. The stone had their full circle and the Tsuchikage was willing to stop at that. My brother, however, had better ideas. To make his position stronger, he decided to become the only inheritor of our bloodline limit. During the time my sister and I were with our parents on a mission, he attacked the Monodane estate and killed every single person in it. Naruto lowered his sight. Hinata covered her mouth not to let out a scream. Naraku's eyes became dull. Still he held back his emotions. At that time the girl called Tamao walked closer to him and placed her hand on his shoulder. The brown head smiled at her and continued. I was mad. At all costs I've decided to bring my brother to the ultimate justice. So I left Konoha in order to find and kill him. Soon after I became a missing nin. I'm still looking for him. The last info I've heard about him is that he's somewhat related to an organization called Jusan Nakuma. For the past 2 years I was gathering information about them. That's also the reason why we're heading west, added the one called Yari. We've heard that there's high hope for us to find a trace of the Jusan Akuma there. Okay, I understand why you want to get your brother, announced Naruto, turned to Naraku. But why are you traveling together? You're from different villages and there's a war going right now. The sight is most unexpected. Well, let's just say that, in a way, all of us owe Naraku something, responded Kasumi. Anyways, we should get going, stated the brown-haired boy. It was nice to meet you, but we need to get to our destination as soon as possible, so. We're going with you, yelled Naruto. What? Naraku's eyebrow went up. Seems like you guys could use some help, explained the blonde. Plus, Leaf Shinobis should stick together. Isn't that right, Hinata? He asked his companion. I guess so, she replied quietly. Wait, Naraku-sama, interrupted the green head. I have nothing against them and all, but, you saw this blonde's level, we all due respect to his abilities. The leaders of the Jusan Akuma will crush him if he'll have to face them. If they'll tag along, they'll only find death. Hanako's got a point, nodded the brown head. Traveling with us is dangerous. We can take care of ourselves, ensured Naruto. Besides, everyone could use backup from time to time. Well, I don't mind you guys walking around with us, but the decision is not just mine to make, announced Naraku. We'll have a voting. You know my point, I have nothing against you guys though, said Hanako. The blonde didn't show anything special, I don't think we'll have a big use for him, added Kasumi. I say leave them by. Company is always welcome, Yari disagreed as she winked to Naruto. We should give them a shoot, maybe they'll surprise us. So I guess the decision is up to you, Tamao-chan. With that Naraku turned to the blonde girl who blushed deeply and started staring at the ground. She began shyly as she raised her head to look at the two leaf nins. I think that, it won't hurt if we'll allow them to come along, I think. It's decided then, yelled Naruto with a smile, we're coming along. Something tells me we're gonna regret this, Kasumi whispered to Yari. It's not that bad, this could be fun, actually, replied the blue head with a quiet voice. We should get going. The town is 2 days' trip from here and the sooner we get there, the better, announced Naraku. Move out, and with that all 7 shinobis went on their way. The night was getting darker. The boy sped up a little as he started to put his cloak on. He was wearing a black fishnet shirt with a green waistcoat on it. He had 3 golden earrings in his left ear and black, pineapple haircut. The cloak he was wearing was black. The boy turned on the corner and walked right into a dark, blind alley. He sighed slightly and then, without even turning around, he said out loud with a lazy voice. You've been following me for a few hours now, I wanted to lose you, but it seems I'm out of luck. Stop this stupid cat and mouse game and show yourselves already. A second later, 4 sound nins appeared from darkness and walked closer to the boy. What do you want? Asked the pineapple guy with his back still turned. We know who you are, announced the leader of the group. Come with us peacefully. And what if I decline? We'll have to kill you. Really? Asked the boy as he finally turned around. How troublesome. Naruto, Hinata and their new companions reached the city that Naraku told them about around the evening. Here they were supposed to find his contact that had some information about Jusan Akuma. The city turned out to be one of the biggest the loudmouth ninja have seen so far. All the buildings were made out of white brick and here and their high towers could be spotted, giving an impression they were reaching the sky. A lot of decorations made the streets more colorful. Tamao shyly explained, since they were now on Stone Country land, which was her home, that it was the time of a celebration. An anniversary of the day when the second Tsuchikage defeated the 6-tailed demon, Kaku, who plundered the land few decades to the past. Hinata noticed that when she was telling them that story, she became a bit sad, yet decided not to alert anyone. Under Tamao's advisement everyone took their headbands off. According to the former Stone Nin, Earth Country wasn't too happy with shinobis since the Great War after Konoha destruction broke out. Earth Country suffered great damage after Orochimaru and his ninjas invaded the Iwa, she explained, pausing from time to time. Even though we were able to force them back, they still plunder the land and due to the loss of warriors we couldn't go after them. That's why our lord and the rest of the people became unfriendly with shinobis, just like that they forgot Nidaim's sacrifice and turned against us. They walked through the streets, earning death glares from some of the people who seemed to notice who they were. 3 rooms, Naraku announced as they were renting rooms in one of the city's hotels. 2 with 2 beds each and 1 with 3. We'll like to rent them for a week at best. How much will that be? The receptionist gave him the prize and the former Leaf Nin picked out a small sack of golden coins, placing it on the table. The receptionist took the bag and gave him 3 keys. Okay, Naruto and I will take 1 room, since we're the only guys here, announced Naraku, putting the first key in his pocket. Kasumi, Hanako and Yari, you'll have the second. With that he gave the green head the key, making her blush slightly and hugging the gift with a smile. Naraku's eyebrow went up but a second later he snapped out of it and turned to the remaining shy girls. Hinata-chan, Tamao-chan, you'll share the last room. Hope that suits you. It's okay, Naraku-kun, replied the blonde, taking the key from him. All right, Hinata-chan? The white-eyed girl only nodded. I suggest we all have a good night rest, announced the former Leaf Nin. Tomorrow is going to be a long day, and with that they all headed to their rooms. Tamao-chan. Hinata started the conversation once the two of them closed the door to their room. May I ask you something? The blonde stared at her and then nodded hesitantly. I'd like to know why you decided to travel with Naraku-san and your other companions. When I joined him, began Tamao slowly, trying to choose the right words. He was still traveling alone, and about the question why I decided to accompany him, guess it's because he wanted me to. He wanted you too? Repeated the Hyuga heiress. I don't understand, why did that? It's complicated, announced the stone nin, lowering her head, and I'd prefer not to talk about it. See, could you let it go? The white-eyed girl nodded, but still was curious about the reason for her roommate to travel with a missing nin from the leaf. What the heck are you doing? Asked Naruto as he caught Naraku quietly walking through the hotel hallway away from their room. Sneaking out in the middle of the night. Keep it down, hushed the brown-haired boy, turning around to face the blonde. I'm just going to see that contact I told you about, alone. Why? He's not good at trusting people, replied Naraku. He barely trusts me for that matter. How do you think he'll act when a whole group of shinobis will appear before him, demanding information about one of the most dangerous organizations out there? He'll freak out. But you said it yourself that going alone when you're dealing with Jusan Akuma is dangerous, reminded the loud mouth. At least allow me to go with you as backup. No. You're more needed here. I'm leaving everyone under your care until I get back, so don't fail my trust, Naruto. Besides, out of all of us I'm the one who has best chances at survival alone if Jusan Akuma appears. And more than that, I'd be their main target, so it's safer for everyone if I'll do this alone. But chill, I'm just going for some information, nothing should happen. You're trusting me with everyone's lives? The blonde was a little confused. You beat the crap out of me last time and it seems that those chicks you're traveling with believe they're stronger than me, so why? I'm not saying they're weak, interrupted Naraku. But there's something in your eyes. Something I once had in mind. I know you'll protect them with all your strength, that's why I'm counting on you, and with that he headed to the exit. Be careful, Naruto called after him. I always am, replied the brown-haired as a small smirk appeared on his face. The meeting place turned out to be an old bar made out of wood. As Naraku entered, most of the people gathered inside glared at him. The inside was rather dark and the few, rusty chandeliers hanging above the ceiling were the only things that kept that place from turning into a black hole. The smell coming from the bar hit his nose and made him fight with himself in order not to throw up. Naraku looked around for a few moments before he spotted the one from whom he was supposed to get information about Jusan Akuma. His contact turned out to be a man in his late 30s with black hair and a beard surrounding his mouth. He was wearing gray and white outfit, from which condition you could tell it saw better days. The former Leaf Nin walked over to the man's table and bowed slightly to the grown-up. It's been quite a while, hasn't it, Daisuke-san? Indeed it has, Naraku-san, nodded the man without even getting up. He gestured the boy to sit down and so he did. Once the brown-haired did as asked, the man continued. It is a great favor you ask of me, Naraku-san. I am grateful for what you did for me and my family, but I'm risking the lives of not only myself, but them as well. I know and I thank you for it. I promise no one will find out from who I got the information. That is why I left my companions behind. Now, please tell me what you know. Why aren't you sleeping, Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata as she entered the roof of the hotel they stopped in on which Naruto was sitting. Bad dreams? Yeah, nodded the blonde. I've been having them for a while now. Don't worry, I can relate, 'cause I'm having the same dreams. With those words she sat down next to her crush. They both looked at the starry night sky. They kept quiet for a few minutes, before she decided to break the silence. Where's Naraku-kun? I've noticed he's not in your room. Did something happen? Nothing important, assured Naruto. He should return before morning. That will be too late for you, however, came a voice and as they turned around, they noticed a hooded man with shining, yellow eyes. I don't recall any information about you two traveling with that Naraku guy, but that doesn't matter, you're still his companions and as such it is my duty to dispose of you. Boy, did you pick the wrong people, announced the blonde with a smile. I take it you have no idea how we are. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Came a voice from behind the hooded man, and before he was able to turn around, he received a powerful punch in the face from another Whisker Marks. The one who threw the hit disappeared in the cloud of white smoke. "I sensed you a while ago," announced the real one as he jumped into the air with his kunai ready. "That's the reason why I came to the roof in the first place. And that's also why I left one of my clones to stay in the shadows and attack when you least expected." And with that he stabbed the man in his chest. Naruto jumped back to stand next to Hinata as the hooded man slowly got back to his feet. Surprisingly, he was laughing. "Very good," he clapped his hands few times. "I see that I might have underestimated you. I do hope you know more tricks than that, because I couldn't find a real challenge in few years," and with that his hood fell to the ground empty. Hinata turned around instantly and aimed her palm at the man's chest, who was now standing behind them. The attack connected, however the figure changed into a shadow and a moment later disappeared in the darkness of the night. "What the?" began the blonde, shocked. "Kumori Kesoku," came a voice, and as the two leaf nins turned in the direction it came from, they saw a man with long, blonde hair, made into dreadlocks, with shining, yellow eyes and fang-like teeth in his mouth. He was wearing a black battlesuit with impartial armor on it, hard for me to describe, but it's not that different from the battlesuit of the Hokages. What stunned the two the most though was the fact that he had a slashed headband on his forehead with the symbol of the leaf. "It was my clan's bloodline limit. Now that I'm the last survival, I guess this ability is known only to me and Hinato-chan, since no one else who saw it ever got a chance to tell anyone about it. Underestimating us is the biggest mistake you can do," announced Naruto as he performed a quick set of hand seals. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. And before their eyes 5 blondes took the place of 1. "Sorry, but I'm not the type of guys who gets caught by the same trick twice," announced the man, smiling as he began a chain of hand seals of his own. "Funny, my old sensei used to say the same thing," stated Naruto as his clones charged at the former leaf nin. But just then the dreadlock finished his jutsu and after calling out, "Kumori Sume," a hand with sharp claws formed itself out of the shadows and cut one of the clones, making it disappear in the cloud of white smoke. The second clone threw a punch in the man's face. He did sidestepped in though and gave the Bushin a hit in the back of its head, dispelling it as well. The third one aimed a kick in the man's head, but the former leaf nin bended back, thus avoiding the hit. He wasn't able to dodge the kick of the fourth clone though, that connected with his back and sent him flying into the sky a bit. That was enough for Naruto. He came at the man from above with the Rasengan in his hand. Not being able to dodge in midair, the man performed a quick set of hand seals again. "Kumori Tanken." And before the loud mouth knew it, tens of shadow daggers formed themselves around the man and flew right at him. Being in the same situation as his opponent, the Whisker Marks couldn't dodge and in an instant got pierced by the shadow daggers, which made him cry out in pain and dispel his technique. The man smirked under his nose as he was coming closer to the ground. His smirk disappeared instantly as the young shinobi disappeared in the cloud of white smoke. That was a Bushin too. His shining eyes widened as he looked back and saw that the real Naruto was waiting at him below, with another Rasengan. So this was all a distraction, so I wouldn't notice that the real attack will be coming from under. With wasting so much time on the shadow dagger I won't be able to perform another jutsu, that brat actually, but before he could finish his phrase the roof under Naruto's feet exploded, sending the boy flying and making the man saved at the same time. Naruto landed on his feet and instantly Hinata stood next to him, her Byakugan still activated. She was staring in front of them, and as the blonde followed her sight, he noticed their female companions standing there, all with small bruises or cuts. The only one who was not harmed was Tamao. Further out front was a huge, black panther, the size of Gamabunta and Toromaru, and there, on the top of its head stood a girl who seemed to be just few years older than them. She had long, red hair and dark blue eyes. She wore a white t-shirt, Once more Naruto's attention was drawn to the girl's wreck, with a black lotus on its back and blue pants. She had a slashed hite on her forehead with the symbol of Kumo Gakure. "Damn it, I hit that thing with most of my kunais," announced Kasumi as she stared at the large cat. "Why doesn't it dispel? It's a summoned beast, right?" "There has to be some trick behind it," replied Yari, who helped herself up with her spear. "And combined with her abilities, she's a really troublesome opponent." "Allow me to, began Tamao, but she was instantly interrupted by Hanako. "No, Tamao, you know it's too dangerous, besides, I haven't even used my bloodline yet," and with that she took off her metal ring. "Alright sis, let's get this fight started." "Sis?" Hinata's eyes widen. "That red-haired girl is Hanako-san's sister? I'm disappointed in you, Hanon." The redhead didn't even seem to pay attention to the green-haired girl and turned to the blonde man. "I was hoping that you'd dispose of those two brats by now." "Forgive me, Hanato-chan," begged the man jumping onto the cat's head. "I underestimated that Whisker Mark's kid, but I see you got wounded." With that he pointed at a small cut on her arm. "Which one o' them did it? I'll rip her apart." "Chill, Hanon," commended the girl, and surprisingly to Naruto, the man listened immediately. "Those hags are a little better than I expected, that's all, but fun time is over," and as she said so a group of hooded men started to jump out of the shadows, surrounding Naruto and his companions. "As much as I'd love to be the one who kills you, sis, I must admit that it's Naraku who's our main target and we can afford wasting more chakra on weaklings like you. I'll see you in hell." Naruto and the girls stood back to back, surrounding Tamao. Hinata had her Byakugan activated, which allowed her to have a better look at the whole situation. "Around 30 shinobis," she announced. 5 times more than us." 6 times, corrected Kasumi. "Tamao will not fight." "Why?" demanded the blonde. "'Cause we say so," replied Hanako with a harsh voice, but then added softly. "Naraku-sama forbid her to unless it's necessary, and it's not. But before all of this, I guess I owe you an apology, Pinhead. You seemed to take care of that Hanon guy by yourself and got out without a scratch when the three of us got a hard time with my sister. You're not as bad as I thought." "Told you so," reminded Yari with a smile as she winked to the Leaf Nin who was standing right next to her. "But for now we should concentrate on the battle. At the current situation I believe that holding back any more isn't the smartest thing to do." "Yeah," nodded Kasumi as she put away her katana and reached out for a large scroll. "Let's show them how strong we really are." "Fine," agreed Hanako as the metal ring she held in her hands suddenly got surrounded with electricity. "But leave my sister to me." "Deal," replied Yari with a smirk, spinning her spear in her hand. "Hey, cutie," with that she turned to Naruto and gained an angry glare from Hinata. "Now's the time you'll get to see our true strength, so you and your girlfriend can sit back and relax. Like we'll let you have all the fun, right Hinata-chan?" The girl only nodded and got to her fighting stance. Hanako threw them a glare and smiled under her nose. "Naraku-sama, now I know what you meant, that blonde, he is so much like the old you, he even seemed to have the same strength as you, maybe he can do it." And with that she decided to speak up. "Do as you guys wish, just don't get in our way." "An old friend of mine used to say the same thing," announced Naruto. "And it always pissed me off," and with that he jumped right at the hooded men. "That's all I know," announced Daisuke as she slowly began to get up. "Hope it'll be helpful, Naraku-san." "It's more than enough," assured the former Leaf Nin as he got up as well. But then, suddenly, he turned around to the main entrance and after a short silence, he said to the man without even turning back to him, "You should go out by the back door, just in case." "I see," nodded Daisuke. "Best of luck to you, Naraku-san," and after a quick bow he disappeared in the crowd. A boy in a black, fishnet shirt and a green waistcoat, with pineapple haircut just walked in the bar. He looked around and jumped back just in time to avoid the kick aimed at his head. He glared in the direction the attack came and stopped a certain brown-haired boy in his age with metal protectors on his hands and a shinobi headband on his forehead. "A leaf shinobi?" the pineapple boy asked, raising his eyebrow. "Was," replied Naraku shortly. "A missing nin then. If Konoha existed I guess it'd be my duty to take you back to the village, but at the current situation it's not only not required, but even not possible. I didn't came here to fight you." "Why are you here then?" questioned the other boy. "You're not gonna let this go, are you?" sighed the fishnet guy. "It'd be troublesome, especially since I fought just yesterday," but he prepared his kunai nonetheless. "And you're not gonna surrender," noticed Naraku. "Guess we'll just do it the old-fashioned way." Naraku jumped back and lightly hitting one of the chandeliers, he landed on the table. The pushed chandelier moved back and forward, making the light in the tavern shake. The former Leaf Nin observed the floor on which there was still a shadow that came from the pineapple-haired boy. "So this is his ability," Naraku wondered to himself as he raised his sight at the boy. If I'll allow his shadow to get me, I'm done for. More than that, he can change its shape and use any shadows to increase his range. With such a dim light in here, his jutsu practically has no limits. Unless I'll get out of here, I'll lose this fight. Shikamaru performed another chain of hand seals, and as he completed it, he called out, Kagekui, and right before Naraku's eyes his shadow turned into tens of spikes that came right at him. The former Leaf Nin instantly jumped into the air and grabbed the chandelier, but seeing that the shadow spikes were still chasing him, he turned upside down and using the ceiling as the floor, he ran in the direction of Shikamaru. The lazy shinobi just smiled seeing that, and the moment Naraku ran into the dark part of the tavern, he prepared himself to perform his standard jutsu. However, the former Leaf Nin was faster. In a fraction of a second, Naraku performed a set of hand seals, and with the last symbol he called out, Hinote Kuiki, Habashira no Jutsu, and instantly a powerful wave of fire came out of his mouth straight at Shikamaru. The lazy shinobi immediately jumped back, cursing to himself. So he's a fire expert, damn. With those sort of jutsus he can enlighten the whole place, and my strategy to get him by the domination of shadows in this tavern becomes useless. Naraku landed safely on the floor with a smirk appearing on his face. Looks like this is far from over, isn't it? Looks like it, nodded Shikamaru. How troublesome. Kasumi bit her finger and instantly wrote the required symbol on the scroll. A second later she unwrapped the scroll as it was a carpet and placed it on the ground. The effect was immediate. Before everyone's eyes a tornado raised from the scroll, and on its borders spun tens of shurikens, kunais and other sharp objects. The former Mist Nin smirked as she called out, Hajutsu, aka Yeba, and as the tornado went right at the hooded shinobis, she once more began writing on the scroll, and a second later a small scythe was summoned. As it circled in the air, Kasumi grabbed it by the handle and jumped into the air. As she was coming down at her enemies, she threw a single shuriken at them and to everyone's surprise performed a quite set of hand seals with one hand. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Instantly the single shinobi star she threw separated into tens, wounding most of her opponents. Most of those who were able to dodge the shurikens got captured in the tornado and got ripped into pieces by the weapons circling with it. As she landed on the ground, she instantly cut the nearest enemy that got hit by the most of shurikens, ending his life. A moment later she jumped into the air again and spinning wildly she deflected all the kunais that were thrown at her with her scythe. Hinata spun around, creating a small, chakra sphere around her that stopped all the shurikens that were coming at her. As she began to slow down she called out, Hake Sho Kaden, and instantly all of the shinobi stars got blown away to a huge amazement of the hooded shinobis that decided to attack her. Not waiting for her opponents to regain the touch with reality, she got into her fighting stance and choosing the unlucky one that was the closest to her, she attacked his tanketsu points at an incredible speed, calling out, Hake Nisho, Yansho, Hasho, Jirokusho, Sanjunisho, and as her speed reached its top, she finished the job. Rokuhuiensho. As her opponent fell to the ground, unable to move, Hinata spun around on her foot and launched her hand into the air, releasing chakra at the same time. A moment later, the enemy that stood few meters away got hit by a powerful blow that seemed to come out of nowhere. Hake Kusho, announced the Hyuga heiress calmly. It works just like the Jayuken, only on a distance. And with that she got to her fighting stance once more. Yari spun around on her foot, and as she found herself behind the opponent that charged at her, she attacked his legs with her spear. As the stick hit the target, her enemy left out a yell of pain and losing his balance, felt on his back with his eyes looking at the former Sand Nin. Instantly she placed her spear behind her back in order to block the incoming katana with it, and once the two weapons connected, she performed few hand seals, just like Kasumi single-handed, and called out, Fuuten, Tenma K's no Jutsu. And before the one who attacked her noticed, a powerful tornado appeared, surrounding the former Sand Nin, and a moment later he was taken away by it. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Naruto called out as four clones appeared right next to him and they all charged at their opponents. The hooded shinobis tried to withstand the assault, but they all were soon knocked out by the blondes with whisker marks. We may have underestimated them, Hanato-chan, announced Hanon to his partner as they both stood on top of the panther and looked at the battle from afar. Should we rejoin the fight? Whether you wish to or not, they both heard a voice, and a moment later Hanako came right from above with her ring ready. I'll make you, she finished, and as she left her weapon fall down a powerful thunder came from the sky at her sister. As the flash disappeared and his vision became a bit less blur, Hanone noticed his partner standing in a defensive position with her metal gloves with claws ready. So, she decided to use her bloodline limit already. I guess I shouldn't worry about her then, I'll finish what I've started with that blonde then, and with that he jumped off the panther and landed safely on his feet just few meters in front of Naruto. You again? Noticed Naruto a little irritated. You came so I could finish kicking your ass, or do you want to surrender? Nothing from the above, I'm afraid, announced the missing nin. This time around I'll go all out, so prepare yourself to get killed, and with that he performed a quick set of hand seals, ended with a call. Kagekui. What? The whisker mark's eyes widen. But that's Shikamaru's technique, how did he? Was all he could think of as he jumped back, avoiding certain death. Few of the shadow spikes created by Hanone were able to wound him a bit. The blonde cursed under his nose as he raised his head to look at the former leaf nin again. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, called out Naruto as he performed his standard technique. An idiot with one move, smirked Hanone as 3 Narutos charged right at him. I told you already that I'm not the type of guy who'll fall for the same trick twice, and with that he performed hand seals of his own. Kumori Hitoya, and with that he slammed his hand to the ground. Before Naruto knew it, shadows shoot from under his feet and circling around him, grabbed him, making him stop. The 2 clones got distracted by that for a second, but that was all Hanone needed. Performing another set of hand seals he called out, Kagekui, and instantly both clones got pierced by the shadow spikes and disappeared in the cloud of white smoke. And that's that, announced Hanone simply as he walked closer to the whisker marks. And to think I thought you could give me a challenge. Sorry to disappoint you, I'll do better this time, and right before Hanwon's eyes his shadow prison got torn into pieces and Naruto came right at him with Rasengan in his hand. Damn, I totally forgot about that stupid chakra orb. It doesn't require any seals so he can perform it even with his hands imprisoned. Those sort of techniques won't do then, and with that last thought he received a powerful blow in the stomach from the Rasengan. But to Naruto's surprise his body broke into tiny pieces of shadows and just like that his opponent was gone. It has something to do with that bloodline of his. What the hell is his ability? He asked himself as he looked around for the former leaf nin. Hinata landed a powerful blow in another opponent's stomach, thus sending him into unconsciousness. And I think that's the last of those guys, announced Kasumi as she looked around. Is everyone alright? Seems like it, but we should go help out Hanako, replied Yari. She went to face her sister on her own, plus, Naruto-kun is fighting that other blonde. Since when is she allowed to call Naruto-kun by kun? Hinata gave the former sand nin another evil glare, but still said nothing. A moment later they all heard a loud yell coming from the top of E Panther and before they knew it, they saw Hanako falling down to the ground motionless. Suddenly a huge hand made of rocks appeared and grabbed the former Cloud Nin softly before he hit the ground. The hand then gently placed her near her companions before it disappeared. Kasumi gave Tamao an angry look and a second later she shoot out. What are you doing? Have you already forgotten what Naraku said? I'm sorry, I just, began the former stone nin, lowering her head. Hey, leave her alone, she saved the greenhead, yelled Naruto. But what happened to her? He asked and only then noticed a hit mark on the girl's face. What the, was all he could say before they all noticed that the panther got dispelled and now 2 figures stood in front of them. One was Hinata with her metal gloves on which her claws were surrounded with electricity. The other was a hooded man, but not the same Naruto fought. A moment later Hanone appeared in front of the 2 and giving a quick bow, he announced. There really was no need for your presence here, Reshin-sama. Reshin-sama, repeated Hinata as her eyes widened. The older brother of Naraku-san? The hooded man finally threw away his cloak, thus revealing himself. The man seemed to be around 2 years older than them. He had medium-length, brown hair, made into dreadlocks that were partly falling on his face. His eyes were green and you could see that his left eyebrow was pierced by a single earring. He wore a black t-shirt and a brown waistcoat on that and black gloves with no fingers. Due to the fact that his hands were almost completely uncovered, you could tell that he was full of muscles. He had long, black pants with metal protectors on his knees. Naruto also spotted 2 katanas attached to his back. Both handles were visible above the man's left shoulder which was protected, just like his right shoulder for that matter, by another metal protector, filled with small spikes on the outside. He too wore the Konoha headband of his forehead, only the symbol of the leaf was slashed on it. I'm rather disappointed in you, Hanato. I recall ordering you to kill Naraku while you waste both time and chakra on some low ranks, announced the one called Reshin with a clawed voice, not paying too much attention to Naruto and his companions. Forgive us, Reshin-sama. This time Hanato bowed. I think we underestimated your brother's companions, but if you'd allow us to. Enough, ordered the older Monodane in a stoic voice, yet there was something in it that sent chills down Hinata's spine. I'll handle things from here, you just stay alert for my brother, he'll show up here sooner or later, and with that he turned to the blonde and the 5 kunoichi. So you're the people that travel with Naraku? I will never understand his way for choosing comrades. What did you, began Naruto, but was instantly interrupted by Kasumi. Do you have a death wish? She asked him. You couldn't even defeat Naraku and this guy is at least at the same level as him. Attack him and you'll only end up dead. We're as good as dead anyways, stated Yari. For the moment he came. So now what? Hanako asked herself, shaking. Should we allow Tamao to fight? But what if she'll lose it again? Naraku-sama, where are you? Reshin slowly walked towards them with a small smirk on his face. Naruto made 2 steps back, terrified by just the sense of the chakra coming from within his opponent. This feeling, Kasumi wasn't joking, such chakra, that's inhuman. But I gave Naraku my word and at all costs I will protect everyone, and with that thought he charged right at the former Leaf Nin. His action seemed to surprise the missing Nin for a moment, it didn't stop him to act instantly. He sidestepped Naruto's attack and raising his right hand he made the blonde crush right into it. The whisker marks fell to the ground and immediately got crushed into it even more as Reshin hit him in the stomach with his other hand. The blonde caught up blood and barely breathing laid on the ground as the dreadlocks walked by him and once more headed at the kunoichi. Pathetic, announced the former Leaf Nin. I hope you'll be more of a challenge, but then his words froze in his throat as he felt an incredible chakra appearing. What the, that's not Naraku, so, and with that he turned around to see Naruto getting back to his feet with red chakra surrounding him, forming claws and tails. The blonde's eyes turned red and his teeth seemed more like fangs now. This brat. That pinhead, he's a Jinchuriki, noticed Hanako with her eyes widen. He's just like, began Tamao, backing away a bit. Oh, a demon vessel, asked Reshin, smiling a bit. I figure that since the war started you guys would be in the front lines, but since you've gone this far to stop me, I can sacrifice some of my time to check out your skills. Come on then, show me the power of the human sacrifice, and the moment he said so Naruto jumped right him. Naruto's hand, surrounded by chakra, smashed the ground in the place where Reshin stood just a moment ago. The blonde looked to the air, spotting the former Leaf Nin firing few shurikens at him. But as the shinobi stars came closer to the whisker marks, they got blown away, causing no harm to the loud mouth. With chakra alone? Reshin's eyebrow went up. Quite impressive. I guess this won't do then, I'll have to go to close-range combat then, and as he landed on the ground, he performed a quick set of hand seals and as he finished, he called out. Tsuchi Kuiki. Ishihata no Jutsu. What is that jutsu? Wondered Hinata as she activated her bloodline limit again and the moment she did so, her eyes widened. Naruto-kun, he's created a chakra armor. Armor of chakra. The blonde looked surprised at the girl. What the hell is that supposed to give him? Do he really believe that something like that will help him withstand the demon's strength? But even with such doubts he charged at his opponent once more. Reshin began dodging Naruto's furious attacks, blocking few of them as well. Finally he jumped to his left in order to distract his opponent. His eyes widened however as the chakra that was surrounding the blonde shoot right at him in the form of another hand with claws. The hand smashed into his stomach and sent him through the stone wall. I see, so that sphere around him is not just for the effect. Interesting, however, it seems he's still not able to use more than 10% of his full strength. A pity, and with that he slowly stood up with dirt on his clothes, yet except that, unharmed. Not a scratch. Naruto was a bit shocked, but didn't show it. Is that his chakra armor? And with that he jumped to his left and charged at the former Leaf Nin from high right. As he came closer, small fireballs shoot out of his mouth and headed right at the older Monodane. With no hand seals even, noticed Reshin as he jumped back, avoiding the hit. Such abilities could be useful. I guess I know why the Akatsuki were so desperate to get the Jinchuriki. I should stop playing around or he may end up defeating me, and with that thought he came to a sliding stop. Sensing that his opponent found himself behind his back, he turned around just to see Naruto slamming a huge orb of red chakra into his stomach, calling out, "Kitsune Rasengan." Time seemed to froze for few moments. Reshin bended over a bit and then was sent flying at a nearby wall, spinning wildly when he flew. Naruto began breathing heavily as he observed the dust that lifted the moment his opponent crushed into the wall. Naruto-kun won. Hinata smiled, but her expression instantly as she noticed the looks on both Hinato's and Hanwon's faces. Their boss have just been defeated, maybe even killed, how can they stay so calm? The answer to her question revealed itself soon later as all the shinobis gathered heard a mad laugh and then saw Reshin getting back to his feet, still surrounded with the dust that lifted itself up. The shirt in the place where Naruto's Rasengan hit him was turned into bit and you could see few, bleeding wounds, but none of them could be even consider a serious injury. Blood dripped also from his mouth but the former Leaf Nin seemed to be perfectly fine nonetheless. "You're pretty good," announced Reshin as he wiped the blood from his mouth. "It's been a while since anyone made me feel pain, even more since the last time I bleed. I'm impressed. If you could use your power to the maximum, then who knows, maybe you would be able to kill me. Unfortunately, at your current level, you won't be able to do more damage to me than you already had, but to show you my respect for you, I'll give you the taste of my real power," and with that he instantly performed another chain of hand seal, finished by the call. Tsuchi Kuiki. Ishi Hikachi no Jutsu. Instantly stone spikes started to shoot from under the ground. In order to avoid getting pierced, Naruto jumped into the air, but that was just the thing Reshin needed. In a fraction of a second he appeared behind the Kyuubi vessel and collecting a huge amount of chakra in his right fist he punched the blonde right in the face, sending him to ground at an incredible speed. "Naruto-kun!" yelled both Hinata and Yari as the whisker marks came closer to the surface. "From that height and at that speed if he'll hit the ground," began Hanako as he observed her companion coming closer to his death. Suddenly someone appeared right behind the falling blonde and grabbed him before he hit the ground. Landing safely on the ground with Naruto in his hands, he looked at Reshin with fury in his eyes. That only made the former Leaf Nin smile under his nose. "You kept your promise, Naruto," announced Naraku as he placed him gently on the ground. "Shikamaru, take care of him." With that he turned to the lazy shinobi who came with him. "I'll handle my brother." "Shikamaru." Hinata couldn't believe who she was seeing. "You're alive?" "Yeah," replied the pineapple head simply. "And glad to see you two are alright as well. Naraku told me you're traveling together, but skipped the details." "I guess the reunion will have to wait," announced Kasumi as all the kunoichi came closer to the Leaf Nins. "Now we should take care of those two." With that she pointed at Naruto and Hanako, and moved to a safer distance. "What do you mean, Kasumi-san?" asked Hinata a bit confused. "We won't be able to help Naraku-kun," responded Tamao quietly. "The best thing we can do is not interfere." "Unfinished business, asked Reshin as Naraku walked closer to him. "I was wondering when you'll show up. I prefer to kill you anyway, so now you're going to tell me that you'll do what you should have done 12 years ago. Back then you had an important advantage, now I do not think that you killing me is a possibility." "We'll see," replied the younger Monodane as he began to form hand seals. A second later his brother did the same. Naraku and Naruto are standing back to back. The former Leaf Nin is holding a Fuma shuriken in his left hand and has kunais in his mouth. The blonde is unwrapping the scroll. "So, I suppose you came here in hope to fulfill that stupid promise of yours, right?" asked Reshin with a smirk. "But you can't hope to win, can you?" "I've changed since the last time we saw each other," assured Naraku with a cold voice. For a few moments they kept looking at each other and then, in the same second, they both performed chains of different hand seals. "Hinode Kuiki." "Ryumori," called out the younger Monodane and instantly a large fireball came out of his mouth. "Tsuchi Kuiki." "Ishiru no Jutsu," and in a fraction of a second thin spikes shoot from underground around Naraku and started to circle around him, binding his legs and arms. Reshin jumped to his right, thus avoiding the fireball and safely landing on his feet. He slowly walked over to his brother, who was completely immobilized. "Seriously Naraku, I thought you'd be more of a challenge, but in the end you'll always keep falling into basic skills. Sorry to disappoint you then," replied the younger shinobi with a smirk as he disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. Kage Bushin. Reshin eyes widen a bit, but when did he? With that thought he turned around to face a kick launched by his brother. As Naraku's foot connected with his face, the older Monodane slid back a bit. Of course, the one that appeared was a Bushin from the very beginning. The original stayed behind to catch me off guard, but you know, brother, with that he turned around and grabbed Naraku that suddenly appeared behind him by the neck. I'm not the type to get fooled by the same trick twice. If you'd command your clone to attack me with something more powerful than a mere kick, I might have not noticed that was a Bushin too. You're still very disappointing. Yeah well, you forget one thing, announced Naraku as he grabbed his brother by his shirt with his left hand. Since you're holding me, you won't move, and instantly he began performing another set of hand seals with his right hand alone. High note Kuiki. Kasai Yari. And in a fracture of a second a powerful, fire spear shoot from his middle and index finger right into Reshin's stomach, sending him flying back. Damn that stone skin of his, if I won't find a way to get through it, I won't be able to do any real damage to him. The missing nin landed safely on a wall and sticked it with his chakra. Well, you did learn a few tricks in the end, but still you cannot defeat me at your current level. Maybe I should show you how the fire domain should be used. And with that he began performing new hand seals. High note Kuiki. Makai Arashi. And before anyone knew it a powerful fire wave came from his mouth, heading straight at Naraku. Before the younger Monodane could react to that, he got surrounded by a circle of fire. Not good, there's no way out, only one thing to do then, and with that he began performing his own set of hand seals. Naraku-sama! Yelled Hanako from the top of a nearby building as she observed the firestorm bellow. How can that Reshin guy be so powerful? I thought Naraku-sama was the strongest, but this guy's strength is inhuman. Will Naraku-kun manage? Asked Tamao worried. We can't help him, if that's what you're thinking, reminded Kasumi. If we try to interfere in any way, we'll only make things worse. Cuz Naraku would have to worry about us too, but do not worry, he still haven't used his thumb card. And what's with that Naruto kid? Asked Hanako, turning around to see the blonde lying on Hinata's lap unconscious with Shikamaru and Yari sitting right beside her. He should be fine, replied the lazy ninja, he just used up a lot of chakra. That's good to know, announced the green head quietly as she turned around to look at the two Monodane fighting again. Mizu Kuiki. Gogyu Haretsu. Naraku called out and before Reshin noticed a huge, water geyser shoot out from the place his brother stood, carrying the younger sibling on top of it. As the water fell on the ground, it started to extinguish the firestorm around. So, he was able to master the second domain it seems, Reshin thought to himself, smiling. This is getting better and better, he may even push me to reach out for my special surprise, and with that he began forming more hand seals. Naraku did the same as he came to the ground. The younger Monodane finished first and called out, Mizu Kuiki. Surara Masairu no Jutsu. And instantly the water that was still shooting from underground formed a spike which got frozen and launched right at Reshin. The missing nin jumped from the wall and landing on the incoming icicle he finished his chain of hand seals. High note Kuiki. Ryumori. And as the fireball left his mouth he jumped off the ice spike which crashed into the wall he was standing on just a second ago. Naraku jumped back, avoiding being burnt into ashes, and when he was still in midair he heard his brother's voice coming from behind. Tsuchi Kuiki. Hikachi no Jutsu. The younger Monodane looked back and noticed another Reshin, who just finished performing the jutsu and stone spikes started to shoot from under the ground, coming right at the defenseless Naraku. Kage Bushin. He must have created the clone when that firewall blocked my view, then he used the dragon lance to make me jump back, thus making me unable to dodge. This is bad, and with that last thought his body got pierced by one of the stone spikes. Reshin landed on the ground and dispelled the clone which performed the stone graveyard. He looked up to his brother and then, with a smirk appearing on his face, he said out loud, "Not too original, Naraku. Where are you?" And just then the younger sibling's body turned into a wooden pail. Reshin-sama, above you, yelled Hanato, who was standing far away on another rooftop. The missing nin looked up just in time to see Naraku finishing another set of hand seals. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu. And instantly a huge fireball left the boy's mouth, covering the place Reshin stood with flames. Such power. Hinata's eyes widened at the sight. That's Sasuke's technique, and still Naraku-san managed to perform a much more powerful version than the member of the Uchiha clan. Just how strong are the Monodane? And how can I even think about matching them? As the flames cleared and Naraku was slowly coming to the ground, he noticed that Reshin disappeared. He must have hid underground, but what for? With his stone skin, he'd probably just get few, more serious burns, nothing he couldn't have handled. When his feet finally reached the ground, he spotted his brother on top of a nearby building, smiling. Well, you really did learn few things since the last time we saw each other. You've gotten stronger, I'll give you that, but in the end you're still a brat that presents no danger to me. And the moment he said so, Naraku got trapped in a Nelson from the behind by another clone of Reshin. See, you kept falling for the most basic tricks, announced the missing Nin calmly. It's been fun, but I have better things to do. So hope you won't mind me ending this, and with that her performed another set of hand seals. With the last symbol his right hand got surrounded with flames, and as a smirk appeared on his face, he charged at Naraku, calling out, Hinote Kuiki. Kasai Genko. As he got closer, Naraku bounced his feet of the ground and freeing himself from the grip, he propped his hands on Reshin clone's shoulders. The missing Nin wasn't able to stop fast enough and hit his clone in the stomach, making it disappear in the cloud of white smoke. The younger Monodane spun around and launched a powerful kick in his brother's face, thus sending the surprised, former Leaf Nin flying back. Reshin was able to land safely on his feet though, and as he looked up, Naraku noticed that he's still smirking. Then he turned around to see another clone of Reshin, aiming a fist at him. As the punch connected with his face, he was sent flying right at his brother, who gathered a huge amount of chakra in his right hand and launched a punch in Naraku's stomach. Being unable to dodge or block, the younger Monodane received a powerful blow in the gut, which sent him flying again, hitting Reshin's clone and smashing hard against a nearby wall, coughing out blood at the same time. Naraku-kun. Tamao turned away, seeing her friend being defeated. And so it ends, Naraku, stated Reshin coldly. I couldn't agree with you more, replied the younger Monodane weakly as he slowly got back to his feet. It was only then that the missing Nin noticed his brother's clone placing an explosive tag on a nearby wall. As he looked around, he spotted tens of such notes around him. She was the only thought that appeared in his mind before all the tags went off, lifting up tons of dust. Even with such a trick, his stone skin is still activated, Naraku reminded himself as he breathed heavily. He must have felt that, but this still won't do. What happened? Asked Naruto as he slowly regained conscious. You've gotten into a fight with Naraku's older brother, replied Yari, hugging him the moment he stood up, making Hinata held back her anger once more. I'm so glad you're all right, Naruto-kun. Haven't I told her he will be few minutes ago? Shikamaru's eyebrow went up, but he kept silent. Girls will always be troublesome. So what was that explosion? The blonde asked another question as he got back to his feet. Now Naraku-sama is fighting your opponent, replied Hanako. And even thought it may not look like it, but he's losing that fight. Naraku is losing to someone? Naruto's eyes widened as he turned his head to look at the battle. Damn it, at this point summoning Toromaru would cause me most of my chakra, the younger Monodane cursed in his mind. But even if I were to do that, he'd summon Hirinzumo, a waste of chakra. How should I resolve this then? Reshin shaken of the rubble that was lying on him and walked out of the dust. You're a real pain in the ass, Naraku, you know that? He asked his brother. I take that as a compliment, take it as you want, enough fun and games, this ends here, and with that he began another chain of hand seals, different from the others. The order of the seals, Naraku's eyes widened, he couldn't have. Tenrai Kuiki. Ikazuki Arashi. Reshin called out with the last symbol, and in a fracture of a second waves of electricity ran on the ground with an incredible speed. Naraku wasn't even able to react before the waves hit him. The younger Monodane screamed in pain as electricity shoot through him body, making him fall down to his knees from both pain and exhaustion. His skin was now cut in various places and his blood started to fall on the ground as he breathed even more heavily than before. That's the difference between you and me, Naraku, announced Reshin coldly as he looked at his brother. You must face the facts. You'll never be able to catch up to me. And with that he collected another amount of chakra in his right hand and charged at the defenseless Leaf Nin once more. All those years, Naraku couldn't move. All my training, and yet the gap between the two of us is still so wide. What was the point? Aiko-chan, your wish, I'm sorry. Just then a rock fell between the two of them and a moment later it turned into Naruto who held his hand in front, calling out, Rasengan. Reshin, who was unable to dodge when running at top speed, received a hit from the spinning chakra right in the stomach and was sent flying back at the wall, spinning. The blonde haven't waited a second, helped Naraku get up and jumped back to where their comrades were. Let's get the hell out of here. Shikamaru helped him carry the exhausted Monodane and started to jump from roof to roof along with the 5 kunoichis. Hanon and Hanato jumped down to the place their master was. Reshin slowly started to get back to his feet with a wound in the stomach, yet smiling widely. So that blonde brat threw that rock to block my way to Naraku. He then performed the Kawarimi to make sure he'd hit me with his attack. Being absorbed in a fight with my brother, he knew I wouldn't noticed him collecting chakra for that technique. If I didn't had my stone skin activated, he could have even defeated me. Reshin-sama, are you okay? Asked Hanon with concern in his voice. Of course, you fool, replied the dreadlocks. You think that an attack of that level could do any real damage to me? But that Whisker Marks brat, I think he may entertain me a bit. He actually caught me on the same trick twice. Shall we give chase? Asked Hanato. Don't bother, responded Reshin. For the time being neither Naraku nor his companions present any real treat to our plans. Take your subordinates that are still alive and dispose of the dead properly. I want to see both of you at the meeting. You know the place, now move out. And hearing that both missing nins bowed and disappeared. Naruto, was it? This may be more fun than I have imagined. Well, it doesn't seem like we're being followed or anything, so I guess we can stop for a while, announced Shikamaru as he looked behind. Besides, someone should take care of this guy's injuries, they seem pretty bad. I can do it. Hinata proposed shyly. Sakura gave me some tips, I'm not an expert, but I think I'll be able to at least stop me bleeding. That'll do for now, replied Kasumi. Do it, and while you're at it, we should decide where to go now, even as they're not pursuing us, they may sooner or later, as long as Naraku is in this state. Our chances of surviving another fight have decreased, especially if that Reshin guy will go after us. So we need a safe place to rest that is not far away, concluded Naruto. I think I know one, it's only about a one-day trip from here. What is this place that you're talking about? Asked Hanako. Village hidden in the sand, responded the blonde. Out of the question, replied Naraku, slowly getting up. Naraku-san, you shouldn't move too much right now, announced Hinata quietly. Your wounds may open again. We will not go to Suna, repeated the former Leaf Nin as he looked at Naruto. Why's that? Asked Shikamaru, not really carrying. Not all of us are welcome there, answered Kasumi, throwing Yari a sad glare. What's that supposed to mean? I don't get it, announced Naruto. That doesn't surprise me, sighed Hanako. I'll try to explain it to you. As you have probably noticed, or at least you should have, Yari is a former Sand Nin. She didn't left her village out of her own free will though, she was expelled from it. Expelled from the village? Hinata's eyes widen. But why? There must have been a reason. There was, nodded Yari. To put it simply, because of me the sand has gotten into a war with Kumo Gakure, war because of which Suna suffered great damage, and saying so, she lowered her head. Everybody went silent until Naraku decided to speak up again. No matter the reason, if one of us can't go, no one will. As outcasts we have to stick together, besides I'm not the type that'd leave his comrade just to assure safety for myself. None of us will, added Kasumi. The current Cage is an old friend of mine, announced Naruto. I'm sure he'll allow you to enter the village. Yari-chan. Gaara won't let anyone from the sand suffer, even if that person had to become a missing nin. You don't get it, do you, Pinhead? Asked Hanako. Sabaku no Gaara is the reason why Yari had to leave the sand in the first place. Say what? The loudmouth's eyes widen. It's just as you heard, interrupted Naraku. At any rate, this topic is closed. Why have to think of something different? Hanako, you know these parts the best. Do you have any ideas of a good hiding spot? Well, there is one about 2 or 3 days march from here, began the green-haired girl, but she got cut off by Naruto. Let's go to Suna. I promise you that Gaara will let us in, and if he won't, then we'll all just look for a different hideout. Think about it. In worst-case scenario, Yari won't be allowed in the village and we'll lose one day, but if she'll be able to enter the village, we'll have all the sand nins on our side. The whole village will help us fight if someone would try to attack us. Naraku-sama, this kid really is a lot like you used to be. Hanako smiled to herself. The younger Monodane looked into the blonde's eyes and then, letting out a sigh, announced, "Okay, we'll do as you say, but don't count on me to leave Yari or any other of my companions on ice. We'll see what your promise is worth." The Kyubi vessel just smiled. Soon all of them headed west, straight towards the gates of Sunagakure. Naruto and Yari are standing back to back. Naruto is watching the sky and is eyeing his way, blushing slightly. It took them 3 days to walk through the desert, however Kasumi assured that it wouldn't be that long if Shikamaru wouldn't act like an ass and walked in turtle speed. She skipped the fact that both Naruto and Naraku were slowing them down a bit due to their injuries from the fight with Reshin. After all, Suna was supposed to be only 1-day march. The lazy shinobi found an explanation that in the desert you must conserve your energy, which made the former Mist Kunoichi even more mad. But they managed to arrive at the gates of Suna before Kasumi decided to kill Shikamaru, and everyone sighed in a relief noticing that. The moment they reached the gorge that lead to the hidden sand village, Naraku gave them a signal to stop, and a second later 2 sand shinobis landed before them, ready to attack. "Here's your chance, Pinhead," joked Hanako as she pushed Naruto forward. "What is your business in?" began the sand nin carrying a halberd, but then he noticed Yari and without saying anything more he jumped right at the girl with the blade of his weapon aimed at the kunoichi. The former sand nin acted instantly and picking out her own spear she blocked the attack. The guard was prepared to launch another attack, however Naraku grabbed him by his neck and attacking his legs with his own he made him fell to the ground. "Calm down, we didn't came here to bring trouble, we just want a place to stay for a while." "How can you even ask that?" yelled the guard that wasn't forced against the ground. "Don't you know what she has done?" With that he pointed at Yari. "She's forbidden to enter this village ever again. It's the previous Cage's order." "I demand to talk to the current Cage," interrupted Naruto, drawing the guard's attention. "I couldn't care less about the previous Cages. I want to see the Godem." "You have no right to demand that," replied the guard held by Naraku. "Oh, so you mean that you're not gonna inform your leader about a bunch of missing nins that came to the gates of your village, traveling with a criminal from your own town?" asked Shikamaru with a tiny smirk, yet his eyes were closed, also as if he was asleep. The guards clenched their teeth, and soon after one of the guards that didn't came towards them ran into the village. Hinata looked worried as the guard disappeared and turned to her companion. "Yari-san, what did you do?" The former sand kunoichi just looked away and lowered her sight slightly. After a short wait the current Cage appeared before them, along with 2 other shinobis. The first one was a boy with purple tattoos on his face, wearing a little weird, black suit and was carrying 5 scrolls on his back. The other shinobi was a girl with long, blonde hair, clipped in 4 ponytails. Her eyes were blue and she was wearing a blue and purple dress with metal protector on her arms and chest. Naraku also noticed a large fan attached to her back. She had her hite-8 around her neck. The Cage himself was a boy their age with short, spiky, red hair and green eyes. He was wearing a jet black robe and a large gourd on his back. Naraku easily spotted a kanji symbol for love on the left side of his forehead and bags under his eyes. So this is the famous Sabaku no Gara, thought to be the strongest among all the Cage so far. "Uzumaki Naruto," began the redhead. "Good to see you again, my friend." But then his eyes went over to Yari, and after a short, staring contest, he finally spoken as the kunoichi turned her face away. "Yari, it's been a while." "Oi, Gara, we need a place to stay for a while." Naruto cut in and stood between the Godem and the former sand nin. "I recommended Suna. You're gonna let all of us in, right? I hate to be the only one responsible for adding days to our trip." Gara just looked at him for a moment and then stood back, making the motion with his hand that invited them to enter. Meanwhile the boy with scrolls on his back walked over to the Godem and whispered into his ear. "Gara, are you sure? You may have forgiven her, however the village will definitely not feel the same." "Kankuro, you should understand," replied the Cage simply as he exchanged glares with Yari as she passed him, however the kunoichi once more turned away. Shikamaru, who was walked at the end of the group, got grabbed by the collar and sticking out his tongue and gasped for air. He turned around to look at the sand kunoichi with a fan who smiled widely and gave him a smack on the head. Took you long enough to drop by, you lazy ass. And just why would I want to visit such a troublesome woman like you? Joked the Leaf Nin, smirking slightly under his nose, even though that comment earned him another smack on the head. Tamao looked with amazement in her eyes at the streets of the hidden sand as it was her first time visiting the Suna. The buildings, even though they made impression of being primitive, were decorated in many ways. All were built from white brick and took many shapes, from simple squares, through pyramids and ending on palace-like mansions, which roofs were made into a circle with a spike on top and painted with golden paint. Not too good at describing that. Think Arabic cities and you should know. She didn't notice any glass in the windows, however there were rolls of material above every one of them. Her guess was that it was a protection from sand getting into the house during sandstorms. With every step they raised a little dust as the streets were covered with sand. On every side of the street stood wagons and stalls that were selling practically everything. Food, clothes, even sabers. Due to the high temperature, the only plants that she spotted here and there were palms. She even noticed a high fountain in the center of the village with the statues of Suna heroes around it. Every statue had a short description of who it represented and what he or she had done for the village. Tamao drifted back to the time she spent in her hometown, which was located between two huge rocks. Those rocks covered most of the sky, so even during the day the sunlight was weak in the village. When they reached the Cascade Tower, Tamao noticed that the whole thing was made into 3 circles, the widest at the bottom and the smallest on top. On the middle circle there was a symbol of wind, large enough to be spotted from all around the tower. With a second look she also spotted golden stripes here and there, decorating the white walls of the building along with few, black, decorative writings around the windows. As she read one of them, she realized that it was an incantation to scare away demons. Please follow me to the office where we can calmly talk about the conditions you'll have to make to stay, and with that Gaara led them inside the tower with Tamari and Konkuro following them. When they finally reached their destination, the puppeteer made sure no one was on the hallway and closed the door. So, what exactly do you expect from me? Cascade-sama bowed Naraku, before continuing. We wish to ask you for a shelter until Naruto and I will recover from our injuries and we all be well rested. Once that will be achieved, we'll buy supplies for the trip to come and trouble you no further. Shelter, you say? Repeated the Godem. Then you came to the wrong village, I'm afraid. You are all welcome to stay. However, I cannot ensure Yari's safety as long as she's here, and with that he turned to the Kunoichi. I did terrible things to this place as well. Guess that allowed me to forgive you. However, other people of this village are a different story. Even if I were to announce you're my guest, I don't suppose it'll stop them. Gaara-kun, began the former Sand Nin. I really didn't mean to. Back then, it seemed like the best thing to do. Then you should have completed it, replied the Cascade. You might lose your path if you look back. Let's not talk about it for now. You'll be guests in our house until you decide to leave. Konkuro, please, show them the way. I'll join you when my work will be complete. The puppeteer nodded and with a hand gesture showed them to follow him. Shikamaru was stopped by Tamari, however. You're going with me, lazy ass. And without waiting for his answer, she grabbed him by the hand and dragged behind her. Gaara only smirked under his nose at the sight and looked out the window before returning to his desk. Why have you ever decided to return, Yari-chan? Naraku stood on top of the Casecage's mansion and stared at the starry, night sky. He drifted away to the memories of the old times when Tamao walked onto the roof as well and stopped few meters behind him. Naraku-kun, the Casecage will soon return and the meal is being prepared, will you come? Without even turning around, the former Leaf Nin replied. It's pretty ironic, don't you think? Because of that promise I cannot move on, and yet the same promise seems like the only thing that keeps me with being myself. There are times when I think that this single promise and the will to fulfill it are the only things that are left of the old me. He paused for a moment before continuing. Have I ever told you why I even made that promise, Tamao-chan? No, replied the former Stone Nin, shaking her head slightly. At that time it was really the only thing I could have done, answered Naraku. After all that training, I have never thought I could be so helpless. There are times when I wonder. If I didn't give her my word back then, would things go differently? Due to the word I gave her, almost everything was taken away from me. I guess I proved that I really could sacrifice anything for her, but I don't think I could do something like that again. Naraku-kun, began Tamao as she walked closer to him and placed her hand on his shoulder. I know you wouldn't be able to do that again, because Because now you have more than one important person on your list, and I'm sure that for them, for us, you'd be able to even sacrifice your own life. You may not know it yourself, but I'm sure you would. No, replied the former Leaf Nin. I don't think I could until I fulfill that promise, and recent events shown that I'm far from achieving that, and with that he held out his hands, which started shaking. All those years, I thought I could match him by now, and yet the gap is still that great, and there's always the second part of her wish. Someday you will fulfill it and live on, assured the former Stone Nin. I know you will, because, with that she lowered her head, blushing slightly and then continued. Because you're the only one I know who can do it, between you and your brother, there's one big difference, Naraku-kun. And that difference makes you stronger than him, and soon you will fulfill that promise. Naraku turned around to face his companion and smiled warmly to her. After a short silence he asked, Tamao-chan, please tell Kazekage-sama that I'm sorry. I think I'll go and train a little, and with that he was gone. The kunoichi just smiled slightly and slowly walked back inside the mansion. Naruto was walking through the hall towards the dining room to meet everyone. On the way he saw Hinata leaving her room. The white-eyed girl smiled to him and stood in place until he reached her. How are you feeling, Naruto-kun? Way better now, thanks to your treatment, he replied. Well, my left shoulder still hurts a bit and I feel my ribs got broken, but in a day or two I should fully recover. Thanks a bunch, Hinata. It's nothing, Naruto-kun, responded the girl, turning away so that he couldn't see her blushing. If I sacrificed more of my time for training with Sakura I could have done better, it's really nothing. Yeah right, you're the only medic on the team, announced the blonde as he wrapped his hand around her, making her red as a tomato. If it wasn't for you, both me and Naraku would have to be dragged here and I'm positive Shikamaru would never agree for that. With that he laughed and left go of her, yet her blush still didn't fade away. To show you how much I appreciate your help, I can even give you a bowl of my ramen, just one though, let's not overdo it, he joked again, making the girl giggle at the line. Soon after they entered the dining room and noticed Kasumi already sitting there. She gave them a quick glare and then got back to polishing her katana. You can tell that anywhere she goes, she's the life of a party, thought Naruto, sweat dropping, and a second later he heard Hanako's voice. Come on, only one bite, and a moment later she appeared in the hallway, reaching out for the big plate that Kankuro was carrying above his head out of the former Cloud Nin's reach. Don't be so mean. No. The puppeteer yelled back. Gaara would kill me if he were to find out. You're no fun, replied Hanako, and then, with a devilish smile she started softly tickling the Sand Nin's chin. Come on, I won't tell anyone, and did I already told you that with that makeup on your face you look really manly? Kankuro blushed deeply and after a moment of hesitation he loudly swallowed his saliva. He replied, no. Get away from me, you evil woman. Even Tamari isn't as bad as you. And with that they both entered the room, passing Naruto laughing loudly and Hinata holding herself from laughter. I really hate when you're using your charms to get what you want from men, announced Kasumi as her friend sat next to her. It's not even shinobi-like. Or are you mad because your charms are useless? Teased Hanako, making the former Mist Nin holding back her to cut the ring user's throat. A second later the green-haired girl burst out laughing and patting the weapon mistress on the back. She apologized. Where are Shikamaru and Tamari-san? Asked Hinata quietly as she sat at the table next to Naruto, who located himself right to Hanako. I don't think they'll be coming tonight, replied Kankuro as he sat in front of the white-eyed girl. Since Tamari took him away, she'll probably bash him for not letting her know he's still alive after your village, but then he interrupted, realizing what he was saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's okay, assured Naruto as Tamao entered the room as well. So, is Naraku coming? The former Stone Nin only shook her head in disagreement, and when the blonde asked why, she replied quietly, he decided to train. Train? Whisker Mark's eyebrow went up. He's still injured, and even above that, what's the use? He's the strongest around here anyway, maybe except Gaara and me, and with that he smiled widely. You're a dope, announced Kasumi. No matter how strong you are, if you won't train, your skills will decrease. Take you for example. You can use the chakra of a demon that was sealed inside you during the fight, but that didn't bring you any good, 'cause you only used a small amount of it. Yes, I can tell, 'cause I know a Jinchuriki myself, and I can tell you that the power you released during your fight with Reshin was nowhere near hers. You wanna know why I haven't used more? Naruto kept himself from yelling. "'Cause if I were to do that, you all would end up dead. I cannot control Kyuubi's power over the among I use." "And you think that's any excuse?" replied the former Mist Nin calmly. "Throughout the history there were human sacrifice that could use demon powers to the maximum. Jinchuriki were created as weapons, so it was essential to allow them to leap into the demon's chakra without losing control. If they were to lose control, the purpose of their existence would be lost." Naruto calmed down at hearing her words. "Since you weren't possessed, but the Kyuubi was sealed in you, it is possible for you to release its full power without losing control. All you need to do is learn how to overcome the demon when you increase the amount of its power you release." The blonde lowered his head. Hinata, seeing his depression, placed her hand on his shoulder. However, the loud mouth just stood up and said to Kankuro, "Excuse me, I think I'll skip this meal. Tell Gaara we'll talk tomorrow," and with that he left the room. "Well, what do you know?" Kasumi only smiled slightly under her nose as she stopped polishing her katana. "They really are very much alike. Sorry Naruto, but I guess you had to hear what I said for you to understand." Hanako looked at the white-eyed girl who lowered her head as well and stopped drinking for a moment. Boy, what a pinhead, and with that thought she took the place next to Hinata that Naruto just freed. "Why don't you just tell him?" The young Hyuga looked at the green-haired girl and after returning to stare at the floor, she replied, It's okay." The former Cloud Nin kept looking at the Leaf Nin and finally, returning to her drink, she announced, "I see what's the problem. Tomorrow I'm taking you out to the city. We'll work on that shyness of yours, and I won't take no for an answer." Hinata's eyes widened as she gave the green-haired girl a stare and smiled weakly while turning her head away from her companion. "You're a weird girl," announced Shikamaru as him and Tamari were laying on one of the rooftops, observing the stars. "When you took me away, I was positive you're gonna make me take a walk or something. It'd just end up with you saying, 'How troublesome,'" replied the Sand Kunoichi. "You're a lazy ass, so this is the only thing I knew you won't mind doing and so that we could talk." "And what is it that you wish to talk to me about?" Shikamaru got interested, at least as much as he can be. "When I heard Konoha was destroyed, for some reason I got worried that I'll never see you again," announced the fan user. "And that scared me, I guess that you become important to me, even though you're an ass," and with that she turned to look at the lazy shinobi just to see that he was sleeping. As a vein started popping on her forehead, she grabbed her fan and creating a blow that wiped the Leaf Nin from the roof, she yelled. Yet couldn't help but smile at Shikamaru's behavior. Naraku stood in the middle of a training ground, breathing heavily. As he raised his head he ordered himself, again, and instantly began performing a long set of hand seals. Mizu Kuiki. Kori Hain Mitsukai no Jutsu. A second later a small circle of water started to form around his feet. Few water drops flew into the air, however a moment later the circle got dispelled and water dropped back to the ground. Naraku hit the ground with his fist and cursed in his mind. "Damn it! Why can't I master it? The last jutsu of the water domain. If I only could master it I'd gain access to the third. What am I doing wrong? Why can't I catch up to him?" Naraku, he heard a voice and as he turned around, he noticed Naruto coming towards him. "Am I interrupting something?" The former Leaf Nin stood up straight and looked at the blonde. "No, never mind. But why are you here? Is there something you want from me?" "Actually, yes," nodded the loud mouth. "Is it possible, please help me with my training?" At hearing that Naraku's eyes widened, yet after a moment he smiled under his nose at the change in the blonde. Yari sat at the edge of a roof, looking at the village at night when Hinata came to her and sat beside the former Sand Nin. She gave the spear user a glare and then asked quietly, "You didn't came to eat, so I decided to look for you. Is everything alright, Yari-san?" "To be honest, nothing is," replied the blue-haired girl. "Even thought Gaara said that, I still don't think I should be returning to this place, or to his life." "What do you mean?" asked the white-eyed girl without confidence. "I failed everyone's trust," responded Yari after a moment of hesitation. "The trust of every single person in this village, and I betrayed both my country and a friend." Hinata's eyes widened at hearing that, yet she didn't say anything. After a longer silence, the spear user decided to tell the Leaf Nin her story. "Well, complained Naruto as he formed more seals. "I was hoping you'll teach me some of those cool jutsus you used. like Dragon Lance or Icicle Missile thingy. Again, I told you that I cannot do, reminded Naruto. Those techniques can be mastered only with Monodane blood. You have none, so there's no point in even trying. I can however help you out with other things you're lacking in. Also, if I were you, I'd look for someone who could help you out with controlling your demon chakra. You shouldn't be worrying about that, replied the blonde. I'm sure Gaara will help me out, he's experienced in that area. So that redhead really is a Jinchuriki. The young Monodane thought to himself. That explains some matters, at least now I understand Yari's reasons, and with that his thoughts got disturbed as he glared at the whisker marks. Okay Naruto, listen up, I'm gonna show you a little trick that should help you in chakra control. Once you'll get a hang of that, I'll teach you a very special technique that I've seen in Stone Country. 11 years ago, Yari, watch out, yelled a boy with messy, blonde hair and green eyes as the ball was flying right at a certain 8-year-old girl with long, blue hair, clipped in a ponytail. The girl just jumped back, and as the ball bounced off the ground where she stood just a moment ago, she grabbed and with a wide smile tossed it back at a boy that threw it. This time the ball reached its target. I told you already, announced the blue-haired girl with a grin. When it comes to dodgeball, you guys can never match me, better accept it, and with that she picked up the ball, prepared to aim once more. Just then she noticed a strange boy with rusty, red hair, black bags under his green eyes and a kanji symbol for love on the left side of his forehead. He was sitting far away from everyone on a swing. The girl grinned, and after throwing the ball right at him, she yelled, "Hey, rusty head, reflex." The boy merely turned his gaze her way, and the girl's eyes widened as the ball got blocked by the wall of sand. "Are you insane, Yari?" yelled one of the boys as all the kids began running away. "That's Sabaku no Gaara, run away or you're dead." The girl didn't answer, she just stared at her running friends and then turned around to the boy, who was slowly walking towards her, carrying the ball. A second later she felt something grabbing her leg, and as she glared down, she noticed sand surrounding her ankles. "Nice catch," she gave the boy thumbs up, smiling. That seemed to surprise the redhead as he stopped in his tracks and his eyes widened slightly. Even the sand stopped circling around her leg. "Can you do it any time you desire? If so, we could form a dodgeball team. With your defensive skills and my aim, we'd be invincible." And with that her smile widened even more. The boy kept looking at her surprised and then slowly asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why would I be?" replied the blue-haired girl confused. "You're just a kid like me with a really awesome ability. Can you teach me how you did that thing with the sand? Out here, in a desert, it could be really useful." The boy's eyes widened even more at hearing that, and a moment later the sand around the girl's leg backed away. "What's with the look?" asked Yari, puzzled. "You seem like you saw a ghost or something, or are you just amazed by my beauty?" At that she grinned once more. "What is your name?" asked the boy as he gave her the ball back. "Whatever happened to good manners? Before you ask, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" "You mean, you really do not know who I am?" "Well, Jin called you Sabaku no Gaara," remembered the girl. "But that can't be your real name, 'cause that's the name of Kazekage-sama's youngest kid and he's supposed to be a monster. So, what's your name?" she asked, still smiling. The boy still looked at her surprised. A barely visible blush appeared on his face as he replied, "I really am Sabaku no Gaara." "So you really are Kazekage-sama's kid?" The girl's eyes widened. "Boy, for someone as famous as you sure are a pipsqueak, even I'm taller than you." With that she laughed. "Guess you're lucky to be Yondaime's son, 'cause with your height, you'd be picked on a lot. I mean, come on, you're so short that you're just asking for a takedown in a nose." And with that she tried to hit his nose softly with her finger, yet the sand instantly appeared in her way. "No fair. How in the world are we supposed to remain friends when I know that if I go into a fight with you, I won't even be able to hit you?" she joked. "Remain friends?" Gaara repeated, confused. "Yeah," nodded the girl. "We already met. What's wrong with becoming friends?" The boy just lowered his head, and after a while a tiny smile appeared on his face. "I still don't know your name," and with that he looked up to the girl. "It's Yari," replied the girl with a warm smile. Flashback end. "Naraku-sama still haven't returned?" asked Hanako as she walked closer to Tamao, who was looking out the window of the mansion. The former stone nin only shook her head. "Damn, what's with you and that Hinata girl? Can't you two be at least a little more confident?" but a second later she sighed and smiled slightly. Guess that's part of your charm though, being cute is something I was never good at, and with that she laughed to herself. Hanako-san, began Tamao as she turned around to the girl. Will Yari-san, return to sleep today? The green-haired girl gave her a surprised look, and as she turned her gaze out the window, she answered, I don't suppose she will. Being easy outgoing can be a curse at certain times too, I guess, but looking back I was always wondering how is it that without even trying, she got so much, as bad as it sounds, it'll always be something that I'll be jealous of you guys, and with that she placed her hand of Tamao's head, smiling warmly. Let's get some rest. I promised Hinata to help her out first thing in the morning and you can tag along if you want. 11 years ago, an 11-year-old girl with long, blonde hair, clipped in 4 ponytail and blue eyes, carrying a huge fan on her back walked over to a boy a little younger than her. He had spiky, blonde, I assume they're blonde, hair and was wearing a black t-shirt. The boy was playing with dolls. Seriously, Konkuro, guys your age stopped playing dolls a long ago, announced the girl. If you'll keep this up you'll end up as some weirdo who'll have a split personality, wear pink or paint his face with some lame makeup. It's none of your business, Tamari, replied the boy. Why don't you? But he stopped in the middle of the sentence as he noticed a certain, blue-haired girl standing in the gate that led to their household. What do you want? Began the girl, scratching the back of her head. I was wondering, is Gara-kun home? And with that she gave the siblings a wide smile. Is Gara-kun home? Tamari repeated in her mind, surprised. What do you want with him? Well, I was going to take a walk to the oasis on the outskirts of the village and I was just wondering if Gara wanted to join me, replied the blue-haired girl with a wide smile. Wait a minute, you're his siblings, right? Tamari and Kankuro, right? Konkuro, yelled the boy as a vein started to appear on his forehead. Wait a minute, how did she know our names? Did she talk to Gara about us? And what's with, I was wondering if Gara wanted to join me, did she became friends with him? Hi, Yari-chan. They all heard a voice. A second later Gara walked towards them with a small smile on his face. Why are you here? I thought you were going with your friends to that oasis today. Well, I was, but they backed out on me, laughed the girl. Seems they prefer to practice dodgeball, so I figured I can invite you. You're my friend too after all, your siblings can go as well, if they want to, that is. Just why would we, began Konkuro, but instantly received a powerful elbow from Tamari. We'd love to, he announced, holding back his urge to kill. The trip would take most of the day, so Yari and Tamari offered to make something to eat. Konkuro didn't care and Gara didn't seem to, so in the end the girls did as they planned. So you're Gara's new friend? Tamari finally broke the silence that filled the kitchen while they were making supplies. The blue-haired girl gave her a puzzled look and after a short moment she nodded with a wide smile and replied. Yep, I am. The blonde stared at her for a while as she made another sandwich and then, taking her eyes off, she asked with a little sad voice. Why do you do this? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, responded Yari confused. You don't have to pretend, everyone knows Gara, he's not the type to make friends, nor is he the type that others wish to hang around with. I guess you had your reasons to do so, however he's my little brother and I don't want to see him get hurt. The blue-haired girl looked at the older girl and then got back to slicing ham. I guess I somewhat understand. Gara-kun can be pretty scary, all the stuff I heard about him doesn't help, but he's not that bad, she announced, once more smiling widely. 'Cause under that cold layer, there's another cold layer, she joked. But judging people just on the opinion of others is bad. People are not always as they seem at first, and I believe everyone deserves a chance. Gara is a good guy, even though he may not show it, he may carry a monster inside, but he certainly is not one, and with that she smiled once again. Tamari stared in shock at the girl and then returned the smile as she reached for some more bread. Let's finish those sandwiches, we need to get going, otherwise we won't get back before it gets dark. They spent the rest of the day together. Konkuro kept complaining about many different things, Tamari kept scolding him for loads of stuff and Yari kept on laughing. This was one of the few times the two siblings saw their little brother laughing alone with someone. If it wasn't for your long hair, you wouldn't fall into the water, announced Gara, giggling slightly at the sight of Yari's long, wet hair falling on her face when then came back. Maybe you should consider cutting your hair. It might even make you look more attractive. Don't say stupid things. She yelled back with a smile as rubbed her head. Those hair are my pride and glory. Besides, a girl my age with short hair would just look like a dude, and by what you said, did you mean I'm not attractive now? She joked and made an all-tough face. Instantly both of them started laughing. Who's that? Asked the cage as he looked at his son and the blue-haired girl. That's Yari, replied Konkuro as he walked into the mansion. She's a friend of Gaara's. It seems that he finally found someone who can make him smile. Is she now? Flashback end Kasumi walked through the empty halls of the cage mansion. It was already later after midnight, yet most of the people still didn't came back. Accidentally she spotted Konkuro standing near the window, looking at the full moon. The former Mist Nin came to the puppeteer and taking a place beside him asked. Why are you up at this hour, Konkuro-san? I could ask you the same thing, replied the makeup boy. He stayed silent for a moment and then continued. That moon, it brings back old memories. You're talking about Yari and Gaara? Asked the kunoichi, knowing the answer. The puppeteer only nodded. She told me about it. It won't really change anything, but if she does regret something, that is most likely it. I know, responded Konkuro. It's hard for me to blame her, yet, at the same time, I can't seem to forgive her. How is that so? For such a question, you must find your own answer, and with that she stared at the moon as well. Guess Yari's not the only one with such memories. When something like that happens on a bright night, the full moon never looks the same, doesn't it, Mizuo? 11 years ago Gaara walked beside his father to the carriage. Noticing his son lowered head, the fourth cage reminded. You know that it's required for you to go too. The relationship with Kumo is very unstable now and we cannot allow Hidden Sand to go into another war at this moment. As a sign of goodwill you and your siblings should go with me. The redhead only nodded, but didn't raise his head. The Yondaime sighed slightly and looked at the carriage. A second later, a young girl with short, blue hair, carrying a large spear, jumped out of it. As the Shukaku vessel looked up, a tiny smile appeared on his face. Yari-chan, what are you doing here? She'll be coming with us, announced Tamari, also smiling. Father decided that it won't hurt to bring her and Konkuro and I figure it might get you motivated to tag along, and with that she smiled even wider as the future puppeteer only gave a small nod. What happened with your hair? Asked Gaara as he gave his friend another glare. Oh, this? Yari rubbed her hair. You said it might make me more attractive, so I decided to give it a shoot, so, what do you think? She asked with a smile. You look nice, replied the redhead, lowering his head as a small blush began to appear on his face. The girl only gave him a pat on the back, which was blocked by the sand anyway, and gave him one of her smiles. But you changed a bit too, she noticed. What's with that gourd on your back? Oh, that, the redhead turned around to look behind his back. There won't be much sand in the hidden cloud, so I've gathered some of it for the trip to use it as protection. The trip to Hidden Cloud took few days, which the Sand siblings and the blue-haired girl spent talking and joking around. Yet during that time Gaara also noticed that his friend was acting strange, different than usual. As they entered the gates of Kumo Gakure, they were all welcomed by the Raikage, along with his 13-year-old son, a boy with long, brown hair and green eyes, wearing a white t-shirt with a black waistcoat on that and short, black pants. This is my son, Kusotere, announced the cloud leader. Under your permission, he'd like to show your young companions our village, Cage Dono. With that the boy bowed to the sand leader and received a tiny nod from the Yondaime. The kids spent the rest of the day walking through the streets of Kumo. Kusotere shown them the best food stands and Tamari was itchy to visit some shops that sold clothes. She even forced Yari to tag along and try on some of the dresses, along with a black kimono with golden feathers on it, which sight gave Gaara a barely visible blush on the face as the blue-haired girl stepped out of the changing room in it. Yari was curiously looking around as it was the first shinobi village that she saw, except Suna. Kumo was located high in the mountains, due to which it was chilly the whole day. The tops of the highest towers were disappearing behind the white clouds, which seemed to flow just above their heads. The town itself was separated into several districts as Kusotere called them, each placed on a different mountain. The fastest way to travel between them were long, wooden bridges that led from one mountain to another. Those passages didn't seem all that safe, and if the wind was to blow really hard, the bridge would start swinging from left to right for sure. The buildings looked quite exotic too. Throughout the town Yari noticed a lot of high towers, but also multi-level dojo. Most of the higher buildings had sharp roofs. Kusotere explained that at such a height, with a chilly wind, it's easier to stand on such roof as you could always grab the spiky part. Most buildings were gray, with red or green roofs, but the blue-haired girl also noticed some golden paint here and there. There was almost no vegetation in the village. Kusotere announced that all the farms were located below the town as it's hard for plants to grow on such height, thus they saw only some grass along with a strange type of bushes that Yari never saw before. However, water was rather common, as every district had its own water source, mostly organized as a small lake, usually in the middle of the area. The trip around the hidden cloud seemed almost as an adventure to them, and before they even noticed the sun went down and they had to head back to the Raikage's mansion. Soon after they reached their destination, the night fell over the Kumo. Yari couldn't fall asleep however, so she decided to go for a walk. The night in the hidden cloud turned out to be a cold one, much colder than the nights on the desert. As she got dressed and went outside, she spotted a mysterious figure sitting on a nearby rooftop. Almost instantly she recognized her friend and decided to join him. "Whatcha doin'?" she asked as she sneaked behind the redhead. "Just admiring the moon," replied the rusty-haired boy. "In this village the clouds get in the way, so I have to use the rooftops in order to see it. It's full moon tonight," and with that he looked at the bright circle in the sky. The blue-haired girl sat next to her friend and glanced at the moon as well. After a short moment of silence, she declared, "When stars visit the sky and the moon is shining bright, everything falls asleep and day becomes night. When darkness and light coexist at the same time, I stay awake, thinking what I have and what is truly mine. Illusion or reality, who can really tell? Everything disappears with the sound of the morning bell." "A little depressive," noticed Gaara. Yari was about to answer, but just then someone joined them on the roof. It was Kusotere. "What are you guys doing here?" asked the son of Raikage. "Isn't it past your bedtime? You know, rusty head, if you were to fall asleep, you could get rid of those nasty bags under your eyes." And when it comes to Yari, with that he grabbed the girl's hand. "Maybe you'd like to go for a walk?" "Let go," she replied as the grip on her hand tightened. "This hurts." "Come on, don't be like that," said Kusotere with a smirk. "It'll be fun." "Let her go," demanded Gaara as he stood up, his face showing anger. "Don't get too sure of yourself, brat," replied Kusotere as he picked out his kunai. "Even though you're Kage's son, I won't hesitate to kill you. After all, I killed before," and with that he tossed Yari away, making her lose balance and fall of the roof. In an instant the redhead's rage took the best of him, and before the Cloud Nin even noticed his hands and legs got trapped in the sand, which started to circle around him, soon reaching his neck. The next moment Kusotere's eyes widened as he saw Yari being pulled back to the roof by the same sand that had him trapped. The boy with bags under his eyes looked with a worried expression at the girl and a second later turned back to the Cloud Nin with an urge to kill. Just then the blue-haired Kunoichi noticed what was going on and only managed to yell, "Gaara-kun, stop!" before Kusotere got crushed by the desert coffin. The next morning Gaara's father had an early meeting with the hidden cloud leader. As he left the Raikage's office, he gave his son an evil glare, making the boy lower his head. Then he threw a quick look at Yari, who turned around instantly. Tamari, who was standing beside them along with Konkuro, looked at the two kids with a worried expression, but decided to say nothing. That day became one of the longest in their lives. Neither Gaara nor Yari really felt like talking to each other, and the older, Sand siblings just seemed to disappear. Kage treated the redhead as heir, and the young Kunoichi didn't seem to get better treatment either. They were supposed to leave the Kumo before the end of the day. The sun almost completely disappeared behind the horizon when Gaara finished packing his things. The moment he did so, the doors opened and Yari walked into the room. Without even turning around, the red-haired boy, "Yari-chan, about last night, I didn't meant to, I lost control. I guess now you know why everyone takes me as a monster. Out of all the people, you're the one I wanted the least to think that, but I guess I really am." And the moment he said so, the sand rose around him and to his surprise it got cut right through. As he glanced at the thing that was aimed at his head, he instantly recognized the spear carried by his friend. "That thing, it cut through my sand. Since that is so, why didn't it reach my head?" And with that he turned around to face the blue-haired girl who had her head lowered. "Gaara-kun, She began as he noticed few tears fall from her face to the floor. I'm sorry, and with that she fell to her knees with Gaara soon following her, his eyes widen and mouth open. A second later Tamari broke into the room and lifting Yari up, she carried her outside, leaving Gaara as he was. In the end, he thought to himself, I'm still alone. Tamari carried the spear user who kept sobbing towards the gates of Hidden Cloud. Tamari-san, I didn't meant to, your father, he. There's no need for you to say anything, replied the blonde. I know everything, I recognized your spear the moment I saw it. Our father made it so I was wondering how you got your hands on it. Konkuro investigated and the mystery got solved, so our father really did found a way to get through Gaara's sand. He told me that if I don't do this, my mother, Yari kept on sobbing, and yet, I still couldn't, I failed everyone, now the cloud. What will be, interrupted the older girl calmly as they reached the gate where Konkuro was already waiting for them with a small bag. Listen, Yari, you cannot come back to the hidden sand, at least not now, I hope you understand. With that she placed the blue-haired girl on the ground and looked at her. A moment later the 8-year-old nodded. I got you some supplies, announced the future puppeteer as he gave Yari the bag. This should be enough for a week, there's also a map inside. If you'll go to the location I marked, you'll reach a small town. Once you're there, ask for Akiyu, she's a good woman, I'm sure she'll take care of you. The girl nodded again, still trying to hold back the tears that were coming out of her eyes. Tamari kneeled before her and embraced the bluehead. Do you want me to tell Gaara? The spear user's eyes widened at hearing that. She turned her gaze to the ground and after a moment of hesitation, she replied. No, it's better if he'd hate me. None of the other two kids said anything. A second later Yari took the bag and went outside the village. Soon after she disappeared in the darkness, leaving the two sand nins still standing at the gates. Flashback end. So, this is what happened? Hinata asked shyly as Yari replied with a nod. The rest is easy to figure out. The cloud most likely used the fact that Gaara-san didn't got killed and the war broke out, but it's not why your fault, Yari-san. You're wrong, replied the blue-haired girl. Everything is my fault, not even once was I strong enough to change it. I failed Gaara's trust, I failed my mother's trust, I failed Yondaimi's trust, and in the end, I even failed my entire village in preventing the war. Why you, began the white-eyed girl. You couldn't do it any other way, you just wanted to protect as many as possible, it's not your fault that it turned out the opposite, I'm sure Gaara-san understands that, and the cloud would attack either way. How can you tell? Because once, I too was involved in their policy. Gaara looked out the window at the full moon. There were no clouds on the sky. He slowly closed his eyes and repeated in his mind, when stars visit the sky and the moon is shining bright, everything falls asleep and day becomes night. When darkness and light coexist at the same time, I stay awake, thinking what I have and what is truly mine, illusion or reality, who can really tell? Everything disappears with the sound of the morning bell. With the last line he opened his eyes again and looking at the moon he said into space. Isn't that right, Yari-chan? Naruto ate his breakfast at an incredible speed, making everyone gathered at the table looking amazed. Well, everyone except Shikamaru, who didn't really care as long as the blonde wouldn't choke on the food, and Gaara, who shown no emotions, as usual. Naruto-kun, you should slow down, Hinata, who was sitting next to the Whisker Marks kid finally announced. Otherwise you might poke or worse. Sorry, Hinata-chan, but I have to eat a lot and then go training, replied the blonde with his mouth almost full. I'm gonna master that damn jutsu today. And with that he glared at Naraku, who had a tiny smirk on his face. Yeah, right, Hanako laughed. You're going to master the jutsu that's one of the most difficult to learn in a day? For someone of your chakra control level it's a big thing to say, but I guess I'll wish you luck anyways. Thanks, but I won't need it, assured Naruto as he placed his bowl on the table, bowed to Tamari and Tamao who made breakfast that day and left the room. Naraku's smile widened slightly at the sight as the memory of last evening echoed in his head. Last evening? Wow! Yelled Naruto as he stared at the tree blown into bits and Naraku standing right next to it with his right hand extended. How did you do that? And what was that strange, white thingy around your hand? Mitsukai Hokori, replied Naraku. That is the jutsu I'll try to teach you. In the entire history there were only 3 people who were able to perform it, I'm one of them. Of course, When it comes to that white thingy, as you called it, it's a result of executing the jutsu properly, but before anything I have to warn you. This technique is more powerful than your Rasengan, however, at the same time, it's much more chakra draining and requires much better chakra control. Also, in this cases you won't be able to help yourself with your other hand, which I see you did once when the Rasengan got out of your control a bit. Blah, 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 just tell me what I have to do, demanded the blonde, making the former Leaf Nin sweat drop before he continued. Okay, first I'll tell you the secret behind its strength, which in a way will explain why the chakra I released was white, then I'll try to tell you what you should do to master it. So your little brain will understand it. First you have to understand that the chakra you're releasing while performing any form of ninjutsu is a little different. Dependable on what effect you want to achieve, for example to release your chakra in the form of fire. Except for the right seals, you also have to release your chakra in a specific way. The way you release your chakra to make it take the form of electricity is different from the one you release as fire. The difference isn't big, and to most shinobi it comes natural. So they don't even realize that with different types of ninjutsu they release chakra a bit differently. Take you for instance. Have you even noticed that to execute the earth jutsu you have to release your chakra in a different way than to perform Kage Bushin? Not really, admitted Naruto. My point exactly. Realizing the difference between chakra released in case of a fire jutsu and in other forms of ninjutsu is somewhat the key to master angel dust. To put it as simple as I can, in order to perform that technique, you'll have to release all types of chakra at once. You might say that you'll have to act like you wanted to perform a fire, thunder, water, wind and earth jutsu, all in the same time. But that's impossible, announced the blonde. Nobody can do that. It's not easy, nodded Naraku. However, it can be done. You see, types of ninjutsu are usually compared to the rainbow. Chakra itself doesn't really have a color, but when you release it, it takes a color, dependable on the form you release it in. Like when you use Kyuubi, your chakra becomes red instead of typical blue. By combining all the colors in angel dust, chakra becomes colorless. To put it simply, when you perform angel dust, you use chakra in its original form. Cool. Teach me, teach me, teach me, teach me. Teach me, 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 teach me. But then he realized something. Wait a minute, you mean that chakra release while performing Chidori or Rasengan isn't in its original form? Not exactly, came a response. In those two cases you release your chakra in a certain way too, kinda like the medic nins who use their chakra to heal wounds. In Angel Dust's case you'll be trying to release chakra in any way that's possible. Let's try it this way. Your goal will be to release the same chakra you use for Rasengan, Kage Bushin and the sword at once. Oh, I see. In that case, teach me, 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 teach me. Hold on a minute. The former Leaf Nin tried to calm his friend down. There's something else that you must know before you even start training. Although Mitsukai Hokuri is most likely one of the most powerful techniques in the world, it's also the most dangerous one even to its user. What? Let me explain. Now, when you perform any ninjutsu technique, you usually can control your chakra with the help of hand seals or in Rasengan's case. As you did it, with the help of your other hand, Angel Dust is a different story however, when one releases chakra in its original form. The energy instantly tries to escape, in its pure form. Chakra that's released from its container destroys everything it touches. That's also the reason why hand seals are required. To put it simply, lose control of the chakra you released and you might end up dead. Not just that, your entire surrounding might get wiped out. That's why, if you want to train, do it somewhere out of town. Boy, this is discouraging. Can't you say something like, mastering this jutsu is a piece of cake? That'd be much more helpful, and since this technique is so powerful, why didn't you use it against Reshin? That's quite simple really, replied Naraku. Even though Angel Dust would most likely get through Reshin's stone skin, the problem is that, I didn't master it completely myself. At hearing that Naruto's eyes widen. What? Then what the hell were you bursting about for being one of the three that mastered it? You. And why the hell did you show it to me now? Since you didn't mastered it, we both could have ended up dead. I didn't said I mastered it, corrected the former Leaf Nin. I said I was able to perform it. If I were to use it against Reshin, I might have lost control and kill him, myself and all of you guys. That's the risk I couldn't take. even at the cost of losing my own life and not fulfilling the promise. As for the presentation you just saw, I used a very small amount of chakra. In worst case scenario, we would get injured, but there was no threat to our lives. I see, announced Naruto, lowering his head. Okay then, what do I have to do to learn it? First I'll tell you the basics, so you'll be able to train by yourself. I have to train as well, and above that, even with me around, if the jutsu would get out of your hands, I wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. End of flashback. Well, seems like that guy took his training seriously, noticed Naraku as he stood up as well and bowed towards the sand kunoichi. Thank you for the meal, Tamari-san, and with that he turned to his little companion and bowed as well. Tamao-chan, now, please excuse me while I go train myself, and so he left the room too. Guess we might get going as well, announced Hanako as she wrapped her hands around Hinata and Tamao. Hey, Kasumi, wanna join us? And with that she looked at the former Miss Nin who just headed to the door. No, thanks, she replied simply and left the room. Life of a party, the green-haired girl's sweat dropped and turned to Yari. How about you? Sorry, but, replied the spear user as she looked at Gaara. I have things to do as well. Guess it'll be just you and me today, announced Hanako cheerfully as she dragged both shy girls outside. We'll come back before evening. Yeah, we might as well get going too, said Tamari as she stared at Shikamaru. Today we're doing something of my choice, and with that she grabbed the lazy shinobi by the collar and headed to the door. See you later. Why do all women have to be so troublesome? Asked the shadow user, yet he didn't seem to put a struggle in any way. Everybody's leaving, noticed Konkuro. And who's gonna help me wash the dishes? Tamari, it was your turn, damn it. But the moment he said so, Gaara stood up and started to gather all the plates, saying, I'll help. The next moment Yari also stood up and began gathering glasses. Yeah, I can help too. Those two, thought the puppeteer as he gave a worried look to his brother and the spear user. Can things ever return to the way they used to be? So, what are we gonna do first, Hanako-san? Asked Hinata shyly as she walked along with the two missing nins through the streets of Suna. That's simple, announced the green-haired girl with a widened smile. First we have to get you guys a new look, something cuter and more sexy, she added with an evil smirk. Suddenly she stopped and her smile widened even more. This place will do, and with that she looked at a big building with a signboard. Cloth Land. As they walked inside, both shy girls looked around to see all sorts of clothes. From night dresses, through casual wear and even something to wear on the beach. Instantly spotting those last mentioned, both blushed, imagining themselves wearing something like that. Good, I see you're already looking for the right stuff, joked Hanako and she leaned on their shoulders. But since this is your first time doing this, I believe she should start with something more casual. Okay, so where do they have kimonos? Hanako, I really don't, began Tamao quietly, but she was instantly interrupted by the green-haired girl. Of course you don't, this is just the start. Once we're done here, we're off to buy ourselves some perfume, and then a special lesson of dating tips from yours truly, me. Gaara handed Yari another plate in order for her to dry it up. The girl took the dish from him and began to move her cloud around it. Neither of them said anything since the moment they entered the kitchen. The blue-haired girl was the first one to break the silence. Gaara-kun, she began without raising her eyes from the plate she had been cleaning. About what happened all those years ago, but at this point she was interrupted by the redhead. Please, don't. I do not know what were your reasons for doing so back then, and finding out now would be pointless. It is in the past. I however should thank you. Back then, when you attacked me with your spear, at that point I didn't truly realize what happened, but I do now. I shouldn't raise that spear at you in the first place, announced the girl and lowered her head. What's done is done. Gaara interrupted her again. Silence once more felt between them, and this time the cage was the one to break it after a little while. You once accepted me when no one else dared to do so, I'm grateful for that, and now I can repay you in the same way. Yari smiled to him warmly and then took another plate that he handed her. She took it, and the moment she began cleaning it, she declared. When stars visit the sky and the moon is shining bright, everything falls asleep and day becomes night. When darkness and light coexist at the same time, I stay awake, thinking what I have and what is truly mine. Illusion or reality, who can really tell? Everything disappears with the sound of morning bell. But with it always comes new hope, another day, and for it to be peaceful and happy, that is for what I pray. The redhead boy looked at her with his eyes a bit widened and then announced after a short silence. Back then, you skipped the last 2 lines. Back then, she replied, still smiling warmly to him. I did believed in them. Gaara stared at her for a moment and then, after nodding slightly, gave her a small smile. He then returned to washing dishes just to see a lump of soap landing in the kitchen sink before him, spraying him with water. He turned to the blue-haired girl, who was now laughing widely, and after returning the smile he picked up a bowl from the sink, just to release the water that was still in it onto the former sand nin. So, you want a piece of me? Asked Yari, putting on her tough face and reaching for the bowl she just cleaned. Kankuro was walking next to the kitchen when he suddenly heard laughs coming from inside. He took a quick pick and smiled slightly, seeing his brother standing over Yari, who was laying on the floor, and pouring out water from the sink right onto the kunoichi. The blue-haired girl acted like she was struggling on the floor and yelled between her laughs, "No fair, you used that stupid sand of yours again." That evening Naraku settled down next to Naruto on the floor and began drinking some juice from the glass. The blonde was also drinking, only he had water in the bottle. The former Leaf Nin instantly noticed sweat drops coming down his face and smiling to himself, he asked. So, how's your training going? Made any progress since last night? Not really, admitted Whisker Marks. But you can be sure I'll master that crappy technique. Just you wait, and with that he took the bottle to his mouth again. Naraku soon followed. Just then Hanako appeared in the frame of the door and seeing the 2 boys, she grinned, saying, Good, you're both here. Naraku-sama, Naruto, lend me your eyes for a moment and allow me to introduce someone to you, and with that she disappeared from the sight. The 2 boys just exchanged glances quick, still drinking their liquids, and the moment the green-haired girl appeared in the frame of the door again, they both choked on their drinks. Naraku was quick to recover, but Naruto seemed to have some problems, so the former Leaf Nin gave him few pats on the back, without turning away from the frame of the door. What made them choked on their drinks was the sight of Tamao and Hinata appearing in between the frames, however none of them was wearing her casual clothes. Instead they both had kimonos on. Hinata was dressed in a yellow kimono, decorated with palms all over. She had a small, dark blue ribbon used as a belt and a big, yellow one tying her hair. How Hanako managed that, considering Hinata had short hair, is something even I don't know. Tamao on the other hand was wearing a black one with a golden crane on the left shoulder and red flowers on the bottom right. She too used a ribbon as some sort of a belt, only her was big and red. Both girls were blushing deeply as they stood in front of the 2 shocked boys. After a longer moment of staring, Naraku finally broke the, a little uncomfortable, silence. Wow, Tamao-chan. Hinata-chan, you look, really beautiful, and with that he stopped his eyes on the former stone nin. But I thought you didn't like that sort of dress, Tamao-chan. Yeah, Hinata-chan, this outfit rocks, yelled Naruto as he got to his feet. I, began the girl, blushing even more. Hanako instantly noticed that her friend was unable to say anything, so she decided to take action. Well, we just wanted to know your opinion, since we'll be going to that festival tomorrow, and we stopped by to wish you a good night's sleep, she announced, pushing the 2 blushing girls towards their room. See you in the morning, and with that she leaned over to the 2 boys and whispered. This is just phase 1, they're not aware, but I bought them even better dresses, and as she said so both Naraku and Naruto blushed as well, becoming just as red as the girls were. As the 3 kunoichi disappeared in the hallway, Naraku sighed to himself. Hanako is playing matchmaker again. If this'll turn out the way it did in the mountain country, I'm gonna hang myself, and with that he looked at the blonde and handed his a hanky. Here, wipe your nose. The Whisker Marks took it and did as the former Leaf Nin asked him to do. Naraku smiled under his nose as he slowly walked back to the place they were sitting before the kimono incident. Maybe it's for the best anyway? Hinata's too shy to ask and Naruto's too stupid to figure out, but why did she involve Tamao-chan as well? Meanwhile the 3 kunoichi walked towards their room. Hinata, who was walking in the middle, slowed down a bit so that Hanako could reach her, and the moment she did so, the white-eyed girl said, Hanako-san, but then the green-haired girl interrupted her. Don't, it's not needed. You know, about that festival tomorrow that Kankuro talked about, how about we go there to have fun? I could convince that blonde dope to tag along too. Thank you. Hinata slightly bowed to the girl. Bah. I can't do that much really, replied Hanako as she hid her hands in her pockets. Making a wish would be way more effective, if you ask me, and with that she pointed her head at the sky. As the white-eyed girl looked in the direction the green-haired girl pointed, she noticed a star falling from the sky. With a tiny smile and a slight blush on her face, she made her wish and couldn't wait for tomorrow. A hooded figure ran through the desert, leaving as few trances as it was only possible. He wished for a sandstorm to cover the footsteps he was leaving behind. The sun was halfway hidden behind the horizon, so soon it'd be a little easier for him to keep going. If the information I got in that town was true, then most likely they headed there, he thought to himself. But what was that about a group of shinobi? Did they found any survivals? At any point, I have to warn them, but at that moment he bended over, thus avoiding a kunai that flew just above his head. As he slowly turned around, he saw 4 sound nins standing in front of him. So, you finally decided to show yourselves? I saw you tailing me a while back, but I was hoping to shake you off in the night. We were ordered to wait for the leader in case of finding any Konoha survivals, replied one of the Auto shinobi. But that's not really important, we'll just kill you ourselves, there's no need for the leader to take action. Hearing that the hooded man smirked. You say you'll dispose of me? Well then, let me tell you that you'd require at least 4 more men to take me down, and with that he went into his fighting stance. Naruto and Hinata are sitting on a branch in the park and the Hyuga heiress is resting her head on the boy's shoulder as she sleeps, smiling and blushing at the same time. Naraku stretched himself and yawned. The hour was still pretty early for him, so he rubbed his eyes to shake the sleep from them. As his vision became clearer, a blush appeared on his face, 'cause right before him stood both Tamao and Hinata, again in their kimonos from yesterday. But above that, this time also Hanako put on hers. A green one with sliver branches all over it and a big, yellow ribbon tied on her back. Naraku-sama, you're already awake, yelled the green-haired girl happily. This'll make it way easier. We're going to the festival and we're hoping that you join us. Festival? Asked the former Leaf Nin, still a bit unconscious. What festival? Tamari-san told us about it, replied Tamao quietly. Festival of the Wind, it'll take place in the Suna for the next 3 days. It's to celebrate the forming of the Hidden Sand Village. There'll be games and fireworks, but with that she blushed and lowered her head as she realized Naraku was looking at her surprised. Okay, but why are you going at this hour? It's like 8 in the morning. The festival begins at that hour exactly, replied Hanako happily. Come on, Naraku-sama, everyone will go. Kankuro already gave me his word back there that he'll show up and Gara-san also said he'll drop by as soon as he'll finish his work. Yari and Kasumi will tag along as well. Are you seriously thinking you'll convince Kasumi to join us? Asked the former Leaf Nin with a little annoying smile. Hanako rethought what she just said and then corrected. Yari will tag along as well, I'm sure that the pinhead will join too. And what about Shikamaru and Tamari? They already left, replied Hinata shyly. Naraku stood there for a moment and then, with a sigh, turned around and headed to his room. Okay, I'll go. Just give me a moment to bath and all, and with that he disappeared behind the door. About an hour later the former Leaf Nin was already walking down the streets of Hidden Sand Village in his usual outfit along with the 3 girls in kimonos and Naruto, who still haven't awakened completely. As they reached the main square, located in the middle of Suna, Hinata got stunned by all the decorations and costumes that appeared before her eyes. Everywhere she saw Chinese lanterns. Just as a note, I know that China doesn't exist in Naruto world, but it's just how those things are called, in all colors and every single one of them had a golden kanji for wind painted on it. Ribbons that were hanging from the buildings gave her an impression of a rainbow that was falling from the sky. Some of them even had words written with silver letters on them, most of which talked about wind. All around stood stands with different purposes. Some were selling souvenirs and costumes, others were for games like tossing a ball at the bottles that stood on the table few meters away or dart throwing. Most people had masks on their faces, which usually represented desert creatures, like vultures or vipers, but there were also raccoons, lions and even dragons. Naruto just couldn't help himself and bought a fox mask. What's with all the masks? Asked Hanako as a man wearing a tiger costume passed her. I mean, what those have to do with wind? Cooling wind can often be the last hope of those who travel through the desert. They all heard a voice, and as they turned in the direction it came from, there was Temari walking around with Shikamaru. The sand kunoichi had her hands wrapped around the lazy shinobi's arm, who had his head turned away as if he didn't care, but Naraku couldn't not spot a blush appearing on the shadow user's face. Those costumes are supposed to show that the chilling breeze is the savior for all creatures. Well, nowadays it's not kept in a tradition, 'cause the masks represent every living animal, along with those that doesn't exist on the desert. However, in the older days you could only buy desert animal masks. The sand kunoichi was wearing a violet kimono with silver leaves all over it, along with the big, dark blue ribbon on its back. Shikamaru, however, didn't wear any casual clothes, as Naruto thought. It was because it'd be too troublesome for him to put them on. As Temari explained the reasons behind the masks, Naraku turned to the stand that was selling masks, and noticing the ones he wanted, he picked out some money to buy it. As the merchant took the money, he gave the former Leaf Nin 3 masks in return. The young Monodane walked over to the 3 kunoichi and gave each one mask. A tiger one for Hinako, a rabbit for Tamao, and a fox for Hinata. The green-haired girl took the present and smiled widely to the boy, but the other 2 girls just grabbed their mask and bowed, trying to hide deep blushes that appeared on their faces. "Well, sorry, but I guess we'll be leaving you to yourselves," announced Temari as she looked to one end of the square. "I see a tossing stand where you can win a big raccoon mascot. Come on, I want one." And with that she dragged Shikamaru with her, making him blush a bit more and saying, "Why all women are so troublesome," making Naruto held back his laughter. "Oh yeah, remember to be here in the evening," the sand kunoichi called from afar. "The fireworks are gonna be great." And with that she disappeared with the lazy ninja in the crowd. "So I guess we should find ourselves something to do too," said the Whisker Marks as he kept staring where Temari and Shikamaru just disappeared. "Let's look for some ramen stand," and with that he threw his fist to the sky. "Ramen stand?" Hanako's eyebrow went up. "How can you even eat that junk?" "Don't insult ramen," yelled Naraku, making the green-haired girl's sweat dropped and think to herself, "Well, nobody's perfect." Tamao only giggled, and then her eyes stopped at a certain stand. She walked over to the former Leaf Nin and pulled his shirt a little, thus gaining his attention. Naraku-kun," and with that she pointed at the stand. The young Monodane smiled under his nose and turned to the blonde. "Oi, Naruto, what did you say if we'd check our strength?" Tamao-chan just noticed the hammer challenge. The loser will have to treat everyone to the food they like best. "You're no weak ass," replied the Kyuubi container with a smile. Sometime later at the Cage Tower, Gaara was sitting at his desk, signing another document. Today has surely been a long one. He yawned slightly and then looked out the window, just to see Yari standing in it, dressed in her kimono, which was light blue with small stars around her left hip and few big ones on her right shoulder. It had a large, red ribbon wrapped on the back, and the redhead also noticed butterfly clips in the girl's blue hair. "Wah! You're still here?" she interrupted him in an annoyed voice. "Don't think I'll let you just sit here when the Wind Festival takes place. Come on, I'm taking you with me." "I can't," replied the Godem, blushing slightly. "I have duties and—" "Blah, blah, blah," the kunoichi interrupted him again. 11 years ago you said Konkuro got sick and you had to take care of him. I'm not letting you off the hook this time around. I want a pink bear and you're going to win it for me." And so she grabbed the boy's hand. "But I'm not properly dressed," the redhead tried to defend himself. "Don't worry, when you're going to walk around with a chick like me, no one will even notice you," she joked and pulled him harder, finally managing to make him get up from his chair. "Move it, before Shikamaru wins all the mascots for Temari-san." "About that," responded Gaara with a smile. "I don't think you should be worrying." "All right, that's it," announced the kunoichi. "Either you'll go on your free will or I'll have to resolve to drastic measures." "You wouldn't dare," responded the Godem with both fear and happiness appearing on his face. Yari only answered with a grin. "You would," he sighed and walked over to the window, smiling. "I kinda knew someday I'll regret revealing that to you. I'll get you back for terrorizing me with it when we get back." "Whatever," replied the blue-haired girl with a smile. "Just win me that pink bear." Back at the festival, Naruto threw another dart at the balloons, yet missed again. Naraku placed his hand on the blonde's shoulder, holding back his laughter. "It seems that you lost again," I have no idea why you're so desperate to win that panda, however as I see it, there's no way you're going to make it. I'll get it this time, assured the Whisker Marks. That's what you said last time, reminded Hanako. And the one before that, and one before that, and before that, oh, and before that, and let's not forget. I get the point, Naruto interrupted her, crossing his arms. Just then they heard balloons popping and saw Hinata taking the huge, panda mascot from the owner of the dart game stand. Hinata-chan? The blonde's blue eyes widened in surprise as he saw Hyuga Eris walking towards them and carrying a panda that was at least as big as herself in her arms. That's what I call good aim, the green-haired girl complimented her. The girl turned out to be better than you, if that's not pathetic, I don't know what is, she joked, turning to Naruto and then winking to the white-eyed girl. Hinata walked closer to the loud mouth and handed him the bear, her face completely red. Here you go. And Naruto-kun, she managed to say, shaking slightly. Naraku only slimed under his nose at the sight, as he handed Tamao ice cream that she wanted. The girl's face turned red just like Hinata's, she however managed to hit it with the rabbit mask the former Leaf Nin bought her earlier. Thank you, Naraku-kun. She bowed before turning around and lifting her mask up in order to eat her ice cream and avoid her face being seen by the young Monodane. But this announced Hanako, looking at both pairs. Where's the love tunnel or something? And the moment she said so, everyone's faces turned red, except her own. She smirked and then added, I want to ride it with someone. Instead, why don't we go to the fortune teller? Purposed Naruto as he pointed at a nearby tent, it could be fun. No need for me to go there, replied the green-haired girl playfully as she wrapped her hands around the young Monodane's arm. I know my future is with Naraku-sama, and with that she stuck her tongue at Tamao, who blushed slightly as well as gave her companion an angry look. Naraku only sweat dropped, completely clueless as to how he should react. I don't believe in fortune-telling, he finally said, freeing himself from Hanako's grip. Let's go eat the dinner Naruto owes us, and with that a wide grin appeared on his face, which made the blonde lower his head at the thought how much he'll have to spend. Somewhere in Suna Kasumi walked with hands in her pockets through the streets of the hidden sand, heading towards the main square. She was wearing her usual clothes though. Why in the world am I even doing this? It's just some lame festival, and there's no way in hell I'm putting a kimono on. But just then she stopped and looked over her shoulder at the hooded man that just passed her. Just now, and those eyes. Meanwhile, outside Suna. So, you're telling me you allowed him to escape? Asked a grim voice of a figure that was hidden in the shadows of the tent. The figure was looking with shining, red eyes at the sound Nin who was kneeling before him. He didn't dare to answer, so he only nodded his head. At seeing that the figure stood up front the throne-like chair it was sitting on and walked over to the scared sound Nin. As he came to the light, it appeared that he had medium length, gelled up, raven black hair and his eyes were now red. He was wearing a white shirt, unbuttoned at the top and black pants, along with the typical, sound rope-like belt. Sorry, I have no idea what it is really, but all the sound Nins has it, except Kabuto. The man also noticed a fang earring in the man's left ear and a golden hilt of the sword that was attached to his back. The raven-haired grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. You dare return to me alive without completing your mission? Do you even realize who you let escape? That man is one of the most dangerous. Konoha survivals, he announced, his voice still cold, yet besides that emotionless. Forgive me. Sasuke-sama, begged the sound Nin, gasping for air. Forgiveness, began the crimson-eyed man, is not one of my traits, and with that he snapped the man's neck and let him fall to the ground. He then turned to another sound Nin that was standing right beside the throne and ordered. Split our forces, send half of them south, I've just received orders from Kabuto, the other half will head towards hidden sand, this time, I'll take care of him personally, and with that he exited the tent. Meanwhile, far away Hanato and Hanon walked inside the cave and instantly shadows surrounded them. A thick mist was covering their way, hiding every single stone. Neither of them stopped however, they walked forward, easily avoiding all the obstacles, until they reached a wide cavern with stalactites hanging from above and stalagmites raising from the ground. The moment they entered, they saw a huge figure appearing in the mist. The man that stood before them was at least 1.5 of a typical, human size and had large hands from the elbows to the tops of his fingers. You're late, he said in a loud voice. What took you so long? Another voice came, and this one belonged to a female, who was hanging from the ceiling, with her feet on it. She too was hidden in the mist, and the only thing you could tell about her was that she had red eyes and long hair. Don't tell me you weren't able to complete a simple mission like the one you were sent to do. Mind your own business, Aki, Hanato replied coldly, without even looking at the hanging girl. It was Reshin-sama's order and we had no choice in that matter. Did you now? Another voice was heard, and this one belonged to a man who was sitting on a large rock. He too was hidden in the mist, and the only thing that could be told about him was that he had spiky hair. That Naraku guy has to be strong then, since he managed to defeat both of you. Maybe Reshin-sama will allow me to have some fun with him? First of all, Toge, he didn't defeat us both, corrected Hanon. We never fought him, and furthermore, I doubt you'd be able to kill him on your own. In a one-on-one fight, you'd most likely get instantly killed. Not a problem, responded the one called Toge. It's not like I care about life, since I don't have much of it left anyway. But even with your limited time, you're still of use to us, announced another voice, which belonged to a man who stood at the far end of the cavern, and from the shadow of his figure you could tell he had long hair and was wearing an outfit with wide sleeves. Do not forget why you are here. Now that's not nice, came a voice, which belonged to a large man, full of muscle, who had a strange ring attached to his back with few balls placed in it. From the shadow of his figure you could also tell he was bold. You know Reshin-sama took him for different reasons. The reason for Toge to be here is of no importance, reminded another voice which belonged to a figure of normal, human size with spiky hair and some weird-looking things attached to its back. What I'm interested in is why did you allow the Monodane to live? You should have finished him before Reshin-sama arrived, quite disappointing. You're saying you'd do better? Asked Hanon, turning to the figure. Surely, replied the figure immediately. Hanon was now boiling and was ready to jump straight at the figure, when suddenly a man appeared between him and Hanato, who placed his arms around them. He was wearing a violet cloak with a hood on his head, his eyes were black and you could spot a hite-aid with the slashed symbol of the mountains used as a belt. Now, the man said. The last thing we need is to get into fights before Reshin-sama's arrival. Whatever, responded Hanon, calming down and looking around. But there are two people missing. Where are Hisaki and Sumeko? He demanded. They have other business, replied the last figure, a tall man. They went with Reshin-sama's allowance. Sumeko was really happy that he got his agreement. It's been a long time since he visited his home village, and speaking of Reshin-sama, and with that he pointed with his head at the other end of the cavern. There Reshin slowly walked inside and looked around. A small smile appeared on his face as he announced loud enough for everyone gathered to hear him. Well, everyone really came. Even though I gave you orders, I didn't expect for you to manage, Aki, Psycho, and with that he turned to the figures from which one was hanging from the ceiling and the other was the large man with huge arms. But since we're here, I believe there's no point in making a long entrance. Let's begin. The secret meeting of Jusa Nakuma. Let's start off with getting rid of this annoying mist, began Reshin as he threw a quick glare at the one wearing the violet cloak. As the man noticed the oldest Monodane lock, he instantly performed a single hand seal and the mist started to fade away, revealing the faces of everyone gathered in the cavern. That's better, announced Reshin, yet he kept looking at the hooded man. Henku, I believe I told you that I do not wish her this during our meetings, did I not? You did, Reshin-sama, replied the former mountain nin, bowing slightly. I just thought that it'd be easier to lose possibly tail, if there was a need to, this way. Then don't think next time, cuz it seems you're not too good in that, a huge man cut it. He had long, black hair, green eyes and an armor was covering his torso. This one I really don't know how to describe well, it's similar to the one Choji wears now. He was wearing a brown t-shirt and a little baggy pants in the same color. His arms were bigger from his elbows to his fingers and he had a slashed Iwahite-aid on his forehead. Henku ignored the former stone nin's comment and limited himself to throwing a quick glare at the large man. The oldest Monodane kept quiet and when he noticed the quarrel was over, he continued. The reason why Jusa Nakuma was formed, our goal, is finally at hand. We've already managed to get the dragon symbol and with the all-out war that Orochimaru has caused, getting the other 11 became much easier. Indeed, nodded the man with spiky, blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a gray t-shirt and little baggy, white pants. Both his arms were covered in bandages and he was carrying 3 wooden umbrellas on his back. He also had a headband with a slashed rain symbol on his forehead. Hakatsu and I managed to get the rat symbol with no trouble at all. The AIM leader was pretty helpful in that matter. It had seemed life-treating situations encourages people to talk more freely, and saying so he chuckled. You sure talk all big for someone who required that much time in getting his symbol, announced a woman with long, black hair and red eyes, wearing a black cloak that covered the rest of her body. She was the one hanging from the ceiling. Psycho and I got in the cow ages ago, and with that she smiled evilly. This is not a contest, Aki, announced a man with spiky, brown hair and green eyes, wearing a green t-shirt and baggy, brown pants. He had a gray vest and there was a golden bracelet with spikes on the outside on his left arm. He wore a Hite 8 with the slashed grass symbol on his forehead. We are only doing this for our own sake. Perhaps, replied the black-haired woman, but it's still more fun this way. Are you saying, came a cold voice, which belonged to a man with long, white hair and teal eyes, wearing a gray robe with white sleeves. You could spot a headband with the slashed sound symbol used as a belt. That working under Reshin-sama's command is not enough for you to get the job done? Chill, Hakatsu, the woman, Aki, shoot back. I got the symbol, didn't I? I just doubt your trustworthiness, announced the white-haired man coldly. That makes 3 symbols already, stated Reshin calmly as he walked between the two, making Hakatsu bow slightly and Aki turn around to look at the wall. That leaves only your report, Hishigu, and with that he turned to the tall man full of muscles. The man, surprisingly, had 4 arms and was wearing a red, sleeveless shirt. He had long, black hair, clipped in a ponytail and blue eyes. He wore baggy, black pants and had a Hite 8 with the slashed tree symbol on his forehead. The pig symbol is secured, he announced shortly with both pairs of his hands crossed. 8 left then, noticed Hanon with a smirk. Sounds simple enough to get. It may seem that way, began a big man, sitting on the rock in a meditation pose, who was wearing a green shirt with thorn sleeves and gray pants. He was bold and his eyes were closed, however you could also spot a big ring attached to his back with several metal balls on it. His Hite 8 was nowhere in sight. However you must remember that everything can become a challenge if you won't prepare yourself for it properly. Thanks, Mr. Smarty Pants, replied the former Rain Nin. You know, Bushari, you can really piss a guy with that man in the mountain talk. You choose the wrong carrier. If you'd become a philosopher, you'd earn millions by now, he joked. Shiso, enough. Reshin raised his voice slightly, making the umbrella user quiet down in an instant. You all know your parts and our plans have not changed, the oldest monodame continued calmly after a short silence. We know the location of the 7 symbol, but we still don't possess any knowledge of the last one's whereabouts. I recall that was your job, Henku, announced Hanato with a smirk as she turned to the hooded man. The former mountain nin just threw her a quick glare and bowed slightly towards Reshin, saying, It's hard to trace, the one carrying it keeps on moving and sometimes it's hard to catch up, however I assure you, Reshin-sama, that we will find her and when that happens, the rooster symbol will get in our hands. But prepared, was all the former leaf nin replied. After all, the one carrying it is not to be taken lightly. Leave the symbols you collected here and you may go. Soon our victory will become a fact, and the moment he said so, all the figures disappeared into the darkness. Hisaki and Sumeko didn't make it in time after all. Oh well, doesn't matter, out of everyone these 2 are the last ones to fail, and with that he walked deeper into the cavern. Back in the Suna Hanako was drinking soda through a straw as she walked through the streets of hidden sand and looked at the stands with different things. Then, suddenly, she turned her head so quickly Naraku was surprised she didn't broke her neck. He came closer to see what drew her attention and noticed a stand selling jewelry. This is bad, the young monodame thought with horror. The last time she went into a jewelry shop, I ended buying her those stupid earrings. If I won't get her away from here, we'll all end up broke, and with that last thought his sweat dropped. He then turned back to where the other should be to tell them about, only to notice 2 people were missing. Where are Hinata and Naruto? He asked Tamao surprised. They said that. There was a stand they wanted to visit, replied the former stone nin, putting her fingers together. They said they'll be right back, she added quietly. Naraku-sama, the green-haired girl called him with a melody voice. Could you come over here for a moment? The former leaf nin's sweat dropped even more before lowering his head and heading in the direction the voice came. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, he said to Tamao before leaving. Call for an ambuscade, and so he joined Hanako at the stand, leaving the blonde Kunoichi giggling. Looks like luck is on our side, yeah, announced the hooded figure, dressed in the black cloak with red cloud on it, standing on top of a nearby building and observing the trio. Not just Shukaku, but the Kyuubi is here too. We can get quite a bunch just tonight, yeah. Don't push it, Deidara, replied another figure, dressed in the same cloak, only this one seemed to be kneeling and had a weird scorpion's tail coming from under his robe. 3 at a time can be a problem even for us. Whatever, came a response. One thing is for sure, it's gonna be fun tonight, yeah. That time, elsewhere Naruto gave Hinata the cotton candy he just bought and began to eat his own. The Hyuga heiress's face turned red as she took the offered candy and took a bite herself. The two slowly began walking down the street in silence. After a short walk the Kyuubi vessel looked to the sky that was now black. Night has wrapped the hidden sand in darkness. It's quite amazing really, he stated, still staring at the sky. With the current situation, where every shinobi village fights all the other, for Suna to remain so calm, almost as if the war didn't reach this desert. Maybe it's just their way of escaping from it all? Noticed Hinata shyly, hiding her face behind the candy when the blonde looked at her. Peace is not something a shinobi can exist with, Naruto declared. One of the basic rules of ninjutsu, for some reason that was the only one of them all I managed to memorize. He gave a weak smile for a split second, before his face turned grim. Maybe that's because I myself was never able to find that peace. It's hard to find, having a demon sealed inside of you, noticed the white-eyed girl even quieter than before, while taking a bite on her candy, which made it even harder to understand, yet the blonde knew exactly what she said. You don't carry one and it's hard to call your life a fairy tale too, Hinata-chan, he reminded her. The way I see it, we're not so different, we were both cursed at birth. Me with the Kyuubi, and you with your bloodline limit. The only thing we could have done was to accept that fact. He let out a sigh and then smiled to her. In a way, I felt that you were the only one in Konoha who could understand me. The Hyuga heiress's face reddened even more as she heard that. The girl tried to hide it behind her cotton candy, feeling that her skin had completely changed color. The blonde didn't seem to notice that and went on like nothing happened. But we both found people who accepted us the way we were and not for what we had. I was really happy when that happened, and I really wish that all of them have made it safely out of Konoha when the sound attacked, but I guess I should come clean, and with that his face became serious as it got closer and closer to the white-eyed girl's face, which was now completely red. I never admitted it, Hinata-chan, but... At this point the Kunoichi felt that she started sweating. Her face couldn't get redder than it already was. She froze, thinking that she knew what was coming. The blonde hesitated for a second himself, but then finished what he wanted to say. But I'm really glad that out of everyone I know, it's you I ended up running away with. Now Hinata was close to fainting. Did Naruto-kun just said, what I think he did. We should get back, he announced after a short silence. Naraku and the others might start to get worried, and so the two headed to where their companions should be, but the blush on Hinata's face didn't seem to fade at all. Meanwhile Kasumi threw her kunai at the hooded man's back only to see a chakra sphere get emitted from his body, stopping the knife before it reached its target. In the next instant the man started spinning and a tiny smirk appeared on the former Miss Nin's smirk. I knew those eyes of yours looked familiar, and now that you used Kaden I'm sure, what's your connection with Hinata, ugly? The man turned to face her, revealing that he had long, black hair, clipped in a ponytail. Sorry, but his new looks in my opinion, and completely white eyes. He had a Hite 8 with the leaf symbol on his forehead and as he got to his fighting stance, Kasumi noticed his right hand was wrapped in bandages. What does a missing nin from the Kiri can look in the Suna? The boy replied coldly with a question as if he didn't hear what the Kunoichi asked him. It's not nice to ask something before you ask the question you was asked, announced the former Miss Nin as she reached for her katana. You seem to be related to Hinata, so if possible I'd prefer not to kill you, but you don't seem like one who wishes to talk. You, no Hinata-sama? The boy's eyes widened slightly at what he heard. Where is she? Another question and you still haven't answered mine, reminded Kasumi. Let's start with something easy, like what's your name? Hyuga Neji, replied the boy as he dropped his fighting stance. That time, somewhere else. Come on, Gara-kun, move it. Yari called after the cage, trying to look angry. I really want that pink panda, you know, she joked, making a tiny smile appear on the redhead boy's face. But why does it have to be pink? He asked, still smiling. You're really clueless sometimes, Gara-kun, announced the blue-haired girl, turning around to him so that their faces were just inches from one another, making a tiny blush appear on the Shukaku vessel's face. Of course it has to be pink, cuz. Before she could finish, the redhead boy pulled her closer to himself. In the next moment a wall of sand appeared around them. Yari turned around surprised, and as the sand barrier got dispelled, she saw some strange spikes dropping to the ground and a weird-looking man standing at the end of the street. His entire body was covered in bandages, giving the impression he was a mummy. From beneath the bandages too, bloody red eyes glared at them, which sent shivers down her spine, though she couldn't really understand why. The man's right hand had a metal glove with claws instead of fingers on it. The former Sand Kunoichi also spotted a halberd on his back and a hite-aid with the slashed sunglass symbol on the man's left arm. A missing nin? Blue-haired girl's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the headband. Great reflex, Gara-san, announced the man with an echoing and emotionless voice. But that is to be expected, I suppose. After all, you were the only target I never really managed to kill. So the time has come, said the redhead boy. You came for the dog symbol, didn't you, Sumeko? The mummy only nodded. I have no choice then, but to do what should be done 10 years ago, and the moment he said so sand in his gourd popped the cork out and began circling around its master and Yari. Back to Naruto. Where were you guys? Naruto gave Naraku an accusing glare. We looked for you everywhere. And just then noticed Hanako, who stared with shining eyes at a strange necklace that the blonde was sure wasn't there the last time he saw the green-haired girl. The medallion had a big ruby in it, surrounded with gold and few, tiny diamonds. What's that thing around your neck? The loud mouth asked the ring user. The former Cloud Nin looked at him almost as if she just got out of the trance and held out her new decoration, so it was only an inch in front of Naruto's face, with a wide smile on her face. Cool, isn't it? Naraku-sama just bought it. And now I'm pretty much broke, added the former Leaf Nin quietly to Hinata and Tamao, who were standing right beside him. Then again, it was either that or some lame-looking golden rings that cost about twice as much as that necklace. The last time I agreed to carry all our money, cuz Hanako surely can take advantage of that, and so he turned to the former Stone Nin, trying to look disappointed. I asked you to call for Anbu after 10 minutes, Tamao-chan, and thus the two shy girls giggled. Just then both Naraku and Naruto felt a strange sensation and acted instantly. The blonde grabbed Hanako by her waist and moved aside as a strange-looking blade cut the air where they were standing just a fraction of a second before. The young Monodane of the other hand pushed both Hinata and Tamao away while he himself jumped into the air, thus making a weird blade go under his feet. In the next moment the former Leaf Nin landed on the stretched, making it struck into the ground. As Naraku raised his head to look at the one who attacked them, all he saw were shuriken coming right at him. Acting on instinct, he moved his hands, deflecting all the shinobi stars with his metal protectors. The former Leaf Nin then looked out front and saw a man with spiky, black hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a black outfit with white armor, a little similar to what Anbu wear, and a hite-aid with the slashed, mist symbol on his forehead. The blade that he attacked with was a sword with a really large blade, which seemed to be able to stretch thanks to the fact that several parts of it were connected with one another by chains, and Naraku was just standing on one of those sections. I really am describing that sort of swords. Imagine Renji's from Bleach. Soul Cutter. That headband, began the former Leaf Nin calmly, not taking his eyes off the swordsman. You're from Jusan Akuma, ain't ya? The missing Nin only nodded. The next question then should be, what are you doing here? But you're not gonna answer, are you? So you're Monodane Naraku, stated the swordsman, ignoring the last question. I must say that I've expected someone more impressive. Oh well, you'll do for a challenge for now. Let me just tell you that I'm nothing like Hanato and Hanon, and I don't intend to go easy on you. Bring it on then, yelled the Kyuubi vessel as he prepared for battle, but then Naraku's voice stopped him. No, Naruto. Take the girls and get away from here, I'll handle this guy. I can help, announced the blonde angry. I'm not saying that you can't, replied the young Monodane. But accept my brother, Jusa and Akuma always work in pairs. I see only one guy and that means his partner is somewhere in the village as well. I don't know what their goal is, but they have to be stopped. You look for the other one, I'll hold him off your back until the Anbu will show up. The whisker marks seemed like he wanted to argue for a moment, but they turned around and began running down the street with the three girls following him. Hanako however stopped after a few meters and turned around. Naraku-sama, she thought to herself. Will you really manage? We need to inform Gaara about this began Naruto, and only then did he notice someone was missing. He came to a stop with Tamao and Hinata doing the same, a little confused. Where's Hanako? He asked. The two girls turned around and noticed that the former Cloud Nin really was gone. Maybe she went back to help Naraku-san? Wondered the white-eyed girl quietly. Destiny has funny ways of acting. They all heard a voice coming from above, and as they looked up they saw a certain sound shinobi standing on the wall and glancing down at them. Wouldn't you agree, dope? Naruto just stared at him with his eyes widened, as his body started shaking from both excitement and anger. Sasuke. Naraku jumped her back, thus avoiding the incoming blade again. As Hisaki retreated his weapon, the young Monodane charged straight at the missing nin with kunai already in his hands. As the swordsman's eyes widened, the former leaf nin threw the knives at his adversary and began forming hand seals. Acting on instinct, the Jusa and Akuma member jumped into the air, thus avoiding the incoming kunai, and with his swords still stretched, he began spinning around in midair. His katana acted as a whip and circled around him, before the missing nin pushed it straight at the brown-haired boy. Naraku immediately stopped the chain of hand seals and jumped up, landing on his hands on top of Hisaki's sword. In an instant the former leaf nin jumped towards the Jusan member, aiming a spin kick into his head. As the attack connected, the missing nin's head shoot back, making him fall with his head first towards the ground. In the last moment, however, the swordsman flipped and landed safely on his feet just few meters away from Naraku, who finished his set of hand seals while landing on the ground as well. High note Kuiki. Ryumori. And with that a huge fireball escaped his mouth. Having nowhere to run, Hisaki went through a chain of hand seals of his own, and with the last one he called out, Sweden. Suijinheki. And right before the former leaf nin's eyes a large water barrier surrounded the swordsman, saving him from the flames. Such a jutsu with no water source near? Naraku thought to himself with a tiny smirk. This guy sure is good. I guess typical ways won't work, and fire domain won't do. I guess I have to bet this one on ice, and so he performed another set of hand seals. Mizu Kuiki. Fubuki no Jutsu. Hisaki's eyes widened as he saw water shoot from under the ground around Naraku as geysers and water drops turned into snowflakes as they came to the ground. A second later they began circling around the former leaf nin and suddenly flew straight at the surprised missing nin. Instantly the Jusan member charged at the young Monodane, ignoring the cold he felt when the snowflakes began hitting him and the fact that his vision got almost completely white. As he estimated the distance he had to cover, in the moment he came to its end, he unleashed his katana once more. The former leaf nin had to jump back again in order to avoid the hit, yet he was so surprised that he didn't manage to act in time and his torso was shallowly cut by the tip of Hisaki's sword. When his feet touched the ground, he looked at the missing nin with cold eyes. Well, for a Monodane, this is sure disappointing, stated the swordsman. Sure, Hinato and Hanon aren't really strong, but since you made such an impression on them, I figured you'll be some sort of a challenge. So far you only did fine. Naraku looked around the street and then his sight stopped at the Jusan member again. I'm only gonna ask you once. What is your objective? You came all this way just to kill me, or is it something else? I promise that if you'll tell me I'll let you live. Actually, after what I saw, I don't really think you're the one to make treats. And you're not someone who should have became a shinobi if you haven't realized a thing that's quite obvious. Look around and maybe you'll understand, responded the former leaf nin coldly, not moving an inch. What are you getting at? Demanded the swordsman angry. So far you got it easy, announced Naraku with the same, cold voice. But now we're the only two people on the street, so I don't have to hold back, fearing I'll hurt someone anymore. That snowstorm skill just now is nothing compared to other ice techniques I know. Is that supposed to scare me? Asked Hisaki, laughing shortly. No, actually, I just said it so you'd be aware of what awaits you from this point, and so the young Monodane began another set of hand seals. That time, Elsewhere in the Suna, Sasuke jumped down from the wall and landed right in front of the three shocked shinobi. "It's been a while, right, bonehead?" he asked with a smile, looking at Naruto. "I never imagined that you'll be able to survive our attack on the leaf." "Why are you here?" demanded the blonde, holding back his anger. "Well, don't think it's because of you," replied the Sharingan user with a little bored tone. "I didn't come here for you, though it's convenient that you're here. The reason I'm here is to kill Neji." At hearing that, Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. "Neji Nisan is in the Suna? But who is this girl?" asked Sasuke as he stared at Tamao with an evil smile. "Oh, she's from the Iwa, or rather was," he stated, noticing her headband. "I wonder why you guys actually travel with her, but that's not really important, I guess." "Hinata-chan, take Tamao and go. I'll take him on myself," announced Naruto in an ordering tone. "The time when I wanted to take you back is long gone. Now there's only one thing that I want from you, and that's your head." "So much for that lifetime promise to Sakura," stated the missing nin, laughing loudly. "But it doesn't matter. Out of the three of you, I'm interested only in you anyway, Kyuubi," and as he said so, his eyes turned red. "Naruto-san, are you sure that," began Tamao, but then she stopped as she felt her arm being grabbed. She looked back and saw Hinata pulling her away from the blonde and the raven-haired boy. "Hinata-san, what are you?" "Naruto-kun do not wish us to interfere," stated the Hyuga heiress simply. "He'd never forgive us if we'd get in the way," and with that she smiled slightly. "Besides, I'm sure Naruto-kun wouldn't wish his friends to see him as he'll become in a moment." Naruto's whisker marks became larger as his eyes turned red. Red chakra began surrounding him, his nails became claws and teeth grew into fangs. Sasuke kept smirking, standing confidentially with his arms crossed. "This is so predictable," he whined. "I assure you that this time it won't do you much, dead last," and as he said so, the two charged at one another. That time, near the gates of the Suna, another sound nin let out a yell of agony as toxin that entered his body began working. He collapsed to the ground with his view becoming completely black, his sight stopping at the puppeteer with purple markings on his face. The one who defeated him and his three companions. "Why would the sound attack Suna?" wondered Kankuro as he retreated his dolls. "I thought Orochimaru concentrated on killing the leaf survivors for the time being. Is he after that blonde brat and the white eye?" Meanwhile, another part of Suna, few sound nins crushed hard against a wall as a sudden wind blew them away. Shikamaru had an annoyed expression on his face as he glared at Temari, who was standing right next to him. "You know, it's really troublesome trapping those guys in my Kagemane just to make it easier for you to use that wind technique of yours," he stated, a little bored. "Hey, you're a guest in this village, so you could at least help us out a little. Consider we're being attacked," responded the blonde Kunoichi with a vein appearing on her forehead. "And stop whining, we need to find Gaara and the others. Out of all the people, he's the one you should be worried about the least," noticed the lazy ninja. "Especially since he has that sand of his, and he's the cage and all." "Yeah, it may be right," the girl thought to herself, staring into space. "And it's not really sound that I'm worried about, but that thing Gaara protects. It's a great opportunity for those who attacked him those 3 months ago to make another try. That time, somewhere else Gaara's sand shoot right at the incoming Sumeko, forcing the missing nin to dodge the attack. Being in a thin alley, the former sand nin jumped up and used chakra to keep on running on the wall, still aiming at the cage's head. Before Yari could even move, the Jusan member jumped down straight at Gaara with his metal glove out front. The Godem jumped back, trying to avoid the assault, even though his sand immediately appeared before the missing nin. To the Kunoichi's surprise, however, Sumeko's claws went right through the redhead's sand. The spear user eyes widened at the sight, yet Gaara didn't seem to be moved by that at all as he was already performing another attack, Sabaku to Mirai. In an instant, spikes made of hard sand began shooting from the ground, creating a trail of spikes that headed straight towards the missing nin. The Jusan member didn't try to dodge, however. He just jumped into the air and, spinning parallel to the ground, he used his claws to destroy all the spikes that were aiming to pierce him. "He's able to go through Gaara-kun's sand shield and destroy his sand," concluded the blue-haired girl, a bit worried. "Those claws are the same as my spear. But that means," and with that she stared at the missing nin with her eyes widen. "Yari-chan," suddenly Gaara spoke up, gaining the Kunoichi's attention. "Please, leave here, I'll take him on by myself." You can't be serious, stated the girl, acting tough. Your sand won't do much against this guy, you saw it yourself. Those claws of his are capable of getting through it, and thus your defense is way less effective than usual. Fighting him on your own is too dangerous. I beat him once, even though he was using those claws, announced Gaara as he sent the missing Nin a cold glare. I can do it again, considering this is a thin passage. Right now I have to watch out so that my attacks won't hit you. At this point, you'd be getting in my way more than you can help. The blue-haired girl just dropped her side to the ground, and after a moment of hesitation she left the two. Sumeko smiled behind his bandages as Gaara's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment the missing Nin jumped up to avoid a huge sand hand that reached out to grab him from below. The Jusan member performed a quick set of hand seals, and with the last symbol he called out, Fuden. Kei's Sume no Jutsu. In an instant a strong wind began blowing, and as it hit Gaara, the Kei's cage felt his skin got cut. As the redhead looked at his arm, he noticed a newly formed gash on it, and before he knew it, another cut appeared just below it. His eyes widened as he formed a sand barrier around himself, making the wind hit it. Come on, you can't tell me that you've already forgotten, yelled Sumeko so that his opponent could hear him even within the barrier. The last time I fought you, I promised that I'll find a way to get through that stupid sand of yours. You didn't expect that my metal claws were the only thing I've counted on when I came here, did ya? And did you expected to defeat me so easily? Asked the Kei's cage calmly with an emotionless face, as usual. In the next moment sand began shooting from the walls and from the ground, blocking the missing Nin any way of escape. Damn it, I got careless. The former sand Nin cursed in his mind as he looked around. All those times I cut his sand into pieces, he still controlled it and made it stuck to walls so that later I wouldn't have a way to run. That's the reason why he sent that blue-haired away. Whether it's back, up or front, my sand will still get you, stated Gaara coldly. And even though your claws are capable of getting through my sand, you can't use it to block the entire attack. This fight is over. Not yet, Sumeko thought to himself as he began another set of hand seals. Fuden. Tenku Tama no Jutsu. But the moment he called out the technique's name, he got covered by the redhead's sand. The Kei's cage stayed as he was, looking at the place where the missing Nin got buried, with his eyes slightly narrowed. They widened just a bit in the next moment as he saw his sand being blown away in every direction, with the former sand Nin standing where he did, breathing a little heavily. How did you survive? Asked Gaara, a bit curious, but still emotionless. I managed to surround myself with the sphere of wind currents, replied Sumeko without bursting. When you create wind in many directions, it can change the structure of some things, and sand, which structure isn't very solid, is quite affected by something like that. I see, nodded the redhead. Most impressive, thanks, responded the missing Nin. But no matter what you say, I have to kill you. Okay, actually, I just want the symbol, but killing you is a bonus, and with that he charged straight at the Kei's cage again. Gaara instantly put a wall of sand in front of him and performed another technique. As Sumeko went straight through the wall, using his claws, the redhead finished his jutsu and called out, Suna Shuriken. In a flash a wall appeared before him, and in the next second tens of sand shuriken flew right at the missing Nin. Having no other way to avoid them, the Jusan member jumped up, but that was just what Gaara wanted him to do. The Suna leader immediately sent his sand towards the missing Nin while he was still in midair, making the end of the wave end with a sharp spike. Acting on instinct, Sumeko began spinning around and deflected the attack with his claws. Gaara's eyes widened slightly as he saw his sand changing directions and the Jusan member using his spinning move landing on his sand and sliding straight towards him. Without a second thought, the redhead changed the shape of the sand Sumeko used as a rail, and spikes formed themselves in the missing Nin's way. The mummy jumped of the sand trail and, somersaulting, landed right behind the Kei's cage, just to get blown away with the redhead's sand wave. As he slammed against a stone wall, he saw another wave of sand coming straight at him, only this time he was ready. Making the air around his metal claws circle, he attacked the wave, cutting it in half and making the sand went from both his sides, but not touching him. In a flash he performed another set of hand seals, and with the last symbol he called out, Fuden. Tatsumaki Shindo. In an instant wind began circling around him, creating a small tornado. Before Gaara knew it, Sumeko got lifted up by his own wind and was sent flying straight at him, still surrounded with the tornado. Acting on instinct, the redhead sent his sand against the incoming enemy, making it mimic his adversary's attack and forming it into a tornado made of sand. The missing nin, however, held his metal glove in front, this cutting the Cage's attack easily. Gaara had to jump back, to avoid being pierced. As his claw sunk into the sandy ground, Sumeko used the hand with his metal glove to bounce off the surface and came at the redhead with a kick aimed at the boy's head. Yet this time the Cage's sand shield managed to get in his way and stopped him. A smirk appeared on Sumeko's face behind bandages as he prepared his claws again, ready to cut through the blockade and finding his target defenseless on the other side. Things didn't go as he planned, however. Just as he thought of his plan, a blade on the end of the spear went straight through Gaara's sand and went for the missing nin's head. The Jusan member jumped back just in time to avoid certain death. As he came to a sliding stop, he glared at the place the attack came from, and as the sand dropped, he saw Yari standing next to Gaara with her spear held out front. "Yari-chan, what are you doing?" asked the Cage. "I asked you to get back." "I did," she replied with determination in her voice. "But I'm not a kid anymore, I've changed, and this time, I won't run away." A small smile appeared on Gaara's face as he threw her a quick stare and then, looking back at Sumeko, he announced with his sand starting to circle again. "Get ready then." Meanwhile Hinata and Tamao ran through the streets of Suna towards the Cage Tower. Suddenly the Hyuga heiress stopped, making the former stone nin slow down as well, confused. A second later two figures appeared right before them in the middle of the street. The white-eyed girl made few steps back as she noticed who the two arrivals were. The first one was a girly man with long, blonde hair, clipped in a ponytail and blue eyes. He was wearing a black robe with red clouds and a hite with a slashed Iwa symbol on the forehead. Right next to him stood, or more like kneeled, another man, dressed just like the blonde one. His hair was black as well as his eyes. He also had his mouth covered behind the black shawl. What drew the attention the most in him, however, was a scorpion's tail that stuck out of his robe. "Oh, the Kyuubi isn't here, yeah," noticed the blonde man with a small smirk. "Doesn't matter," stated the scorpion's tail. "We can always catch it later, as well as Shukaku. For the time being, let's secure the 7 tails." Hinata's eyes widened in surprise at hearing that. 7 tails? What are they? But at that moment she realized what the two meant and looked behind her only to see Tamao backing away slowly, not taking her eyes off the two figures. She was terrified and shaking. Naruto is standing before the mirror, but instead of his reflection, the one appearing in it is Sasuke. "You've put up a good fight," stated Naraku calmly with blood dripping from his left cheek as he held his hand under his torso, from which blood was escaping his body through a wide slash going across his chest. But that was still not enough, and with that he glared at Hisaki, who was laying under a nearby wall with frostbites all over his body, a lot of tiny cuts here and there and a deep wound on his torso. "That technique," began the missing nin, finding it hard to breath. "What the hell was it?" The young Monodane didn't reply. He just looked over his shoulder right before Hinako appeared. The green-haired girl looked at the swordsman with her eyes widened slightly and then turned towards her companion. "Naraku-sama, are you?" She began nervously, but the former leaf nin only raised his hand in a gesture to make her stop. "This is the first time I've seen him in such shape. Even after his fight with Reshin he seemed better. How in the world did a simple missing nin manage to push him that far, to use that jutsu?" Naraku-sama promised that. But then her thoughts got interrupted by the arrival of 4, Suna Anbu. Naraku turned to face them and with a slight bow, he announced, "I'm glad you showed up, please take this guy's prisoner." With that he quickly pointed at Hisaki, who was still laying under the wall. "Be advised, however, as he is an S-class criminal and you shouldn't take him off your sight. Also, he's from Jusan Akuma and they work in pairs, so there's at least one more guy like him in the village. If you encounter him, use caution. Now, if you'll excuse us, my friend and I will go on a search for his partner." The Anbu squad leader only nodded, and in an instant his two subordinates grabbed Hisaki and disappeared somewhere. The young Monodane turned towards the Kunoichi then and said with a little guilt showing on his face, "I understand why you came back, but I'd prefer for you to stick with Naruto and the others. They may be in trouble. Which way did they headed when you turned around?" The green-haired girl pointed in the asked direction, and a moment later the duo was already heading that way. "Tamao-chan," Naraku thought to himself, worried. "I hope you're okay." Same time, elsewhere Sumeko jumped back as a powerful blast of sand shot straight at him. Before his feet even touched the ground, he had to use his metal glove to block Yari's attack, who aimed her spear at his head. As the both former sand nins landed on the ground, the Jusan member bended his knees slightly and grabbed the spear's blade with his glove. The blue-haired girl seemed surprised at first, but in an instant a small smirk appeared on her face as she moved the other end of her weapon between Sumeiko's feet, making the hand with which he held the blade twist a bit. In a fraction of a second the kunoichi moved her spear to her left, making one of the missing nin's feet separate from the ground and thus resulting in him losing balance. With his other leg bended slightly, he could maintain his balance and began falling on his back. But before his fall was completed, he used his hand with the metal glove to prop himself against the ground, thus breaking the fall. In an instant he began spinning on that hand and aimed a kick in Yari's face. His foot never reached its target however as a wall of sand rose right before the kunoichi, stopping the attack. In a next second Sumeiko found himself surrounded with sand walls, which started to get closer. The missing nin landed back on his feet and still spinning, he used his claws to cut the sand in half. As the sand dropped back to the ground, he looked at Gaara with a smirk appearing behind his bandages. Did you really expected me to jump into the air to avoid being squished? I'm not an idiot, though I wonder what surprise you prepared for me once I go into the air. Actually, began the redhead calmly, looking back at the Jusan member. What makes you so sure I didn't predict that you won't fall for that and prepared countermeasures? As he said so, Sumeiko's eyes widened a bit as he noticed his feet buried slightly in the sand. In the next moment he spotted Yari charging right at him, with her spear ready. As he made an attempt to get free, the sand tightened its grip around his feet, keeping him in place. Having no other alternative, the missing nin began cutting the sand around his feet with his claws and as the blue-haired girl came closer, he just grabbed the stick right behind the blade of her weapon with his other hand and pulled it to the ground. In an instant he spun on his feet, aiming his claws at the kunoichi's head now. However Yari just dug her spear deeper into the ground and bounced to the surface, still holding to her weapon tight. As Sumeiko's claws went right below her body, which was now located parallel to the ground, she spun on her spear and delivered a kick into the missing nin's face. As the Jusan member flew back, another sand wall rose behind him and swallowed the former sand nin. Is it over? Asked Yari as she kept observing the place where the Jusan member disappeared just a second ago. The cage only shook his head slightly right before the sand blasted into the sky, revealing the missing nin standing back up, breathing heavily. Just by looking at him, the kunoichi could tell that he has changed. His calmness disappeared completely. Now he was more holding back his anger, so that rage wouldn't take over. From behind the bandages blood was escaping his body and it seemed like he had to make a big effort to keep standing. His eyes were set on Gaara and him only. He seemed to completely forget that she was there as well. Well, this is disappointing to see you in such state, Sumeiko. The trio heard a voice and as they turned towards the rooftops from where it came from, they saw two more missing nins. The one who have spoken was a man wearing a violet cloak with a headband with the mountain symbol. I thought you were sure you'll be able to get the dog symbol. Shut up, Henku, the former sand nin shoot back. The fight isn't over yet. Sadly, it is, corrected the one called Henku calmly. As Sumeiko turned around to look at him, his companion, a man with spiky, brown hair, wearing green and brown, with a Hite-8 with the grass symbol spoke up. Akatsuki are in the village. So, responded the former sand nin, mad that he couldn't finish the fight. I can just kill them if they'll get in my way, get lost. You just don't get it, announced Henku. We're not asking you to go with us, we're ordering you. It's Reshin-sama's instructions, we can't afford to waste any more time, especially since we have to pick up Hisaki as well. The bandaged ninja hesitated for a moment and then dropped his guard. So, are we leaving the dog symbol behind just like that? This is the perfect situation to get it. Are you questioning Reshin-sama's direct instructions? Asked the former grass nin, narrowing his eyes. Don't get too sure of yourself, Sumiko, you're useful, but not irreplaceable, now move it. Yeah, replied the former sand nin as he jumped into the air and in the next moment he appeared right next to the other missing nins. Sorry for cutting this short, Gaara-san. He apologized while looking at the redhead. I guess we'll do this another day, and with this the three of them vanished. Shouldn't we go after them? Asked Yari confused about what just happened. It'd be pointless, replied Gaara calmly as he walked over to her. It's likely for us to defeat 3 of them at once. Besides, the village is being under attack and pushing back the attackers is my top priority now as the Cage. Care to join me? He asked after a short pause. The blue-haired girl only smiled and followed the redhead towards the nearest place the battle noises were coming from. That time, elsewhere Sasuke blocked Naruto's punch with his left hand and instantly spun on his foot, aiming a kick into the blonde's stomach. The whisker marks however saw right through it and also blocked the raven-haired boy's attack with his left hand. With Sasuke having his back turned towards the Kyuubi vessel, the blonde decided to use the situation and aimed his claws to pierce right through the missing nin's chest. Surprisingly for him however, the Sharingan user just jumped up and somersaulted in midair, making the 2 boys' eyes meet for a split second. The sound nin smiled noticing rage in the blonde's eyes, and the moment he landed on the ground behind Naruto, it was now him who was facing his opponent's back. He instantly began forming hand seals with an attempt to burn his former teammate to a crisp, just to see a chakra hand with claws shoot out of the whisker mark's back and hitting him hard in the stomach. With the chakra palm still pushing him, Sasuke hit the wall behind him and was forced against it by the red chakra hand. Yet the smile didn't disappear from his face. "What now, are you gonna kill me, dope?" he asked teasingly. "I already told you," replied the blonde with a cold face as he turned around to face his former teammate. "The only thing I want from you now is your head," and with that another chakra hand with claws shoot out from his body, aiming the claws at the missing nin's head. "No choice then," stated the sound nin still smiling. "I'll have to get serious," and with that he hit the wall with his head, making it crack. A note for those of you who are surprised Sasuke managed to do something like this. He simply filled his head with chakra, which may sound weird, but that made it more resistant to damage and gave it more destructive power. In the next moment the stone wall went into pieces and having his back freed, Sasuke jumped back, avoiding the incoming attack. In a blink of an eye, the raven-haired boy just vanished. In the next moment Naruto jumped back right before the missing nin shoot from below the ground in the place he stood with a kunai in his hand. Immediately the blonde threw several shuriken at the Sharingan user, yet the auto shinobi simply deflected them all with the knife he held in his hand. Sasuke landed on the ground with a wide smile on his face, yet his eyes widened as he noticed an explosive tag right below him, covered in sand a little. The sound nin jumped back right before the explosion, avoiding serious damage. Before his feet even touched the ground, the missing nin performed a quick set of hand seals and bending back so that he could see what was behind him, he called out, "Kaiten Gukaku no Jutsu," with releasing an incredible amount of fire from his mouth. Naruto, who appeared right in the place Sasuke's attack was aimed, immediately used his hands to bounce off the ground and just barely managed to dodge the assault. "He's capable to catch up to my speed even when I'm using Kyuubi," concluded the blonde with the angry expression still showing on his face. Such cheap tricks won't do then, and in an instant he performed his standard technique, Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Before he knew it, Sasuke got surrounded with tens of Naruto. The missing nin looked around him, but the smirk still haven't disappeared from his face. The instant the blonde's clones charged right at him, he bended to his back a little and grabbed the closest Bushin's shirt. In a fraction of a second Sasuke jumped up, hitting another, charging clone with his feet, which just left the ground, and still holding the other Bushin by the shirt. He somersaulted in the instant he landed on the ground. He tossed the one he grabbed against the other, 2 incoming clones, making all 3 disappear in the cloud of white smoke. As more clones charged at him, Sasuke bended to his right a bit and launching a kick with his left leg at the incoming Bushin. He used his right hand to punch the other blonde that charged at him from the opposite direction. Noticing that all other Bushins were coming at him from every direction, he bended to his right even more and placing both hands on the ground, he performed a Belgian helicopter, hitting clones that weren't able to stop in time and making them get dispelled. While his hands were still pressed against the sand, the missing nin used his palms to bounce off the ground and spinning flew into the air. Landing outside the circle that Naruto clones created around him, he smiled even wider as the explosive tag he left behind exploded, making even more Bushins disappear in the cloud of white smoke. Immediately Sasuke performed another set of hand seals, and when Naruto's Bushins were about to attack the missing nin, he simply called out, "Kaiten Karyuden no Jutsu," and in an instant a powerful dragon made of flames escaped from his mouth, piercing right through the blonde clones, lifting up an entire fog of white smoke. As the air became clear, a smirk on Sasuke's face widened once more as he saw a red ball of chakra forming itself in Naruto's hand. With his smile staying on his face, the Sound Nin asked the blonde. "So this is it? Are you that willing to forget about the promise you made to Sakura?" The whisker marks didn't reply. His eyes only narrowed and his hair became redder, which were the only signs that he listened to what the Sharingan user said. He let out a short growl as he took one step towards the missing nin and then another. Naruto charged forward as a ball of red chakra circled in his right palm. With a wild roar he held that hand out front, aiming the red orb at the missing nin. Sasuke, however, didn't seem to be moved by this at all and just calmly announced, "This reminds me of something." In the next moment electricity wrapped itself around his right hand and the Auto Shinobi moved it closer to the building wall, making the stone go into pieces as the electric current drew nearer to them. In an instant the Sound Nin charged at the blonde, also holding out his hand that was now surrounded with the current out front. As the two teens came closer and closer to one another, both carrying their strong and misunderstood emotions, their vision changed. Everything each of them saw at that moment was his opponent and his heart that he wished to pierce. And with the terrifying chakra gathered in their hands, filled with hatred, rage and sorrow, the air got cut for this short moment, carrying two calls to the furthest corners of the hidden sand village. Rasengan. Chidori. And then silence felt, almost like nothing happened. Even the noise of the battle all around quieted down for that short second. Who won? And for what price? Even though no one seen this battle, even though no one was aware of it, they all seemed to wish to know Theseus' answers. And in the next moment the noises were heard around the whole village yet again. The battle has not ended, everyone was still fighting. Everyone, except the two warriors, who were once best friends. Their battle has ended. Meanwhile, elsewhere Deidara jumped back, thus avoiding an opened palm aimed at his chest. The blonde Akatsuki immediately reached for his clay and after placing some of it in the mouth that was located on his hand, he performed a quick set of hand seals, calling out, "Ninpo. Nendo Katana no Jutsu." In an instant a sword appeared in his hand, which he swung straight at the white-eyed girl, but Hinata just jumped away, avoiding the attack, but the moment her feet touched the ground, he noticed a scorpion's tail coming right at her from behind. The Hyuga heiress immediately bended over and, after placing her hands on the ground, she used them to bounce off the surface, making Sasori's tail sunk into the sand. Without wasting a second, the leaf Kunoichi landed on the missing nin's tail and charged right at him with her palm ready. Having no other option, the former sand nin made his tail separate and jumped back. Hinata came to a stop in a fighting stance as she saw the tail regenerating itself by extending itself from below Sasori's robe and transforming the ending into the sting. Fighting them both makes it hard, the white-eyed girl concluded as she kept observing Deidara with her Byakugan. One I could have taken down, but with two opponents, the moment I force one to create an opening, the other springs into action. I need to do something to separate them. This is a troublesome one, yeah, announced the blonde Akatsuki with an evil smile. At such pace we won't be able to obtain Shichibi, Sasori Dono. I'll handle her myself and you just take the 7 tails, yeah. Don't you think too highly of yourself, Deidara? Asked the former sand nin in a cold voice. That hag's good and if I were to grab the Shichibi, I won't be coming back for you, but the moment he said so the two jumped up. Hinata was about to do the same, but at that moment she felt someone grabbing her and taking her onto a nearby roof. The moment the Hyuga heiress body left the ground, stone spikes shoot from below the surface in the entire area. As she stood back onto her feet, her eyes widened at noticing who saved her, Neji Nisan. Hinata-sama, it's been a while, replied the Hyuga genius with a wide smile. I must say that you and Naruto are hard to catch up to, but I believe we can talk later. I see 2 Akatsuki members near, but what exactly were those stone spikes just now? This is not good, stated Kasumi, who stood at the edge of the roof and stared at the street below. Uncontrollably her body began shaking as she looked back at the 2 white-eyed teens. No matter who stupid this may sound, the Akatsuki are the least of our worries right now, and with that she got back to observing the street. Because it seems that IT has awakened again. A little confused Neji used his Byakugan and followed her side to Tamao, who kneeled in the middle of the street below, holding her head in her hands, with tears dropping from her face. The former stone nin shook her head in negation with her body shaking, but in a different way than Kasumi's. No, The blonde girl begged quietly. No, not that, please, anything but this again. Sasuke stood above the fallen Naruto with an evil smile on his face. He looked down at the blonde, who was hardly breathing as he was holding his left shoulder, now completely covered with his own blood. The sound nin's Chidori cut right through it. The former Leaf Nin was smiling, but he didn't move an inch. As he observed the Whisker Marks, who was once his teammate, he suddenly felt something collection in his mouth and then, without any warning, he coughed out blood, which dripped from his mouth even after he shut his lips. Was that really all the famous Rasengan could do? Asked the Uchiha prodigy as he looked at his torso, shallowly cut in several places and covered with his blood. Or did you held back in the end, just like last time? What difference does it make? The blonde shoot back, still holding his arm, unable to get up. Besides, being such a genius, I thought it shouldn't be hard for you to figure out the truth, and as he mentioned that, Sasuke's eyes widened for a split second, before he regained his typical posture. So tell me, the Kyuubi vessel continued, acting like he didn't notice the sound nin's reaction just then. Did you really achieve what you wanted? The raven-haired boy didn't reply at first. His eyes only narrowed as he reached for a kunai. Not yet, he finally responded in a cold voice. But I will in a second, and so he aimed at the blonde's head. And then he raised his knife, only to throw it at the Whisker Marks the next moment. Naruto didn't close his eyes. As he saw the blade of the kunai coming right at his head, he just stayed motionless, and witnessed the knife sinking into the wall just 2 inches away from his head. What was the use of that, I want your head, talk, dead last? Demanded the former Leaf Nin with fury showing on his face. It was rare for Sasuke to display his emotions so obviously, so if someone he knew would see him at that moment, he'd most likely be very surprised. The Kyuubi vessel however seemed unmoved by that, unmoved at all. I don't suppose you realize your situation. I can kill you anytime I want, yelled the Sharingan user loudly, holding back his anger. However, the blonde only kept looking at him as he replied. Then why don't you? You really don't get, do you, Naruto? Stated Sasuke with an evil smile, regaining his cold posture. I'm not going back to the leaf, not now, not ever, especially since there's no leaf anymore, thanks to me. Just then ground started shaking and for a short moment it seemed like there will be an earthquake. Surprisingly, however, everything calmed down the next second and the sound nin looked around a little confused. It was then that he noticed something. Well, what do you know? He thought to himself as his smile widened. He then reached for another kunai and preparing to fire it, he asked out loud, before I'll finish this, there's one thing I want to ask you, Naruto. During all those years, have you at least once considered why I didn't finish you back at the Valley of the End? I didn't need to, the blonde replied calmly. I knew, but at this the former Leaf Nin's eyes narrowed and as he threw his kunai at the Kyuubi vessel, he let out a yell. You know absolutely nothing. His knife however didn't reach its target as all of a sudden it got deflected by a strange, metal ring, which spinning acted like a boomerang and once knocking out the kunai, it began heading back in the direction it came from. So I suppose you're that famous Uchiha Sasuke. The two suddenly heard a voice and as they looked up in the direction it came from, they saw Naraku and Hanako standing on a nearby rooftop, with the kunoichi grabbing the ring that just returned. In an instant the young Monodane jumped down, landing just few meters away from the Sharingan user. And you are, began the sound nin, raising an eyebrow. Monodane Naraku, replied the former Leaf Nin. And this is Banrai Hanako, and with that he pointed at the green-haired girl. And you might want to leave my friend alone, if you're looking for a fight though, I'm willing to give you one. You think you could win? Asked Sasuke with a smirk. You think I could not? The brown-haired boy shoot back calmly. The two stood there for a longer while, before the sound nin finally smirked even wider and then said in a little annoyed voice. You Monodane can sure be a pain, naturally. You believe you could win just because my Sharingan is not capable of coping your techniques. I'll prove you're wrong, another day. Naraku didn't reply. He just stood there in the same position he was standing from the start. Sasuke laughed shortly and then continued. Don't get the wrong idea however, I assure you that in a one-on-one fight, I'd have defeated you, and with that he turned towards Naruto. Until next time, dead last, and so he was gone. The moment the Uchiha prodigy disappeared, the young Monodane let out a sigh of relief. As he looked at the Whisker Marks, who was slowly getting back to his feet with the help from Hanako, he only smiled for a split second. You really are special, Naruto. Boy, you're pathetic, whined the green-haired girl as the blonde now tried standing with her help, and even though his legs were shaking, he managed to hold his balance. You just lost, again. What are you talking about, Hanako? Asked Naraku, a little surprised, and as the kunoichi looked at him confused, he announced. The fight just now, Naruto won it, and as the former Cloud Nin's eyes widened, the whisker marks only threw a quick glare at the young Monodane. He didn't say a thing, but he didn't had to. It was clear to him that Naraku understood what happened here all too well. The Kyuubi vessel wasn't sure why that was so, but at that point he knew one thing. The Monodane prodigy understood him in some way, probably even more he wished to show. I'd congratulate you, Naruto, but I'm afraid we don't have time for that, announced Naraku, walking a little closer to the blonde. You felt the ground shaking just then. I know what caused it, in case you haven't noticed it by now. Let me tell you that Tamao is the same as you, she's a Jinchuriki. And this heavy atmosphere means that the beast that's locked inside her is about to run loose. I'm not sure if you are aware of what that means, but I'll tell you this. If it won't be stopped in time, this entire village will be wiped out from the maps, just like Konoha was. Naruto immediately ran towards the place where Tamao was, without paying any attention to the pain that shoot from his wound. Naraku on the other hand hesitated and narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the ground. And then, suddenly, Hanako was there. She embraced the former Leaf Nin, and as the young Monodane looked back at her, she gave him a warm smile. But the boy didn't even manage a forced smile. Instead, he lowered his head and returned to observing the ground. You know, when I took her in, I promised that something like this will never happen again, Naraku began, still not raising his head. I guaranteed that she won't have to fear that ever again. Guess that in the end it was just another promise I couldn't keep. Naraku-sama, the green head only managed to whisper as she lowered her head as well. The former Leaf Nin let out a sigh and then continued. Whenever that thing gets loose, she feels it, the terror, the pain, the darkness. When I first saw it, I could tell it's been ripping her apart. She's not like Naruto or Gaara. That thing that's inside her, it won't help her, not even once, and at some point, she won't be able to withstand it. Hanako only opened her mouth slightly, yet she didn't find the strength to say anything at first. As she took a deep breath, she placed her hand on the young Monodane's shoulder, thus gaining his attention, and then speak up. That's why she has you, Naraku-sama, even though it's a little painful for me to admit that. The brown-haired boy just stared at her, without saying a word as the green-haired girl continued. Sometimes I'm wondering if things would be different if you'd meet me first, if I came in before Tamao did. I'm probably the worst hag in the world, saying this right now, but one cannot do a thing about his feelings. Out of everyone I know, you probably know this the best, Naraku-sama. The boy still stood there, without saying a word as a single drop of tear slowly began running down the girl's cheek. She pulled herself together quickly, however, and went on as nothing happened. They say it's simple, that there's not much to it, but in reality, they're probably just wish to deny the facts. It's not simple at all. This is the most complicated thing that ever existed, because there aren't any rules or laws when it comes down to it, and once you get in you can never truly get out, and it's painful, but at the same time, it's also something that gives so much happiness. I basically talk about it all the time, but I'm not sure if I can say that I really know much about it, and with that she looked away, lowering her head. It was then that Naraku came closer to her and gentle made her look at him. You do know a lot about it. More than you let yourself to notice, or rather more than you let yourself to accept. As usual, you're right, Naraku-sama, replied the green-haired girl with a weak smile, because accepting that would make me realize that I'm fighting a losing battle, and with that she hugged him once more, only this time she didn't want to let go. I know that this will sound bad, but I'd really wish to not say what's need to be said. I know, announced the former Leaf Nin, placing his hand on top of her head as she let go and took few steps back. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry, you don't need to say it, but I must go. Please, watch yourself out, and so he turned away, preparing to run right after Naruto. Before he managed to take a single step, however, Hanako spoke again. There's nothing you have to feel sorry about, Naraku-sama, but this time you're wrong. I need to say it, and with that her voice froze for a moment in her throat, before she managed to continue. Please, bring her back. The young Monodane only nodded and then took off, leaving the green-haired girl alone. Being a nice girl, she thought to herself, both disappointed and relieved. That time, somewhere in Suna. Sasori Dono, mind telling me why we're retreating? Yeah. asked Deidara as she and her partner jumped from one roof onto another, leaving behind the place they fought with the young Hyuga heiress. The Seven Tails was just there, why leaving it behind? Deidara, you can be really mindless, replied the former Sand Nin calmly without even looking at his companion. You don't get the situation at all. Kaku isn't really a big treat, considering how powerful the other demons were, but there's one tiny little detail that you should take under consideration while dealing with this one. And that is? Demanded the blonde, a little annoyed. Some Jinchuriki have the power to become the beasts they carry inside, responded the puppeteer, keeping his calm. Basically those are the most dangerous, but there's one catch to it. It's rumored that the Seven Tails is a little different in that matter. How so? Forced the former Stone Nin impatiently, but his partner didn't reply. Same time, elsewhere Hinata jumped back, thus avoiding several stone spikes that shoot from the ground in the attempt to stab right through her. In an instant she returned to her fighting style, but she couldn't make herself fight back. After all, the one causing all this was the girl she considered as friend. Someone with who she had a lot in common. Kasumi tossed several kunais straight at the former Stone Nin, but they were all blown away by orange chakra that surrounded Tamao. The weapon mistress clenched her teeth as his eyes narrowed. She immediately jumped onto a nearby roof, just barely escaping a giant stone hand that reached out to grab her from below. Kasumi-san, why did you throw those kunai? Asked Hinata, a little confused. Do you want to hurt Tamao-san? But the former Mist Nin replied simply without even looking at the Hyuga heiress. Sorry to say this, but you don't get the situation. Hinata. Naraku told me about the way Kaku was sealed inside Tamao. If we won't stop her, she'll destroy the whole village, and at the same time, nothing we do can really do her any harm. Why? Asked Neji, who just joined them after a series of air evolutions that helped him avoid all the stone spikes that shoot at him. And so Kasumi said what she knew. I don't really know how this was done, however I can say this. The way the Seven Tails got sealed inside her was flawless. Once the beast starts to free itself, only someone with another beast inside would be capable to hold it back. Meaning we can't do a thing without the help of another Jinchuriki? Concluded the Hyuga genius calmly, but in reality he was never as nervous as now. The fact that he couldn't do a single thing, in some twisted way, scared him. And as the former Mist Nin nodded, Hinata drew their attention to her by saying, But you said it happened before, so how was Tamao-san stopped that time? And at hearing that, Kasumi smiled slightly under her nose as she looked at the white-eyed girl. I guess that it, and then she spoke up. The circumstances were a bit different in the early stadium. The beast can be pushed by anyone, however it seems like now it gotten too much influence on Tamao's body. At the moment the chakra that surrounds her will basically protect her from any attack that won't have a demon part in it, and besides, even if that wasn't so, sealing the beast back isn't that easy. What do you mean by that? Asked Neji, a little confused. The former Mist Nin only lowered her head, before she replied. There is a prize for pushing Kaku back. The seal can only be done with using one's own blood, and once it sprays the Jinchuriki's forehead, the one doing the sealing dies. Plus the only one who knows the seal is Naraku. Neji looked with his eyes widen at the kunoichi. Even though he didn't know this, Naraku, he certainly felt sorry for him at that single moment. Furthermore, what insurance did they had that he'll even make it in time? Things certainly didn't look good. It was then that Hinata jumped down from the roof and charged straight at Tamao. No, stay away, please, yelled the former Stone Nin with a breaking voice as tears run down her cheeks. He'll kill you. But the Hyuga heiress didn't listen. Her peril eyes narrowed as stone spikes shoot at her from underground yet again. The moment another spike shoot next to her, she jumped into the air, spotting the attack thanks to her Byakugan, and bounced off the very spike, thus flying higher and going above another spike that tried to stab through her. As the Hyuga heiress landed on another stone spike and skid down it, a powerful wave of earth came her way. The leaf kunoichi however only gathered chakra in her right palm and launched that hand forward, releasing the chakra into the air, cutting the wave in two with it. Hake Kusho. As the earth fell down, Hinata charged right through it with her palm aimed at Tamao's chest. The moment she launched the attack however, a powerful stone wall rose before her, making her palm his the barrier. The wall cracked and soon fell into pieces, but it was at that time that a small, stone hand shoot right at the white-eyed girl, and as it hit her, the leaf kunoichi was sent flying against a nearby wall. "What the hell is she doing?" yelled Kasumi from above. "I told her there's nothing either of us can really do here, so why in the world did she?" And with that she looked at Neji, awaiting answer, but she never received it. The Hyuga genius only narrowed his eyes as he looked at his cousin. He knew perfectly why she did what she did. And he respected that, even if it was pointless. As Hinata fell to the ground, a trail of stone spikes launched at her once again. In an instant Neji jumped down in an attempt to save his cousin, but at the same time he heard a very familiar voice yelling. "Doden! Ishi Tamarai no Jutsu!" And in a fraction of a second another trail of stone spikes appeared, this time heading towards the one created by Kaku. As the two attacks collide, they cancelled each other out, and the moment Neji landed next to the Hyuga heiress, there was no danger anymore. As the white-eyed boy looked in the direction the second Earth-based attack came from, he saw a certain, blonde boy walking their way. "Good to see you, Naruto," he announced with a smile as he helped Hinata get back to her feet. But in the next moment another boy appeared next to the first, this time with brown hair and a hite with the slashed, leaf symbol on it. "Naraku-san." Kasumi immediately recognized the other boy as she jumped down to the two Hyugas. "I'm terribly sorry," she added with a slight, apologizing bow. "I failed. I came here too late and now Tamao," but at this point the former Leaf Nin stopped her. "You did what you could, no need to be sorry, besides, what's done is done," and it was then that he seemed to notice Neji. "You're a Hyuga too. I wish we could be properly introduced, but now's not the time, considering that you're from the Hyuga clan. I have a favor to ask you. Please that both Hinata and Kasumi out of here, as bad as it may sound. None of you can really help us here. Once you'll reach safe distance, please find Gaara-san and ask him to come here as soon as it'll be possible." "But Naraku-san," began the Hyuga heiress, wanting to disagree, but the former Leaf Nin didn't allow her to finish. "Hinata, I saw what you did," he whispered to her, while walking closer. "And I'm truly thankful to you for it. I wish you and Naruto all the best, but just as you did what you did 'cause you had to, this is something I must do as well." But Kasumi-san said, the white-eyed girl still couldn't accept what was about to happen. "But it seemed that the young Monodane has made up his mind as. This is the only way, as my last request. Once all of this is over, please tell Tamao-chan," and with that his words froze in his throat for a moment, before he managed to continue. "Please tell her that I'm sorry," and with that his sight stopped at the female Jinchuriki, who was still on her knees, shaking, absolutely unable to do anything else but crying. Kasumi almost forced the Toho Hyugas to leave with her, and once they were gone, the former Leaf Nin decided that it was high time to start what they came to do. "Naruto, know this," began Naraku calmly as he reached for a scroll. "From the looks of it, Tamao's body is already reaching its limit. That means that typical attacks won't go through that chakra field surrounding her. At this point, only another Jinchuriki can break through, by using his own demon's power. Gaara-san's presence would surely be helpful, especially considering that you're wounded, but I have no idea where he is, so it'll all rest on you, and for that I apologize. I know how to stop the demon from getting free, but in order to do so I both require a little time and a clear way to Tamao, and with my injuries, doing so alone might prove impossible, but be aware of the fact that Tamao has absolutely no control right now, and since that's the case, we're facing the demon's power itself." At this point Naruto walked forward, standing between the former Leaf Nin and the Kunoichi. "I got it," he replied simply with determination appearing in his eyes, which slowly began to turn red. "So, what do you need me to do?" "What do you need me to do?" asked Naruto, with determination in his eyes, which slowly began to turn red. Naraku only smiled slightly before replying. "Keep her busy and weaken her a bit. But please, do what you can to not harm her." "That last part might be a problem," yelled the blonde as they both jumped away while stone spikes shot from below. The former Leaf Nin landed on the wall, and sticking to it with his chakra, he bit his finger and began writing on the scroll he picked out. The moment his feet touched the ground, Naruto performed his standard technique, Kage Bushin no Jutsu. And in a flash hundreds of the blonde clones surrounded the former stone nin, who was still kneeling and embracing herself with her arms. She looked up, with tears still running down her cheeks. She was different from the last time the whisker marks saw her. Her skin was now completely pale and she seemed way skinnier than before. Her entire body was trembling and in several places veins began to appear. With a short moment of hesitation, the Kyuubi vessel's clones charged straight at the girl from all directions, but most of them were stopped as a ring of stone spikes shoot from around her, impaling 10 of them. The other Bushins however managed to jump into the air, right above the spikes, and came down with their fists ready straight at the former stone nin. But to the blonde's surprise, the stone spikes that were surrounding her suddenly began bending back and in a flash formed a stone dome above the Kaku vessel, making all Naruto's clones land on it. All it took was a second for small spikes to shoot from outside the dome, each cutting through a clone and making them all disappear in the cloud of white smoke. As the smoke cleared, the Whisker Marks noticed that the dome was no longer protecting the girl, however not a single Bushin of his survived. And in the next second a huge, stone hand shot straight at him. Acting on instinct, Naruto jumped off the wall and into the air, but unfortunately that's precisely what Kaku wanted as another stone hand appeared from the first one and grabbed the blonde while he was still in midair. Once the Whisker Marks was trapped, the hand began to clench, crushing him inside. No! Tamao yelled from the bottom of her lungs. Whether her will to save her friend had made the hand slow down for a split second or not was one thing that no one will ever know, but there's no doubt that for that short amount of time the crushing stopped and that was enough for the blonde to gather chakra in his palm in the form of a blue orb and break his way out of the trap in time. As his feet touched the ground, Naruto charged at the Kaku vessel, performing another cage bushin in the process, this time creating 4 clones. While the original stayed behind and began a new set of hand seals, the replicas moved forward, picking out their kunai. But surprisingly for everyone, stone ropes shoot from below ground and circling around the 4 clones as they were charging at Tamao, each from a different direction, trapping them all. Then the girl's eyes set on the original, but they weren't her eyes anymore. They were black with red fire circling in the middle of them. As Kaku's sight caught Naruto, another trail of stone spikes came his way at an incredible speed. As it was merely inches before its target, all 4 trapped clones suddenly exploded because of the explosive tags hidden behind their shirts, destroying the ropes that were binding them, spraying small rocks all around. As several tiny stones hit the girl on the face softly, the trail of stone spikes slowed down, giving the blonde enough time to finish his technique, Fuden, Tatsumaki Haka no Jutsu. And in a flash a small tornado blasted below his feet, making the Whisker Marks fly high into the air. As he flew through the air, red chakra surrounded him, forming claws around his fingers and a single tail growing behind him. His eyes now turned completely red, his teeth became fangs and his Whisker Marks were more visible. He landed on the other side of the girl and charged at her again, at an incredible speed. In a flash a clawed hand made of the orange chakra surrounding Tamao grew out in an attempt to pierce through the blonde, but the Kyuubi vessel managed to somersault to his right in time, thus avoiding the assault. He was merely inches away from the kunoichi when another hand shot out, this time hitting him in the stomach, but luckily for him, he received a hit from an open palm. As the blonde was sent flying back, the chakra surrounding the kunoichi began to form again, creating hands with claws and growing 5 tails on the rear. While the Whisker Marks slammed into the wall, Naraku only cursed in his mind, 5 tails already. If I don't hurry there'll be no stopping it. Meanwhile Kaku shot one of its chakra hands towards Naruto. Unable to dodge in time, the blonde extended his own hand as well and the two collided. However, to the Leaf Nin's surprise, the claws on Tamao's hand extended and continued heading towards the Whisker Marks. Naruto drew back his chakra palm, hoping to dodge the attack in time, but all he achieved was moving his vital points from the claw's way. He let out a cry of pain as 2 claws cut his legs and one pierced through his left shoulder, widening his wound. As blood dripped down the blonde's left hand, Kaku clenched his hand around the Leaf Nin, trapping him yet again. As the beast's grip tightened, Naruto felt his bones start to crack. Having no way to perform hand seals, the Whisker Marks decided to try a desperate move. In a fraction of a second his chakra hand shoot out towards the kunoichi's body and swiped her off her feet, making the hand grabbing him let go, opening the wound on his left shoulder completely. "You wanna fight with tails?" asked Naruto through clenched teeth as he looked at Tamao, who was slowly getting back to her feet. "I have all 9 of them." And as he said so, the second chakra tail grew from his back. Yet his eyes widened as he realized that he wasn't the only one who changed. The girl's body was slowly being covered in hard stone, beginning with her neck and right arm. This new mutation seemed completely not related to Kaku's current state as the orange chakra surrounding Tamao's body was still there. What the hell? The blonde asked himself, confused as he observed the whole scene. She's starting to transform into something like Gaara back then, but it's different for some reason. This can't be good. The moment he finished this thought, several small, stone hands shot from below ground in a third attempt to trap him. Acting on instinct, Naruto jumped into the air, and as the hands reached out to grab him, he used his chakra claws to break them into pieces. But even though he managed to avoid the first attack, he saw several, small, stone spikes forming in front of Kaku once again. Only this time, instead of sticking out from the ground, they shot out and flew right at him. Having no way to dodge the assault in midair, the blonde extended his chakra hand and used it to grab a nearby building. Once his claws sunk into the building wall, he pulled himself out of the spike's way, avoiding certain death. As the whisker marks landed back on the ground, he charged at the kunoichi once more, performing an instant hand seal, Kage Bushin no Jutsu. And in a flash 7 Narutos appeared in the place of 1. Useless. Came a deep voice from Tamao's mouth. But the blonde knew all too well that wasn't the girl's voice. At least not anymore. He knew a very similar voice. Cold, superior, evil. He knew it, because he heard it in his own head. Such a voice belonged to Kyuubi. I'll bust your butt out of her. He only yelled back as each of the clones prepared a kunai. At that moment, all hell broke loose. The first Bunshin took a step forward and was suddenly pierced by a stone spike that shot toward him from the ground. The clone that ran after him jumped onto the spike and used it to close a little more of the distance to the girl. Meanwhile, the other clones avoided other spikes that shot from the ground at them. One, however, did not make it. Once the remaining clones escaped the forest of spikes, they found the ground opening itself before them, creating a large and wide hole, the bottom of which was covered in shadows. Tamao moved her right hand, which was now completely covered in rocks and 3 times as large as a human's, and the ground beneath the clones cracked, making them lose their balance. 4 managed to jump into the air in time. 1 was not so lucky. The beast was yet undone. At its command, stone spikes once more shoot from the ground, flying at the 4 remaining Narutos. Having no other alternative, 2 clones grabbed the other 2 and tossed them out of the way right before they were pierced by the spikes themselves and disappeared in the cloud of white smoke. As the last 2 remaining blondes landed on the other side of the pit, 1 normal and 1 surrounded with red chakra, they resumed their charge, just to stop a second later as stones flew from below ground yet again, forming before them and creating 2 stone gargoyles that blocked their way through. With a moment of hesitation, the clone charged at the stone figures and jumped forward. But what seemed to be an attack turned out to be a diversion as the real Naruto used his clone's back to jump even higher, above the stone creatures, while the Bushin exploded due to an explosive tag it had in its hand, destroying both gargoyles. The last blonde, still surrounded by red chakra, continued moving forward and aimed his knife at the girl's head, only to have his attack blocked by the huge, stone hand of the kunoichi. In the next second, orange claws of chakra from the girl's other hand pierced right through the leaf nin's body. Like I said, stated Kaku in a terrifying voice. Useless. But Naraku, who kept on writing on the scroll, not moved by anything that happened below, only said to himself with no emotions showing on his face, big mistake. There were 7 clones. And as on cue, the Naruto that had been pierced by the claws disappeared in a cloud of white smoke, making the demon's eyes widen. In an instant it turned around to see the real blonde standing right behind him and launching a chakra hand of his own at it. As the red chakra grabbed the kunoichi, immobilizing her, the blonde stated without any satisfaction, "You shouldn't have created that spike forest which blocked your view. When you did that, I made an extra clone and made one of my Bushins use the henge to make itself look exactly the way I'm now." "I see," announced Tamao in Kaku's voice. "Clever for a human. But I shall not allow an insect like you to stop me." And as she finished her statement, a huge wave of rocks appeared behind the blonde, heading straight towards him. Having no other way to dodge, the whisker marks pulled closer to the kunoichi, using the chakra hand he had grabbed her with. But the moment he got close, an evil smirk appeared on Tamao's face and small, sharp stones shot from below the ground and started to circle around the girl's body. Naruto, who was now close to the kunoichi, received numerous small cuts in several places by those small rocks that suddenly formed a shield around the Kaku's vessel, including a cut on his right palm, forcing the blonde to jump back to avoid more serious damage. A moment later his eyes widened as he noticed that the stones that just a second ago were circling around the former stone nin flew up and then came down straight at him, in an attempt to bury him under. With no other option, the leaf nin made a desperate move and extended his chakra field once more, growing a third tail on his back. To Kaku's surprise, the stones he sent onto the blonde scattered with the first contact with the red chakra. An interesting turn of events. The beast thought to itself with a tiny smirk. I wonder to what extent he's managed to control that stupid fox chakra. As the rock rain stopped, Naruto looked up, breathing heavily. And it was then that his eyes widened as he saw how Tamao looked at this point. Besides her right hand, her chest and legs were covered in rocks, and 3 rocky tails grew out of her back. The girl's head, which still remained human to an extent, now had sharp fangs growing from her mouth and ears slightly modified in shape. I'm really enjoying this, brat, announced Kaku with satisfaction. Go on, show me how far you can get. With that several small stone spikes shot right at the blonde again, cutting him here and there. The whisker marks charged forward, but this time it was Kaku that extended a chakra field, making it so that Naruto was unable to go through. In the next second it got worse as the orange chakra began to form small spikes on the surface, which cutting the leaf nin's body yet again. Damn it, I've run out of options. The boy cursed to himself as he began collecting chakra in his hand. In a fraction of a second an orb of chakra appeared in Naruto's hand once again, only this time it wasn't blue. It was a bloody red. The blonde pushed his hand forward and to Kaku's surprise the orb broke right through his chakra, clearing the leaf nin's way to him. Kitsune Rasengan. The whisker marks yelled desperately as his attack connected with the stone armor of the seven-tailed beast. Tamao's eyes widened as her rocky armor began to crack. Stones started to shoot out from it, leaving the girl's clothes as the only protection of her body yet again. Kaku's orange chakra and Kyuubi's red began circling around the two, in a strange way merging with each other and creating a small tornado above them. And then a blinding flash of light shot from where the two Jinchuriki stood, making it impossible to see what exactly happened. As the darkness of the night slowly returned, one could see Naruto and Tamao standing in front of each other, each breathing heavily. The former stone nin's armor was completely gone, as were the colorful chakras that surrounded each of them. The blonde, however, had received many new cuts, his eyes had turned blue again, and he no longer had the claws and fangs. Foolish brat. Kaku's voice came from Tamao's mouth yet again. But it was different than before. It wasn't cold or superior. It seemed exhausted. Did you really think you could win? I'm the master of Earth. I will not be defeated by insects like you. With that he held out his hand and another stone spike began to form itself. Naruto only stared at it. He was too weak to avoid it now. I gave that last blow everything I had. He thought to himself with a weak smile. My hands and legs won't move, this is where it ends for me. Meanwhile Naraku finally wrote the last symbol on the scroll. As his blood sank into the material, he quickly pulled out a kunai and cut his right palm before performing a long set of hand seals. As he finished the symbol chain, he placed his right palm in the middle of the scroll and clenched his teeth as pain shoot through his hand when the symbols he drew with his own blood turned back into liquid and swam right into the cut he made. As the pain grew bigger and bigger, small cuts suddenly began to appear on his right hand, eventually forming the sequence of symbols he just wrote on the scroll. Once all the blood he used for writing returned to his body and bloody marks stopped appearing, he backed away, still feeling pain. The marks on his hand that appeared just a second ago began healing at an incredible rate. With a flash, they disappeared, leaving no sign of ever having been there. Only the cut on his palm remained. As the process finished, the former leaf nin set his eyes on the kunoichi's body and with determination in his eyes he jumped into towards her. Consider this my final gift to you, Tamao-chan. Naraku landed in front of Tamao and in a flash drew a symbol on her forehead with his own blood, using his middle and index fingers. Once the mark was complete, he covered it with his hand, which was still covered in his own blood, and began concentrating his chakra into his palm. Naruto, I'm leaving everyone under your care. the young Monodane thought to himself as veins suddenly began pulsing in his hand, which started shaking. In a flash, Kaku's chakra began to escape the girl's body and flooded into the former Leaf Nin's palm, making him clench his teeth in pain. As she slowly regained consciousness, Tamao whispered, "Naraku-kun," when she saw the boy and realized what was going on. The stone spike that was about to pierce through Naruto shattered. In the end, Naraku thought to himself with a weak smile, "This is my luck. It's always been my luck." As that last thought ran through his mind, he coughed up blood and felt his skin begin to rip apart in the places he was cut before. Damn it, so soon. It's because of those injuries that swordsman left me. Shit, at this rate. But then another hand covered in blood landed on the one he was using to hold onto Tamao's head. As the former Leaf Nin looked to his right, he saw Naruto holding out his right hand as well. "I don't know what you're doing," he stated simply, "but it looks like you could use some help." And that moment, some of Kaku's chakra that Naraku was absorbing transferred into the blonde as well. His hand is covered in his own blood, the young Monodane thought as he realized what was happening, and because of that the sealing works for him too. I didn't even know more than one person could use this sealing method at the same time. And by splitting Kaku's chakra in two, but he didn't finish that thought as he noticed the demon chakra in the girl's body disappear completely. "Naruto, take off your hand," he yelled, making the Kyuubi vessel follow his command instantly. Once their hands were off her forehead, Tamao collapsed to the ground, but before she hit it, the former Leaf Nin managed to grab her and place her softly on the sand. Without looking back at the blonde, he said, "You might wanna lay down." "Why?" asked Naruto, completely confused. At that point his vision became blur. He felt his strength leaving him and he collapsed. "That's why," answered Naraku before he followed the blonde's example and laid down in the sand next to the other two. Night slowly became day and the sun began to rise over the horizon, causing sunrays to fall on the faces of the three young ninjas who had just ended their battle. None of them wanted to fight it. None of them meant to hurt another. But war doesn't choose and demons care not about such things. All around the sound of battle quieted down. The fight had ended, but the prize for this victory, which the hidden sand village had to pay, was it too high? Even with the warm air blowing straight at them, the three remained motionless. Could this be the end of those three that met not so long ago and yet managed to become friends? Could this be the end of Akaramu Tamao, Monodane Naraku, and Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto is sitting in the room with a window showing a crescent moon, as he tries to write something with a goose feather, most likely a love poem. Hinata's head shoot up the moment someone's hand landed on her shoulder. As she looked to her right, she noticed Neji standing right next to her with concern showing on his face. "It's already been 2 days, Hinata-sama," he stated simply. "You should rest." Began the Hyuga heiress as she looked with worry at the blonde. Her face saddened even more as she observed her crush laying motionless on the bed with only his chest moving up and down slightly. "I don't want to," she finally managed to speak up after a short silence. "Because I fear that if I were to leave him, I might not see him again." At hearing that the Hyuga genius lowered his head slightly and stared at the floor. The girl hesitated for a short moment, before she continued, "Tamao-san, Naraku-san, Naruto-kun, just because I wasn't strong enough, just because I didn't manage to stop Tamao-san, they're all, in the end, I'm just as useless as I've always been," and with those words tears began running down her face. Neji stood there for a moment, looking at his cousin and then slowly made her turn around to look at him. As his white eyes stared deep into hers, now filled with water, he announced calmly, "Only people with great strength can admit that they're weak. No one's undefeated, Hinata-sama. We all have our limits. What's important is to do as much as you can. Nobody can ask you for more than that." "But why?" asked the girl, sobbing as tears kept on falling from her face to the floor. "Why, with all my training, am I still so useless? I can't do anything for those who are important to me, I can't do anything to help Naruto-kun." "You're wrong," the Hyuga genius corrected her, still calm. "You have always struggled to change, that is your greatest strength, Hinata-sama. You're not useless, or if anything, I'm just as useless as you are. But just sitting around and complaining about it won't change a thing. If you really feel that you're not strong enough to protect those that matter to you, there's only one thing you can do, get stronger. The girl looked at the blonde, who still lay in bed motionless, through tears in her eyes. As she observed his face, she tightened her grip on the trouser legs of her pants and, turning back to her cousin, she asked with determination in her voice, "Neji Nisan, when everything will calm down, will you please, train me?" The boy only smiled as he nodded. That was the Hinata that he knew. Just then a quiet crack was heard, and as the two Hyuga looked at the door, they saw Kasumi walking in. The weapon mistress kept on throwing her eyes in all directions as a small, almost invisible blush appeared on her face. "I just came by to see how Naruto was doing," she stated a bit nervously. Neji's smile only widened at the sight. She really does try to keep distant, he thought to himself as he observed the former Mist Nin. I guess it's hard for her to admit that she worries about Naruto as much as about the other two. "He still hasn't woken up," replied Hinata sadly as she threw the blonde a worried glance. After that a short silence felt between the trio, until the Hyuga heiress spoke up again. "What about Naraku-san and Tamao-san? Are they doing all right?" "Not worse than this pinhead," replied Kasumi as she pointed Naruto with her head. "However, they're not doing better either. Guess we shouldn't complain really, considering that with all that has happened, it's a miracle all of them are alive, at least for now," and with that she threw a quick glance at Neji. "I guess I'll leave you guys alone for now, but I'll drop by sometime soon, see ya," and with that she left the room. The Hyuga genius only turned her sight at his cousin, and noticing that she once more gathered all her attention on the sleeping blonde, he too walked towards the door and exited the room without making a sound. Hinata was once more left alone with her love in the dim room of the Suna hospital, regretting all the things she haven't told him. That time, elsewhere. "Aren't ya going to visit that runt?" Tamari asked her companion as they laid on the rooftop near the hospital. "I thought you guys were good friends, or is it that you're just too lazy to move your butt?" "Neither," replied Shikamaru without even looking at her. He just kept staring at the stars with a worried expression on his face. "I may be a lazy bum and care little about many things, but, even I know as much that it's better to leave him under Hinata's care." "And what if he won't wake up?" asked the Sand Kunoichi. "You'll regret that you haven't gone to see him," but the Leaf Nin only shook his head. "This is also a lesson you must learn when you become friends with someone, you must learn to believe in them." For a moment they both kept quiet, until Shikamaru spoke up again. "Naruto will wake up, I'm sure of that." Back at the Suna hospital, Yari lay buried in Gaara's arms as the cage sat on a branch near the door leading to Naruto's room. He kept quiet as the blue-haired girl kept on crying in his shoulder. "I never wanted to think that it's even possible for either of them to disappear, and now that it's become this real, I'm afraid I'm not strong enough to get through it, Gaara-kun." The redhead only placed his hand on her head, but the Kunoichi didn't raise her sight. A sad expression crossed Shukaku's vessel's face as he began. "They're all strong people, even though I knew some of them only for a very short while. I can tell that they're not the ones to give up so easily. Believe when I say that it'll turn out all right. You're not alone, Yari-chan. You have Kasumi, Hanako, Tamari, Kankuro, and you've got me." At this point she lifted her head slightly and gave the boy a weak smile, yet tears still kept on running down her cheeks. It was then that Kankuro came down the hallway and stopped right before them. The cage gave him a questioning glance, and so the puppeteer began. "Sorry to interrupt, but I figure you should be informed ASAP. Gaara, that missing nin that Hanako said was taken prisoner by our Anbu. It had seemed that the entire Anbu squad was wiped out and the prisoner has disappeared. Most likely it's the work of Sumiko and those other two we saw just before he ran away," concluded the redhead calmly. "Probably that Mist Nin was their comrade, but it is most disturbing to know that Jusen Akuma possessed this much strength. From now on we should be ready for the attack, it may come at any given time." "I'll arrange some extra guards for the time being," announced the makeup-using boy. "I don't suppose the Sound will make an attempt to attack us anytime soon, however those two Akatsuki that were seen in the village are nowhere to be found either." "Things are getting really bad indeed," stated Gaara as his brother walked away. Yari noticed the expression on his face. She knew it all too well. The redhead boy always had it when he was rejected by people. She knew it, because it was the same face he had the night she became a missing nin. In an instant she forgot about her worries, and even though her tears kept on falling down, she straightened up and embraced the Shukaku vessel as warm as she could. Gaara looked at her for a moment surprised and then, with a weak smile, hugged her as well. For that short moment everything else didn't matter. Time went by and night slowly turned into day and then back into the night, unmoved by the tragedy that took place in the hidden sand. For time waits for no one and cares about nothing. It just goes on, regardless to everything. But as time seemed uninterested in what was going on in the Suna hospital, so was Hinata uninterested in it slipping by. The only thing that mattered for her was a certain, blonde boy, who lay in bed next to which she sat, still motionless. The Hyuga heiress did not move either. All this time she sat next to the bed and observed the whisker marks boy. Even though her organism forced her to take a break, she still remained on duty. This was more important to her, much more important than anyone could imagine. Kasumi and Neji stopped by from time to check up on both Naruto and her. Even Gaara managed to get a break from his duties to drop by with Yari. Finally also Shikamaru couldn't bear the long wait and came by for a moment along with Tamari. Only Hanako did not appear, but Hinata knew all too well why that was so and she couldn't blame the former Cloud Nin for that. The white-eyed girl felt awful that she didn't go to check on neither Naraku nor Tamao, but the vision on leaving Naruto by himself scared her to no end. She kept apologizing for the two missing nins for that, in her mind, between the prayers for all three to wake up. Midnight passed and a crescent moon brightened the streets of Suna with an accompaniment of hundreds, if not thousands, of stars that shone right next to it. And it was thanks to those moon rays that Hinata saw the blonde's hand moved an inch or two. Her eyes widened as the whisker mark's body started shaking and after a minute the Leaf's loudest ninja sat up, a little confused but surely alive. In a fraction of a second she wrapped her arms around his neck with a cheerful call, "Naruto-kun, you're finally awake." Thus gaining a surprised glance from the blonde. A second later she realized what she had just done and jumped away as if she got burnt, red all over her face, which might be seen as though she really did get burnt. "Glad that you're with us again." Everyone was worried. "It's good to be back," he replied, smiling widely to the girl as a tiny blush appeared on his face as well. "Sorry I made you worry, Hinata-chan," but then, he suddenly remembered what happened and with his face turning slightly grim, he asked, "Are Naraku and Tamao okay?" They're unconscious, just like you were, Naruto-kun," announced Hinata with sadness in her voice as she lowered her head. "They're resting in the rooms next door." And once she said that, the blonde instantly got up and headed towards the door. She wished to stop him, but she knew all too well that even if the Kyuubi vessel would be endangering his life by doing so, he'd still go to check if his friends are alright. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Naraku blinked before he opened his eyes. His body felt heavy and he seemed to have trouble moving it. Finally, putting a lot of effort into it, he managed to sit up by helping himself with his hands. It was when he propped himself on his right hand that he felt incredible pain in it. The former Leaf Nin threw it a quick look with his eyes slightly narrowed, side effects of the ceiling. "Well, considering I shouldn't be alive after performing that, I don't suppose I should complain anyway," and only then did he notice Hanako sleeping on the right side of his bed, with her finger cut. The young Monodane gave her a sad look as the door leading to the room opened and he centered his sight at them. At the same time the green-haired girl woke up and realizing what happened she grabbed the former Leaf Nin by the hand. "Naraku-sama, you've finally returned to us. I was so afraid. After Kasumi said what you were trying to do, I just," and at this point her voice broke. She was never the one that liked to break shinobi rules and so she just stopped, otherwise she might have broke the one that's the most important. "It is indeed a wonderful surprise," nodded Hinata as she walked in right after Naruto. "Kasumi-san told me the only way to stop Tamao-san and I grew worried, but how is it that you?" She began, but before she could finish, Naraku replied. "Most likely, it's his fault," and with that he pointed at Naruto with his head. "The whole point of that sealing method I've used is to create a connection with the demon that's about to get loose, that can only be done by a very complex ritual. But there's also another requirement, for the seal to work. The one performing it must sacrifice his life to the beast and that can only be done by using one's blood," and with that he glanced suspiciously at the blonde. "By placing my hand with an opened wound on the symbol that I wrote on Tamao-chan's forehead. I made the chakra the demon was using to get free to go into my own body. thus making the beast weak and go back to its prison. However, demon's chakra is too much for a single human to take over. That's why this sealing method is somewhat a suicide. I suppose only another Jinchuriki could perform it and not get killed, and so he looked at his right hand for a moment, before raising his sight at Naruto again. When you placed your hand, which also had an opened wound on my hand, you somehow absorbed some of Kaku's chakra that was supposed to go into my body. Kaku's chakra split into 2 bodies instead of 1, and so we're both still alive, but that's just my guess. So to make it short, I've saved your life? Asked Naruto, not getting much of Naraku's explanation. The former Leaf Nin only nodded, which made the loudmouth smile widely. I so rock. And with that he began jumping up and down with joy. Naraku observed the whole scene, sweat dropping slightly, and then couldn't help but smile as he looked at Hinata, who was also smiling widely at the blonde's behavior. But after a short moment the young Monodane's eyes widened as he looked at Hanako, and with a little insecure voice, he asked the green-haired girl, "Is Tamao-chan alright?" The Cloud Kunoichi's face turned sad for a split second, and then, with a little fake smile, she replied, "She's alive for starters, but she hasn't woken up yet. She's resting in the room just across the hallway." And once she said so, the former Leaf Nin stood up, having some trouble with it. "Naraku-sama, you shouldn't be moving yet," Hanako announced, but after a moment of thought, she realized that it was pointless to say this. The former Leaf Nin once more gave her a sad glance as she looked away. Please excuse me, Naraku-sama, but I'm a little tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to go to my room now," and with that she headed to the door, a little too fast. Naraku glanced after her as the door shut close and then lowered his sight. Is this really all I'm capable of doing? He thought to himself. Hinata also stared after the former Cloud Nin with a worried expression. In a way she understood her all too well. "If you don't mind, I'd like to excuse myself as well," announced the former Leaf Nin as he slowly headed to the door. None of the 2 that remained in the room stopped him. As he disappeared from their view, Naruto threw the Kunoichi a sad glare. The girl only gave a weak smile and then said to no one in particular, "It's really hard," and as the blonde gave her a questioning look, which she mostly ignored, she went on, "To admit your feelings, or to fight with them, these things are never as simple as we'd want them to be," and with that she lowered her head. In that moment the loud mouth came towards her and wrapped his arm around her, making her blush slightly. No, it's not," he admitted with a weak smile as well. "But once you manage to do it and things will work out for the best, a great reward awaits," and with that he smiled widely to her, making her return the smile. Meanwhile, Naraku walked into the room in which the only light source was the moonlight falling in through a single window located just above the only bed in it. On the bed, covered by the sheet, laid Tamao with her face completely pale, her hair a mess and her closed eyes resembling holes more than eyes. She looked much more thinly than usually, like she hasn't eaten in a longer while. The young Monodane took a chair and placed it right next to the girl's bed. As he sat down, he looked at her sleeping face and propped his elbows on her bed, hiding his face behind his hands for a split second. As he turned his head to look at her again, he managed a weak smile, before he moved some of the girl's hair that were falling on her left eye, thus revealing a strange symbol written with blood on her forehead. "Hanako, you're really too nosy sometimes," the boy said to himself, smiling slightly as his eyes stopped at the symbol for a moment. After that he once more looked at the girl's face and his smile widened a little. "You know," he began while looking at the girl's face, still pale, but peaceful. "I recall the day that we first met. So much time passed since then, just like an eternity, and at the same time it seems as short as Star Twinkle. Those 7 years ago when we were still just brats. In a way, I suppose I'm still that pipsqueak for whom the world was a great mystery." He chuckled at the memory, giving a short look out the window. "I was just a stupid brat, who didn't saw too many things in his life," he continued with a warm smile appearing on his face as he turned again towards the girl. "But that moment I first saw you, I somehow knew that I will never see anything more beautiful. I can't even tell you how much I regret not telling you that for so long. I guess that's the part of that brat from back then that just won't disappear," and so he laughed to himself for a short second. "Or maybe I was just too afraid," he asked himself after a short silence. "Not exactly being rejected, in a way, I'd understand that, I guess." I was more afraid of what would happen if you'd actually accept me. After everything that happened, I was just scared that you'd end up just like everyone I cared about, that once again I just won't be strong enough to protect you, just like when that time," and so his eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his head to look at the floor. He stayed like this for few minutes, before he raised his sight again. He once more looked the girl's face over and couldn't help but smile at the sight. "Even in this state, you're still so beautiful, that peaceful look on your face, how I wish to be able to make it stay on you," and with that he touched her cheek with his hand. "Those 7 years ago, when you left the Iowa with me, I really hoped that I won't see you looking like this again. I promised myself that I won't allow the nightmare from that day to repeat, that you won't have to fear all that happening again." His face saddened at mentioning that. "Yet, another promise I wasn't able to keep." He stopped talking. His sight stopped at her face again. As he grabbed her hand, he felt it was still cold, and yet, at the same time, warm. "In the very end, the only thing I can do for you," he finally spoke up, "is to be here, as always. Above all my strength, the things I can do for those I care about are so little." That time, elsewhere, Hanako heard a knock on the door. She walked to it a little annoyed, but as she opened it up, her annoyance got replaced by surprise. "What are you two doing here?" she asked the guests. "I thought you were going to stay with Naraku-sama at the hospital." "We figured," began Hinata slowly. "We figured it'd be better to leave them alone, and I believe that you came to a similar conclusion, Hanako-san." The green-haired girl only lowered her head slightly. The Hyuga heiress didn't say a thing for a short while, but finally decided to break the silence. "Naruto-kun and I came here, we hoped," but she couldn't find good words to put it, so the blonde cut it. "We were hoping you could fill us in on what's between Naraku and Tamao," and at hearing that the former Cloud Nin narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked up at the Kyubi vessel surprised and stared deep into his sky-blue eyes. After a moment of hesitation she stepped aside, letting them into her room. As the two walked in, she closed the door and with turning towards them, she announced, "You might wanna get something to eat and drink, 'cause it's kinda a long story, most likely it'll take all night." "We have time," Naruto assured her as he and Hinata settled down. Hanako soon joined them, sitting in front of the two, and after a moment of thought, she spoke up, "If I were to tell you the entire story, we wouldn't be done in a week time. Besides, it's not really that important to present that version to you. You want to know what's between Naraku-sama and Tamao. Well then, that story starts about a year after Naraku-sama left Konoha. His journey brought him to the Hidden Stone Village, and this is when they met." The end. Now we will see you in the next video.